Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Very good morning. Hope you have a good weekend.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, we have got close to 13 people. Let's maybe wait for another 4 to 5 more minutes so that the others can also join. And I hope that you would have got the cheat sheets that that Lakshmi would have sent you on Friday late evening.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, tell me.
Sir, I'm not getting how to install the Linux because I have downloaded two setups, but that are not supporting to my Virtualbox.
Sorry, what have you downloaded?
Red Hat setup, exe and all.
So maybe it could be a problem with the computer. So maybe your system is not supporting.
Sir, I don't know what is going on, but I have downloaded the 64-bit supported file, but that is not supporting, and Virtualbox is showing 32-bit.
Now your operating system may be 32-bit.
No, sir. In system is already a 64-bit. I have checked it.
Okay, so this is being tested. So maybe you can take some help with someone out there, or maybe we'll look at that later on the class. Okay, to see that what is happening around. So if you don't, if you have any issues with Oracle Virtual Machine, you can try with VMware Virtual Workstation.
Sir,
how many people have issues with installing Oracle VirtualBox, or how many people have installed Oracle VirtualBox? Can you let me know? How many people have issues with installing? Can you just ping me on the chat? Okay. Okay. 32-bit, see, basically, depending upon the Oracle VirtualBox, depending upon the operating system that you have installed, when you're installing Oracle VirtualBox, it should automatically detect your base OS and it should guide you to download the 32-bit version. So, or 32 or 64-bit accordingly. Red Hat Enterprise Linux, by default, you will get 64-bit. Okay. Okay. I've seen that many other people have downloaded, installed it. Okay. Cool. So people who are having issues with first is installing Oracle VirtualBox, maybe you need to check in your operating system what is going wrong, because this is something which has been tested. I have no issues, and many of your clients, basically your colleagues, also have no issues with this thing. So Manoj, right now I cannot do this because we will be lagging our class. So either during the lunch break or after the session, we can look into your thing to see that how this goes on. Okay, is that okay with you? Okay, cool. Otherwise, we have a couple of things to cover up because troubleshootings and all those things will take a couple of times. So we may be lagging with the sessions. But I think most of the people have downloaded and installed Linux, and that is good. Thank you so much for doing it. Yeah, so maybe you need to practice. So this is why I have given this particular installation task at least 2 days before, so that you all can get the things ready. Okay. So anyway, the installation of Oracle VirtualBox is basically beyond the scope of the training, because this is just a normal installation. Anyone can download and anyone install. There is no specific instruction needed. If any instruction is needed, because you can just refer the site from where you have downloaded the Oracle VirtualBox. It's an official Oracle site. If you have issues with your thing, then maybe you can try with Oracle VMware Workstation. Okay, so try with VMware Workstation. So it could be possibly issues with your operating system. Otherwise, it is a standard installation. There is no problem with this installation with the software. So this is not a software which I ship or a vendor ships. Basically, it is shipped by Oracle, and it is known to work in the operating system that has been specified in the site by Oracle. Okay, so today we will be looking mainly into the one minute. User management, and basically we'll also be looking into the some of the parameters like grep filtering and all those things, how to filter the text, all those stuffs to basically filter some characters or maybe some form of strings from the text file or from any file. Like in a real-time environment, there are a lot of things where you might need to filter out some things like specifically error or some configuration details or all those things. So we will be looking mainly into that today. And let me see that what all other things we have for today. Okay, then we have got permissions. Okay, permission we will be covering. We have got some basic networking steps and system operations, LVM, all those things. Okay, cool. So we'll start. So let me start with sharing the screen. Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen now, right? Okay, before that, let me just start my VirtualBox so that we can do some practicals, because this session is mostly of practicals. Okay. So everyone, you can view my screen, right? I just need to ensure that either You can ping me on the chat, or you can say yes,
Yes, sir.
no. Okay, thank you. So people, it's visible to people. So thank you so much for that. And let's start with today's topic. So user management and group management. See, in Unix is a Unix or Linux, what you call basically, it's a multitasking, multi-user operating system. That means at a time, many user can log into the system through different source. Okay, through console, maybe directly you can only one user can log in, but there are other methods. Like for example, you have got a SSH. SSH is a utility with which you can provide your username and password, and over the network you can log into the system. And just like right now, I just shown you that I provided the IP address of the server and I provided the username and password, and I'm able to log into the system. Okay, so this is the method with which a Unix, at least a Unix user would be logging to the system. Okay, Windows, they have got a couple of other methods also. Basically remote login, RDP, and many other stuffs are there. But basically in Linux, you will be using the SSH shell. You have other like VNC console to get the GUI screen and all those things. But as I told, 99.99% of the time, all the servers which are deployed, they will not have any graphical user interface. It will have only terminal interface. Okay, because servers are meant for very specific purposes. So unless or until GUI is required, graphical user interface is required in that, only then it will be installed. Otherwise, it will be only on command line mode. Okay. So for command line, basically, in order to log in, as I told, you need a username and password. Username or user management is very important in the Unix management operating system, because imagine that a server would be when I say server, it is basically a Linux installed system. Okay, it could be Windows also, Unix, any operating system, but right now it is Linux. So that server operating system is meant for some specific purpose, right? For example, a server would be there which would be running an application, right? Any application. So imagine that many of you pay online bills, right? Your mobile bills, or say your TV subscriptions, right? Which you want to renew or you want to pay. So nowadays everything is online. So how do you think that these things works, right? So there are applications which are installed on a particular server somewhere which is located somewhere in the world, right? It could be in India, it could be abroad, anywhere, right? You would have access to the Prime subscription or Netflix or all of it. So these are all basically applications with which you are.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, I'm not getting your screen of this topic and content.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just, you can say, do you see the black screen, the SSH screen?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, so I'm not sharing anything. So there's the things which I'm sharing. Okay.
Okay, got it.
I'm just explaining generally. Okay. So yeah, thank you so much for your concern. So if anything is there, just please ping me or just interrupt me. So anything which like Netflix or any application that you're trying to access, right? So basically you are trying to access an application remotely, right? How do you access it? Basically you access an application through an app or through a website or anything, right? You give the server name if you are accessing, I mean, you're through your website. Like for example, you access your Gmail, or simple story, you access the Zoom right now, right? So this is installed in some server in some location in the world. You don't know where, right? So the name, when you give it, so automatically in the background, there are many other activities which happens, which take you to that particular server, and you are able to access that application. That is how you are able to access the movie in Netflix or Prime or any other application. You are able to pay the bill, right? Anything. So basically there is an application which is running on a server. That is why it is called server. That means it serves something, right? So this is one thing. Now, like who all can access? Like you log into your Gmail account, right? So you have a credential, your username and password. So this is something with which you are able to log in. So something could be application users, in which the users are maintained in the application, right? So there are other people who are basically responsible for administering the server, right? Administering server means there is some problem that has occurred with the server. People say that, hey, I am unable to access my email. I am unable to access the billing software, and I cannot view the movie, right? So there are administrators who log into the server and see that what is the problem there, right? So for those purposes, there are accounts in the system. Okay, accounts in the system means the user can log into the system using that particular account, and he can perform administrative activities. Means he can log into the server, he can check what is the problem with the server, so and so. So one is basically administrative accounts. That means user can log in and make changes into the system, do troubleshootings, right? So the users are basically of two types, as I told. Basically, it comes under super user category, and second is basically the normal users. Okay. Now there are one third type of users also, which mostly we will not be dealing with, but it is good to understand. So those are basically application users, right? So you don't create it. So when an application is installed, the user automatically gets installed in the system. Like for example, everyone knows that what is a web server, right? Many other people would be knowing it. Web server, what is web server? Which serves some contents over web. It could be a simple web page. It could be an application served over web page, correct? A mail, there's an application served over through web, right? Mail client. So when an application, for example, there's a web server software called Apache, okay, APACHE, Apache. So when you install the software, a user which is associated with this application already gets installed in the system. You are not aware of it, correct? That there is a user which already gets into the system. So, but these users are necessary for the correct functionality of the application. But you cannot log into the system with these users, right? These users are present in the system, but you cannot directly log into the system with these users, right? And but definitely these users are needed in the system for proper functionality of the application. Like for example, there could be a mail server, there could be many applications which is installed, right? So that will require some form of user credentials, user to be present there in the system to show that the user application can work properly. Okay. So today we are going to basically look into the administrative users or the local users that is present in the system. It could be administrative user, or it could be non-administrative users. Okay. So that is what we are going to look into the system right now. So let me just open up the slide. Okay. So user administration basically, as I told, this is there is no much theory on it. It is basically on the practical aspects that what you want to do. So user add, first thing you have to understand is that when you create a user, there is a home directory associated with every user. Okay, specifically when it is a local user. So local user means the user which is present in the system. Okay, there are remote users also. We will talk about it later, but we don't have any much deeper insight on that on this course. So local users is something which we will be talking about. So local users means the users which are present in the system. So if I am logged into, for example, say this server, like server, right? Host name city. If I logged into server.example.com, so in the server, which all users are present, that are called, those are called local users. Clear? So many users can log into the system using that particular account. A same account can be used to log in from different locations to this server, provided you know its credentials. That means username and password. Okay. So whenever you create a user, by default, a home directory will be created for that user. And as I told earlier in our previous class, that /home is the directory where a user's home directory will be created by default. Okay. So for example, if I'm creating a user called user1, so his home directory would be /home/user1. Okay. So that is something which we want to understand. And then whenever a user is created, the first thing what you need to know is that you need to set a credential for that. Means you need to set a password for that. Unless you set a password, you cannot log in. So first you create a user. Second, you create a password for it. So these are the two things that minimum you want to do. Rest all the things, there are many things which happens automatically because of some configuration settings in the system. You don't have to basically bother about it. As a normal user, your maybe job would be to just create a user and change his password. As simple as that. Okay. Now you can definitely view what all are the parameters which gets created by the user and how these things happens. Okay. There are configurations. See, in Linux, everything is maintained through configuration files. Either some form or the other form of files will be present in the system. So when a user account is created, its entries, its details, where his home directory is, where his shell is, because when a user wants to log in, he will have a particular form of program which will help you to interact with the system. That type of program is called a shell. So basically it will be bash, and where it is located, it will be located at /bin bash. So that is what you can see here. Okay, shell is equal to bin bash. So like that, these programs will be there. By default, some settings will be there. So these will be located in a particular file. Okay, normally this file is called /etc password file. And then there will be details for the user, like when the user can log in, if the user is activated or not activated, if the password is set or not. Right? There are a lot of other components which are there. So those type of details are located in another file called /etc shadow. We'll also look into that. Now by default, whenever a user is created, a group file will be, a group will be created at the same time. For example, you are creating a user called user1, a group called user1 will be created by default. Okay, that is the system default. You cannot deny it. The system will create it for you. Okay. Now the other thing is that whenever a user is created, as I told you, when a user is created, a user will be created and a group will also be created by default. So now you can give the username, right? And by default, a group with the same name will be created. We'll see in the practical. Now, when you create a user ID will be associated with that particular user. Okay, you will assign a name which you can assign, but the system will assign a ID, identification, numeric number system will assign to it. That by default system assigns to the system. You can definitely change it at a later point of time, or maybe during the creation itself you can create, but that is more of an advanced topic. Normally it is not required. Okay, but what I'm saying is that since it is Unix, you have more control, so you can change in that way also. You can set the home directory of what you want, you can change the shell what you want, you can set a UID what you want, you can set a GID what you want, right? So whenever a user is created, username is something which you have to give. Second is password which you have to give. That is the second command. So user ID will be automatically UID, which is called UID, which is a numeric number, that will be automatically given by the system. Along with that, as I told, a group will be created. So a group will also have an ID called GID, group ID. Okay. So that number will also be given by the system by default. In Red Hat Enterprise Linux from RHEL 7 onwards, I believe, the UID and GID starts from 1000. Okay. The first user that you create in the system, it will have a UID of 1000. And the first group that you will create in the system, that will be of 1000. You also have a leverage of creating a group separately. Okay, because sometimes we need groups. We will come across that when we will learn more about groups. So just like it is your file, like etc password and etc shadow, you will have a file also called /etc group. Okay. So that is what today's basic topics is about. We will be learning how to create a user, right? How to customize a user by creating by creating your own IDs and all those things. Then we will be looking about the group administration part. Then we will see that how you can retrieve the user details, right? And then we will see that what all are the default login parameters, like when a user logs in, where all these details are stored, so and so. Okay, so this is something which we have today for before our what to say tea break. I think much of the topics related to this should be completed, and then we will be before our lunch break. We will be completing the what to say user permissions. Okay, user permissions, and then post lunch break we will be doing more of the practicals of these two things, which I will give some assignments to you so you can complete it. So meanwhile, before that, if people have some troubles in doing this activity, we will try to sort that out in between. Okay. So any questions on this before we move ahead with our demonstrations?
No, sir.
Okay, cool. So let's take our login session, and I'm just going to show you that what we are going to do. Okay, so right now, okay. So the first thing you have to do is that there is a command called user add. Okay, as I told, you can always get the help user add. There are a lot of things, a lot of help, lot of switches available for the user add. But believe me, you would need just a user command. Okay, many of these commands are not needed for the normal use. But then you ask why it is given. Yes, for some users, advanced users, or some for specific purposes, they might need these particular switches. But in a normal situation, you would not need many of the switches. One or two switches would be needed. That is fine. But I will show you how many of the switches can be used. So we will start with the basic, just without any switch. I will add user add, and the first thing that I'm going to add is maybe I'm creating a user of mine named user add Liju. Okay. So what is the parameter? User add and username. So we will also look for the man page first. See, it says that user add command create a new user or update default user configuration. So that means user add can also be used to update an existing configurations. Okay. So it says that what are these? User add, options, and login. Login means your login name. Okay, like for example, user add, I'm giving Liju. So Liju is the login name. Then it is options are there. What are options are? So these, see, look at these options, right? These are, so there are these options available. So when you can give these switches along with options, but it is not mandatory, right? Just user add and login name, that is enough. If you want to add more functionality, you want to customize it for your need, we can give options that we will look on. So user ID is a basically, I would say a normal user cannot execute it. Only a root user can execute it. So this is the first thing that you have to keep in mind. User add is an administrative level user because see, as a normal user, you can create an account and any user can log in. It's a problem, right? So only administrators or a root user can create a user. Okay, or you can give privileges to the user so that they can log in. That we will see later. So first thing, user add, username. So I have created a user called Liju. The user is created. I don't know whether it is created or not, correct? So what I need to do is that I will create a ID called, I use a command called ID that we have learned last class, right? ID and the username will give. So when you give this username, you'll see that a ID called UID, user ID called 1000 is being created. And that is associated with the user Liju. At the same time, a group ID called 1000 has been created, and the group name is Liju. Okay, that is what it says that, right? It is associated with this group ID is associated with Liju, right? GID. And what is this group name? This group name is basically Liju and has got our ID. So this both are basically the same thing. Okay, group ID and group name, they are giving it out. Okay. So now, can I log into the system with this user? It cannot. You can let us try. I'm trying to log in. I'm creating a new session, and I'm trying to log into this 14 and open. So there is a session. Let me try to log in Liju, and it's asking me for a password. I don't have any password. If I just hit enter, access denied. That means I cannot log in because I have not given a password for it, right? So now the second thing, as I told, first thing, create a user. Second thing is password. So what is the password command? PASSWD. Okay, it's not PASSWORD. No, PASSWD. Okay, you can always use tab. Okay, if you don't know the command, you can use tab. After typing 1 or 2 words, you can type the tab. So you can type, if the PA is the only command, it will automatically complete. Otherwise, you type the tab twice quickly, like, see. So anything which starts with PA, it will display all the thing. So you know that password is there. So now let's PAS. Then I type tab. No, type twice. So PASS. So PAS. So there are 2 commands which starts with PAS. So new that is password. So you can type PASS and then you type tab, it will auto-complete. So Linux, wherever you have some doubts, you can type 1 or 2 or 3 characters and then type tab, right? And if that is the only command that starts with the characters that you have typed or entered in the console in the screen, then it will auto-complete. Like for example, I type PASS and type tab, WD is auto-completed. Okay. So password here also you can use for man command. It says that password update users authentication token. Authentication token means your password basically. Okay. So here also there are multiple options, but many of the times you don't need options. Only password command is enough to do that. PASSWD, and then you have to give the login name. For example, if you look at the password name, you can see synopsis. Synopsis means what is this thing? Password. Then these are options. What options? And then username. So right now we are concerned about PASSWD and username. What is the username? Liju. You don't have to give the ID. You have to give the password name. Right? Sorry. PASSWD. Okay. Now, ideally, this has to pass some criteria. That means when you are changing a password, depending upon the password security that is already set in the system, it could be like 6 characters, 8 characters, combination of special characters, numeric, and all those things are applicable. Okay. But if you are doing this, changing a password using a root user, you can set whatever password. Even you can set 1 character password. Right? It will give error message, but it will go through. Like for example, here I'm setting up 1 as a password. 1 as a password. It says that the bad password, the password is a palindrome. That means whatever your type, it's a palindrome is a type of numeric words that is being given, right? So retype your password. I've typed the password and says password all authentication updated successfully. But if you are a normal user can change the password. You cannot create a user, right? There are situations, right, where your password expires and you want to change to password. You can change the password. There's no problem. But you cannot give any password that you like. You have to give some password which are told, like you will be told that key, hey, you have to give a password which is a combination of like numeric and alphanumeric, caps letter, small letter, lowercase, uppercase, right? Special characters. These are the characters that are allowed, right? And the password should be minimum of 8 characters. So if these conditions are not matched, you will never be allowed to change the password. But as a root user, you can set whatever password that can be done. Okay. So this is something important that you have to keep in mind. Now, now I will try to log into the system as a user, as this user. Now I take a new session. Okay. And then I will log into 14 and see now this is my session. And now I try to log in as Liju and I've given a password of 1 and I'm able to log in. See, who am I? Clear? So in the system, there are 2 users logged in. One is root, which is from this terminal, and there's another user called Liju, which is logged in from this terminal. Both are from this server. Correct? So because I've logged into the system from my laptop. So my question, anyone who haven't understood this particular portion, let me know, because the next portion which I'm going to tell you is a continuation of this. Everyone got this? Please also keep in mind that you have to understand it because there are questions, there will be assessments for you tomorrow, which you have to answer. And this will be a type of online test. And so please pay attention to the class. The questions will be based on what I have taught you. Okay, cool. So these are simple stuff. And the cheat sheets of all those things which I'm teaching today will be shared with you at the end of the session. Okay, for practicals, I will paste in the chat, which you can do. Okay, so if you want to make a note of it for some time, something, you can do that. Okay, so anyway, so right now let's see that key what all, as I told that key, when a user is created, there are home directory and all those things created, right? But I don't know. So for example, I logged into the system. Let's verify that. So I would verify that. How do we verify? Echo dollar shell. Okay, what is the shell? As I told that bin bash is the shell. Bash is the shell which is located in bin. So that is good. And echo home, like see, home / home Lijo. So there is a user that is created. So that is also good, correct? So we are good with this. So that means user is created, shell, and a home directory that is created. That is also good. So these are the two things, but which basically we want to see. And you can also type the env command, environment command. Okay, env command to see that key, what all are the environment variables for a user. When a user logs in, there are environment variables which are set for the user. Okay, like for example, you can see the home directory is there, right? And basically what your shell will be shown as shell, right? So these are the things. Rest, many of the shells are not that important at this moment, but these are the two things which we want to see. There are a couple of other things also which we want to see. So let's log into the, come back to the root user so that we can see more information about this user as a root user, as a administrator. So as I told that there is a file called /etc password, right? So this file is very important. Please do not edit this file. As a root user, you can, but do not edit this file. Okay, it is not recommended because if you edit this file, you make some mistake, you will not be able to log in. Okay, as a root user also sometimes. So please do not edit this file. So you can see that there are a lot of parameters which is already present in the system till here. And this is the new entry which has been added to this file, right? In the last line. Right, so you can see that the new entry that has been added by the system is basically having a UID and GID. So I will explain you this particular parameter. Let's take let's take tail minus n1. You know, tail minus n1 means last line. Okay, number of lines last. So there are, how many fields are there? One. So these fields are separated by this semicolon. Sorry, separated by the full colon. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth field is blank here. 6, 7. There are 7 fields in this file. This is one important concept that you have to remember. There are 7 fields in this particular file /etc password file. This is very important file. This is where your user related settings are stored basically. Okay. So the first field is basically the username. That is good. Second field, by default, it will be X. It denotes that this user has got some password. Okay, this related user is basically password authenticated user. Third is basically the UID, user identification number, UID. As I told, when a user is created, by default, a UID will be created. Fourth is basically the GID, group identification number. Okay, that is GID. Fifth is basically the GCOS value. You call it as GCOS value. This is basically the description for the user. So normal during a user creation, you don't need this. You can change this later point of time also. You can do this while creating the user also. But in normal case, people don't do this. Okay, if you want for identifying user, you can give it. There is no problem. I will teach you how to do that. Sixth field is basically the home directory of the user. Where is the home directory located? Seventh field is basically your shell. So apart from this GCOS value, all other parameters are important because these parameters in one or the other way affect the user login. If you don't give the shell, the user can log in, but he will not be able to access a shell. Okay, you will have problems. If a home directory is not located, then also you will have problem because many of the environment variables, many of the settings and all those things will not work properly. UID and GID is not proper, system will not be able to identify it. Okay, because even if you identify the user as the username which is given here, but the system doesn't identify by the name, system identifies by the number, that is UID and the GID, right? So there's a command called user add that we told. Now let's see that user add minus D, there is a number called user add minus, okay. Okay. So, oh, you said user that. Okay, user add minus D. So when you issue the command user add minus D, it will give you the default values which the system uses to create a user. Okay, so that means group is something you don't have to bother about it because that's a system default thing. Okay, second thing is that your home directory is basically in /home. So inside home, whatever username you give, that username directory will be created. /home/ if it is XYZ, so /home/XYZ will be created. Okay, by default, it will be inactive, that is -1, it is not inactive. Expiry date is not set, that means users expiry when the user will expire. Okay, that means if expiry date is set for the user, then for example, if the expiry date is set for 2 days, then after 2 days, the user will not be able to log in. Okay, so then shell. This is the shell which is basically logged into the user. Okay, when a user is logged in, this is the shell which is used that we have seen here, right? When we seen here, when we did echo shell, you can see bin bash. So this is a shell that we got, right? Then there is something called skel /etc skel. Let's look at what is that in this directory. /ls-l /etc skel. There is nothing. But do you think that there is nothing in this directory? So let us look at -la. So when you look at ls-la, you will see that there are 3 files which is present in the system. Okay, these two you know, dot and double dot. So let's see into the user's home directory. As a Liju user, so I'm into this user /home Liju. I do ls, nothing is there. ls-la. Yes, when I logged into ls-la, I can see that these 2 directories are there. These 3 files are. Along with that, there are a couple of other files which are created because I have logged into the user. By that time, some directories and files will be created. But these are the 3 files which were created in this particular home directory. And these 3 files are exact copy of these 3 files. See? .bash_logout, .bash_profile, and .bashrc. These are hidden files. So this is what .bash_logout, .bash_profile, and .bashrc. These are the files which you see. Okay. So these files has got some things in the system. So let's look at this. So what are these files? Okay. So by default, we will use cat because we don't want to edit it. So let's look at like .bashrc. So when you look at this file, you will see that there are some scripts. This is basically a shell script program, which says to read some file and some particular parameters are there. Similar to that, if you look at .bash_profile file, so there are other things which are mentioned here. So here is the thing which, this is the file which mentions which is your path. See, last time we spoke about path, right? So path is equal to $path, right? Echo $path. What is $path? This is the path. So as a root user, you can see the path is basically set to user local bin sbin is there. But if you execute the same thing as a normal user, you can see even though sbin is there, but there are some other additional things are there. Sbin, I will tell you why sbin is there later point of time. User sbin is there for some purpose, it is needed. Okay, for some elevated purpose, the user can use that. So as a normal user's home directory, there will be a directory .local if it is there. Otherwise, under user bin is there. If it is not there, that is fine. It will not check that. But the path for a normal user and a root user is different. That is what something which I want to show you from this setup. So this file is very important. That's why I told you that each of these files is important. Basically, .bashrc and .bashprofile. Logout is that not important, but still for some cases you might need. But .bashrc and .bashprofile, specifically .bashprofile. This is the file which basically tells you where your path and all those things is being set. Okay, so how these things happens? Like for example, when you log into the system, the first thing it checks is that basically what, whether your credentials is right or not, that the password that you have given is correct or not. So let me log into the system using, I'm taking a duplicate session and I'm trying to log in as user Liju, and this time I'm giving a different password, but I'm not allowed to log in. See, access denied. Right? Access denied. I cannot log in. However times I set the password, I mean type a wrong password, I cannot log in. But the moment I set the correct password, what I will do is that then it gives me another problem. Say remote ideal disconnect session type 2 protocol, too many authentication failures. So that means this system has been set in such a way that by default, these are system settings. Okay, that if a user tries to log in with wrong password multiple times, you will not be able to log into the system. So I will close the session and I will try to log in again. Now I'm trying to using the username password and I tried in and I am logged in. Now system tells me last login, when was the last login, and there are 6 failed login attempts since the last login. That means since last I logged in successfully, after that someone tried to log in, maybe one user or different user tried to log in to this user with a username Liju, right? It tried 6 times and we tried systems last, right? And it was not successful. There are 6 failed login attempts since the last successful login. And the last login was from where? Was from this IP address. Correct? So this is something for each and every message that a system gives, you have to be very attentive. You have to read that, right? And understand that what the system is trying to say. Correct? So coming back to our original thing, we have seen that when a user logs in, correct, you have something called few files which is created. How that files is created? That is because of the etc scale directory. Okay, what directory? This directory which is present there. And how it's there? It is a system default setting. So if you place any files in that, automatically that file will be created. So let's test that. Okay, I'm creating that a file called I'm creating file called welcome to $hostname. Okay, that means welcome to $hostname means $hostname. What is $hostname? Echo $hostname. What is this? It will give you the server name. So I'm just passing this welcome to $hostname where to /etc scale directory, and I'm saying that welcome. Okay, I can put it something like hidden file so that no one sees it. Okay, so we are good. So let's see that whether this file is there or not. So this file is there. Welcome to, see, I have put welcome to $hostname, but this $hostname has been changed to server.example.com. So right now I don't want this to be directly present there. So instead of that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to edit this file. Okay, right now see, these are not part of user creation, but I want to show you that how these things works basically. Okay, that's why I'm showing you. So welcome to $hostname. So we are good. So I've placed it here. Now we will create another user, like user add user 1. I've created user 1. I've created password user 1. I've created password. Now I'm trying to log into that user, right? Duplicate session user 1. Okay, password is 1. Okay, I've logged in pwd. Okay, ls minus la, I can see there is another file called .welcome. See this? cat.welcome. Correct? Since I'm doing cat, right, it will not be expanded. Clear? Unless and until basically it is executed. Okay. So we will come across this particular how to expand, and when a user logs in, how we can display these messages and all those things. We will look at that later point of time when we will learn about more of the user, some form of automation scripts and all those things. Okay, for time being, I just want to show you that key, whatever you placed in the etc scale directory, that will automatically come over here. Okay, I hope this concept is clear to you. Okay, so now I've shown that key there is a file called /etc password, /etc password, in which an entry comes, another new user comes in. See, a new user, a new ID is created. So what is the new UID? Which will be the next UID, 1000, 1001. User UID, GID 1000, and the next ID available, that is 1001. Okay, and rest all the details as you know. Okay, so now we will also look at a file called /etc shadow. Okay, you have to understand that this file is very important, and you have to understand this file in, I mean, you don't have to basically edit this file, because both these files you don't have to touch at all. Okay, this file is being generated, or the contents in this file is generated by the commands that you give basically. Okay, this file is basically created by the contents of the file called password. So this also have got a couple of parameters, but going deep into the file is basically beyond the scope of this training. But basically you have to understand this is that whenever a user is created and a password is set for it, then what will happen is that an entry will be placed in this user, in this file. Okay, the last. So the first field will be username, second field will be a password which is encrypted. So this is the password starting with the $. Okay, there are some parameters and all those things associated with it, which basically defines it. Basically there's a salt value. You can see that basically the first before the $sign will be the same, right? After that there is another parameter dot, right? There's different. Then the third parameter, which is basically this. So this is a combination of couple of values which basically defines your encrypted password. Okay, so here you can see that there is no password. So but for a root user also you can see there is a password. So for all other users, we'll tell, as I told, that there are other users, system users. So these are system users. Okay, for these users password are not set. Okay, because you don't log in with these username. So these users which password are set, only there you will see this particular entry, specifically this entry. Okay, starting with $, till here. And then these are other values, like for example, I told you that key when the user expires, like normally when a user is created, by default 3 months is the time when the user will expire. After that, your password, you need to change your password. Okay, so these are the values for those particular things. So we will see that how you can retrieve and understand about these values. For timing, you have to understand that these are the two files. One more important file which you are supposed to know is basically the group file. Right. So as I told, there is another file called /etc group. This file will have an entry similar to password. Okay, which will have the username. Then it is said that password is set basically for it, and then the GID. This is not the UID. This is a GID. Okay, like for another user, password is set and the GID. Right. So these are the three files which you are supposed to know. Okay, what are the three files? PSSWD, this one file, and second is basically SHA. Second is the etc shadow file, and third is the group file. Okay, so these are the three files which are basically you are supposed to know. You should know that these are the files which are basically meant for the password and user account and group account. So where are the password, user account information stored? User account informations are stored in /etc password. Where are the password related information stored? Encrypted password stored. Encrypted password is stored in /etc shadow. Where is the group information stored? Group ID information stored. This is stored in /etc group. Okay, very important. You have to understand. In majority of the time you will not be dealing this file, because these files are not supposed to be edited by the hand. Even though you can do it, expert users do that, but normally you will not have to do it. Okay, but you should understand. Clear? Any questions on this?
No, sir.
Okay, so now let's look at, we have seen the user head options and all those things, and now let's look at that. How can we create a user with specific parameter. I've given some example here, so let's follow this example. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a user. People who are not talking, can you please mute yourself? There's some background noises. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so now we will look at how you are going to create a user. Like for example, I'm going to create a user called Parker, right? And I'm going to say that key, I want, instead of using ID 1000, I'm going to use ID. See, by default, you do not have to play with GIDs or UIDs. The system will automatically take it for you. But there are situations, there are some times when you need to set up a ID for a specific ID number which you want. Okay, the same ID number should not be allocated to more than two users. It is not recommended, and the system normally will not allow you to do that. Okay, so you need to be very careful when you are giving an ID. Okay, so normally let the system choose the ID, but here what I am to show is that how you can customize it. Okay, so you can customize the ID, you can customize a basically the G-code value, as I told. You can customize the shell which you want, correct? So this thing. So here what I'm going to show you is that basically how to customize the UID and basically customize the G-code value, right? Last time we didn't add the G-code value, and third basically your shell. So shell can be many things. Like for example, your shell can be bin bash. Bash is a shell, right? Then there is something called sh. Sh is a shell. Sh is basically a link to the bash only. Then there is something called ksh. Okay, so ksh is not here. Basically, it's not installed on the system. Ch is this there. There's another shell called csh. So let's put csh. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that user add, right? And then what you need to do is that user add and then username. For example, user2, right? But before that, we need to add some more parameters, right? So what are the parameters? So let's look at here what parameters we are going to give. Here I'm going to give that -u. -u means UID. So I'm saying that give the UID of 2000. Okay. And then I'm going to say that the G-code value. G-code value is denoted by minus lowercase c. And give, if it is a single string, you can give like this. But if it is a multiple string, like for example, administrator user. Okay, or I will say that the normal user. So there's two strings, so that's why I'm giving in the colon. Otherwise, it will not take up. It will consider the other string as some other parameter. So G-code value, I am going to say the shell. Shell is -s. I am saying that I have to give the bin csh. Okay, so slash bin csh. I'll just copy it and put it here. Okay, so this is the username, user2, and there's a shell. So I just press enter, and what happens that user is created. So let's look at that slash etc password file. I'm going to put grep. Grep is that command to basically filter it. I don't want all the other users, so I'm just grepping for 2. Otherwise, all the file will be shown, right? So here you can see about this UID. UID this, sorry, the username. It says that it may or may not have a password, but it is basically password associated. UID, whatever UID I have set, right? Here I have set 2000, so that 2000 will be given. The same UID will be given to a group also, GID. If I have specified a different group ID, then you do not give a different group ID. But default, as I told, when a user is created, a user with the same group will be created. So user with the same, a group with the same name will be created. Since it is the same name, it will try to get the same ID associated, but it is not mandatory. Okay, the ID can be changed. I will tell you when, why, and how. Then the fifth field is basically the G-code value. G-code value is what? G-code value is the value what we have given here. Okay, normal user. So that's the G-code value. Fifth is basically the user add, and finally your shell. See, earlier it was bin bash, right? But here I have given CSH. So let's do this. And before that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to do, it is a shadow file. Grep user2. So here you can see the password is not set. That's how you can set up, because the $sign is not there and password is not set. So you will see that the field will be double exclamation mark. So if you see double exclamation mark in the password field, you can understand that a password is not set for this user. So if I set this password PSSWD and user2, right? So I'm given a password 2 and I can do password. I can see now the password is set. Okay. Similarly, I can group for group grep user2. See, your GID of 2000 is created, which is equivalent to the GID that you can see over here in the /etc password file. Okay. So this is an important concept. Now, this is what you have to learn about the user add. So similarly, once a ID is created, you can always do with a username. Say for example, user2. See, user2, you can see the ID, you can see the GID, you can see the group name, right? Any user ID you want to see, like for example, ID root, you can give. If you are logged in, you just put ID, it will give your username ID. These all are other stuff which you don't need right now. Till here, you can see, if a normal user, if I'm logged in as a normal user, I put ID, it will give me my ID, whoever I'm logged in. Okay. I can get ID of other users also. ID user2, right? From other users. So being a root user, I can get what all information. As a normal user also, I can get user ID information for other users because it is not very sensitive information. User ID, GID is the common thing. So any user can retrieve it, right? And /etc password, /etc group, /etc shadow, this we have seen. We have also set up a password and we've seen that how the shadow file gets affected. Okay, we have also seen the group GCOS value also. Clear on this topic? Any doubts, any questions? Because we are moving to another topic called groups. Any questions? Okay. So now let's look on the groups, right? So the groups, where does groups comes into picture? Like for example, you might have played games like in your younger age, or when at one or the other time, maybe some form of games or some form of activities in your college or school days, whatever you have attended. So basically there, at some or the other point of time, you would have made some groups of people, right? So like for example, say group A, group B, group C, and in that group you accumulate n number of candidates, right? Because why you create groups is that you want to assign some common property for that group, right? For example, you say, hey, group A, you will be speaking only in Hindi, right? Group B, you will be speaking only in English, right? So there's a property which is being assigned. Or group A, like for example, you are doing some debate against a topic, correct? One says that, hey, what are the maybe anything. For example, what are the ill effects that COVID has brought in the situation, right? Or other says, what are the benefits that COVID has brought to the people? See, obviously, when you debate, you can obviously have two yes condition or no condition, right? So these are some properties which I can assign to the group, correct? Which is applicable for all the users which are part of that group, correct? So this is important. All the users which are part of the group. That means when I assign a user to a group, what will happen is that you inherit the properties of the group, right? I am setting something for the group, and that property will be assigned to that group. What property? We will see that. Okay. Now you cannot assign a group to another group. Group is the tallest entity or the highest entity, and that you cannot assign to another group. A group cannot be a part of another group, right? Only a user can be part of another group. A user in Linux or in Unix system, a user can be part of multiple groups. That is something which you have to understand. User can be part of multiple groups. A user can be part of group A, group B, group C, group D, any number of groups, no problem. But one thing you have to remember is that a user will always have one group associated with it during its creation itself, which is called the primary group. So there are two types of groups. One is primary, one is secondary. User has to be part of one group or the default group, which he has. By default, it will be, the group will be in his name. Whatever name he has, if the username is user1, the group name will be user1. Okay, but not mandatory. Clear? But what I'm trying to say is that he should always be associated with one group, which is called the primary group. Okay, because this concept is very important, because the permission, when we are going to check the permission, this particular concept is needed, or you need to understand this concept to understand the next concept. So please pay attention. A user can be part of many groups, and those types of groups are called secondary groups, right? But a user has to be part of at least one group, which is called as a primary group. User cannot be made part of two primary groups. See, by looking at a group, you cannot tell that whether it is primary group or whether it is secondary group. When it is associated with a user, then you can say that it is primary group or it is a secondary group. Okay. Now let's look at that, how you identify it. Simple thing, very easy. Look at the password file. Let's take example of user1, right? Look at the password file. The 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth field here, I told that this is associated with a group. The fourth field, whatever ID is there, that ID is called the primary group. So here I can say the ID is 1001, but I don't know what is 1001. Okay, so for that, in order to identify that, very easy. What you do is that, where is the group information stored? Group information is stored in the group file, and there what we will do is that we will grab for 1001. So when we grab for 1001, you know that the group name is 1001. This is not the username, okay? Whatever is in the group, it is group information. So as I told that when a user is created with the same name, a group will also be created. And where that information is stored, that information is stored in /etc password in the fourth field, right? And second, in the etc group file, where the first field will be your group name. Second will be that there is a password associated with it. Third field is that there is a GID for that. So this GID and this 101, 1001, this both are the same. So that means this is the GID and this is also GID, what is specified here. So now you identify. Now you can see that how you look at, by looking at the password file, you can get the GID. And this is the GID which denotes the primary group. Whatever is given in the password file in the fourth field, 1, 2, 3, 4. In the fourth field, whatever is given, this is basically called as the primary group of that particular user. Which user? This user. Here, user1. So by looking at the password file, I can understand that which is the primary group of that user. User1, what is the primary group? I can see that your GID is 1, but I don't know what is the group name. In order to identify what is the group name, I go to /etc group and identify, grab for that ID, and I get the thing. One easy step, other easy step, if you don't want to look at these files, what I can do is that you can go for ID user1. Okay, so whatever is displayed here as group, the first thing, okay, or the GID is equal to, this is basically the primary group of the user. Clear? Okay, so now let's see that how to create a group, so that we will understand more about this groups. Okay, so in order to do this, let's create a couple of groups basically. So just like user add, I can create group add. Okay, you can always look at the man page, group add, create a new group. Okay, so group add, let's see, like I'm going to see admin. Okay, I've created group add admin. I am going to create another group called sysadmin. I'm going to create another called HR. Okay, I'm going to create another group called managers. Okay, so what I'll do is that I go to cat group, cat etc group. So I can see I have created this many groups, right? Admin is there, sysadmin is there, HR is there, managers is there. Now you can see that one thing you have to understand is that the group ID, the next group ID has been created. By default, 2000 was there, other group ID created, right? Whatever group is there, it will take from that after that. Like even though 1001 is there, system has not taken it from there. Whatever is the last group ID which you have created, system will take the ID after that. Okay, that's why I told you that key. Basically, assigning a group ID should be left to the system so that it automatically identifies. So here we can say that 1001 to 2000, almost 1000 IDs are wasted here. Okay, even though you can use it separately, but basically in a larger system, you don't want to waste this. So let the system take care of the UID. But there are some important cases where you have to give the UID of your own. Okay. Okay. So here you can say that admin, there's a group which called assigned a GID 2001, sysadmin assigned a GID 2002, HR assigned as GID of 2003, managers assigned a GID of 2004. Now let's create a user. Okay, now let's I'm trying to create another user called user add user 3. Okay, and I'm going to create another user called Parker. Okay, Natasha. So I've created 3 users. So let's create that. Let's see that what are the impact of these users. So look carefully here. User 3, even the UID, here you can say the UID and GID are same. See, all these UID and GID are same. But what happens here is that UID is 2001, which is just after 2000. 2001, it is good. And the other user also 2002. The third user is also 283. But look at that GID. The GID has changed. Why? Because 2000, after 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, those IDs have been assigned to some other group, right? So whichever is the free group. So if you look at that, it is a group, tail, it is a group. You can see that 2000, there are few users like 2002, 2003, 2004. These are the 4 IDs which have been used. So the group ID will be taken from the next group ID which is available. That is 2005, which is assigned to group 2000 group user 3, then group Parker 4, and then Natasha. So here when you see that when a user 3 is created, UID 2001 is given and GID 2005 is given because till 2004 it is occupied. Okay. Now you can see that user Parker has a UID of 2000, GID of 2003, and now you have to see what is 2003. 2003 GID is basically Parker. So we know that Parker has the group of Parker itself, which is good. Okay, we are okay with that. Same Natasha, which is expected. Now I am going to teach you that how you can assign a group to another group. We are going to talk about secondary group here. Okay. So for that, the command is gpassword -a, right? And like, for example, this command you can see here, gpassword -a. You are going to see here in this case, I'm going to add a user Parker to Linux admins group. Okay. So here what I'm going to do is that gpassword a Parker, I'm going to add Parker to, say, for example, admin group. Okay. See, adding Parker to group admin. I can add Parker to another group also at the same time, right? Adding user Parker to sysadmin. So now let's look at that group. Okay, let's look at cat etc group and grep for Parker because I'm interested in Parker. See, Parker is the member of 3 groups. By default, Parker is member of Parker group, which is okay. Now I have added Parker to admin group and sysadmin group. So you can see there is a fourth field now which has created, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth field is basically the group which is there. Now I look at /etc password file. Now I graph for Parker. But do you see any changes here? You don't see any changes because earlier also it was 2006. You can see 2006. There's no change. That means I have added Parker to two other groups, sysadmin and admins. Okay. So sysadmin and admin are the secondary groups of Parker. But what is the primary group of Parker? The primary group of Parker is basically Parker itself. Okay. So now let's add one more user. Like for example, there's a group called Natasha. So I am going to add Natasha. Okay, to admin group. I've added Natasha to admin group. So I'm now, instead of going to group, I'm going to add Natasha. I'm going to check about Natasha. So see, in the admin group, Natasha is now member of two groups. One is by default, it's primary group, which is okay because we know that Natasha is member of primary group, 2007 ID, and 2007 is basically a Natasha. Now Natasha is member of admin group because I've added Natasha to admin group, correct? Now you can see that when you are looking for the admin group, you can see that there are two people who are member of admin group, which is separated by comma. And that field is basically the fourth field, 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth field will be separated by comma. So if you see some group, see by identifying this Natasha or admin, you cannot tell that whether it is primary group or secondary group. Okay. See, a primary group of one can be a secondary group for the other. Or the other way, that case, secondary group of one user can be a primary group of another user. Okay. But normally you do not assign, you do not share your primary group with some other users. It is not a good practice. Okay. So your primary group is like your personal property. You do not share your property with someone else. Secondary group is something which is dedicatedly meant for sharing. Like sysadmin, admin, HR, or someone else who want to have some common property. A user can be member of multiple groups, as I told, right? A user can be member of admins, a user can be member of sysadmins also, right? He can also be member of managers, right? For example, I can add G password -A, and I can add Parker to managers. Parker is also a manager possible, correct? So what I can do is that after group, what I can do is that I can check for Parker. So Parker is member of, like for example, say sysadmin, admin, managers, Parker. The 4 group is member of, out of which one is a primary group. How can I identify primary group? Just because the primary group name will be the first name. So by that time I can know that it is a primary group. And by looking at the where? By looking at the etc password graph for Parker. Here also I can see that it is a primary group by looking at the ID. Or basically you can look at the Parker ID. So here you can look, when you look at the ID of Parker, you can see Parker, GID this, group ID this. Okay. And Parker is member of other groups, which is separated by commas. 2001, which is admin, 2002, this GID, which is sysadmin, and 2004, which is managers. So this is how you identify whether it is basically a primary group or secondary group, or what user is member of what all other groups. Okay. This is a very important concept, and you should basically identify this. Okay. The other thing is basically groups Parker. Groups Parker. If you look at the command groups Parker, it will show you the Parker is member of what all groups. Okay, like Parker, full column, and then it will show us the what all member of what all groups, like Parker, admin, sysadmin, whatever it is. By default, the first group normally can be told that it is the primary group, but not very necessarily. Primary group identification, as I told you, as I taught you, you can identify using that method. Okay, so these are the things which I want to show you, like group add. You can add group. You can check for the etc group and check for and grep for the things. G password to add a group to the user. Then you can check the groups command. You can also group for the username in the group file, and also you can use the ID command. So these are different ways to identify what the users are there. Okay, there is another command to look for the logins like ls logins. Like, let me see that if it is installed. Okay, ls logins are there. ls logins, and then you can use for the username -u username. So -u Parker. It will give you a lot of information. This is normally useful to get more details about the user. So first thing is that basically username, which is Parker, it's UID. It don't have a GCOS value, which is good. Okay. If you want to look at the GCOS value, which we have set for user 1, user 2. Yeah, for user 2, you can see the GCOS value is set. Correct? Okay. So we'll look for the Parker. Parker GCOS value is not set. Not a problem. We can set it later. Home directory, because it is not mandatory, it is just an information. Okay. Home directory, home Parker is set. What is the shell? Bin bash. No login. No, that means no login is yes. That means user can log in. Password is logged. No, the password is not logged. Password not required. No, password is required. Login for password disabled. Login by password disabled. Yes, that means login by password disabled because the Parker may not be assigned a password. So let's assign a password and see password Parker. Okay, now I have set up the password. Now you can say login by password disabled. No, that means because I have set the password, so login by password is no. Earlier it was set to yes. That means the password was not set for the user. Now I have set the password, so login by password disabled is no. That means the user can log in, use a password. Primary group. See, this is another area where you want to grep. Okay, the primary group. Okay, you can use the grep command to, if you're only interested in finding the primary. What you can do is that grep primary. Grep caps the book. Okay, or if you want to put case sensitive, then you can use -i. We'll look at the prime grep later. Okay, for timing, understand that what to say your park this thing GID primary group is this. This is the way to identify what is the primary group of the user. Please make note of these commands. This is very important. Okay, primary group, ls logins, right? So GID, of course, you can identify this. So instead of looking at multiple files and all those things, one single command can be used to check all those things. Supplementary groups. The user is member of what all groups? Which all groups? Managers, admin, sysadmin. That is called supplementary groups, or you call it as secondary groups also. Supplementary group IDs. Managers has 2004, admins has 2001, and sysadmin has 2002. Hashed for time being don't put. It is basically value of the user other information not needed at this moment of time. Password expiration warn interval 7 days. 7 days means password expiration warn interval. That means before the password expires, right? Like for example, your password is going today is, for example, say it is 1st January. Okay, now your password is going to expire on 8th January. So from today onwards, you will get a warning message. That is 7 days before. Okay, you will get a warning message that your password is going to expire. Password changed. When was the password changed last time? The password was changed was on this particular possibly password changed on this particular time. So this is the internal time which has been set. Okay, maximum change time. This is set to 999 means maximum change time is basically set to what to say. This is set up infinitely. That means what to say. You are not being set any restrictions to change the password. Okay, running password is basically what are the process that is being run. Last logins, when was the user last login? There's no last login information. Let's look at for the user 1 which we have tested, user 1 last logins also. There is nothing set out there. Okay, no problem. So now let's, these are the information which is very important. You can always look at the man pages of this ls login to find some information related to these commands. Like for example, you can export the data to any other value. You can only say failed login information if a user that you want to change. You can set up that. Okay, but mostly are not needed. Many of the information are not needed because all the information that you have that is there by default using the ls login information. That is more than enough to give you information about the user. Okay, so let's look at ls logins. Okay, this is a login function. So Parker, so this is something which you would be needing and which you are interested in to learn about. This gives a lot of information about the user related stuffs. Okay, so now we have got 2-3 parameters before we go for a break. That is basically now changing the value. Now you have set up, like for example, now you have set up this value. Now I want to show you that, okay, how do you change the GCOS value? For example, for that we have seen that GCOS value is not set, right? So let's change, or if you want to change the bash, right? So those, and even the home directory can also be changed, but not necessary. Normally we don't do it, but technically you can do it. Okay, so we will be looking how to change the GCOS value and how to basically change the shell value here, because shell and GCOS is something which is in a shell also most people do not change, because once you are set up, you don't basically change the shell. So these are some information which are set during the login. Okay, so we have forgot to set up the GCOS value, or because of something, maybe one user changes from one group to another group or something, you need to change the GCOS value to identify it, right? So yeah, so for that there is a command called user mode. User mode means user modification, right? Changing, modify a user account. So for every command, you should have a habit to look at the user mode. So same like user add, you have got user mode command, options, and login. Login is the login name. So with this you can change. So like for example, command new value of the user's password file command. There's normally modified chfns utility -c, and then -c for home directory. C expire the date on the user account will be disabled, right? So that -c you can use. For example, you are sending a user in which the user account has to be disabled on or maybe 30 days after now, right? So those dates you can set up. So inactivity, then GID, group ID, login information, all those information you can check, like password you can change. A lot of things are like -l shell, right? These information can -UID, GID, those things you have to change. But basically we will be looking here at two basic values, which is basically the GCOS value, and basically I will also change this users primary group and secondary group. So here the primary group is basically what the primary group is basically Parker. Okay, now just for demonstration purpose, I'm going to change the users primary group as something else. Okay, for example, I'm going to change, maybe create a new group just for simplicity, or maybe I'll put as okay, group add. Group add, what I'll put, super admin. Okay, and just I put super admin. So what I'm going to do is that user mode. Okay, user mode I'm going to put, let's look at the values what we have to put. User mode. First I'm going to change the primary group. Primary group is changed by using the -g. Okay, so if you have any doubt, you can look for the either this thing, or you can use -help. -help you put -help you can see -g group, force user to as primary group. Caps letter G or lowercase is basically used for the primary group, and uppercase is basically used for the supplementary or the secondary group. Okay, so I'm going to use user mode minus lowercase g and I'm going to use super admin, right? And minus caps strategy, I'm going to say member of some other group also, for example, HR, because the user is already member of some couple of groups, right? And then I'm going to say that, okay, GCOS value I'm going to say minus lower set, I'm going to say super user. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm going to say that I'm going to set the shell. So I'm going to set the cell as slash, minus s slash slash bin slash csh. Okay, or I'll put sh. Sh is, even though it points to bash only, but sh is also another shell. Okay, and then I'm going to say finally the username. What is the username? Parker. This is the username for which these information are going to be changed. So I've changed this information. Now I'm going to see the login informations of this Parker. So now you look at how this login information has changed. See, username Parker, that is fine. It is not changed. UI, because we have not set it up. UID is 2002, which is not changed, even though we can. GCOS value have changed. Earlier it was blank, now it is super user we have changed, because this is the super GCOS value minus C we have set up using GCOS value. This is the same as you set up using the other user add command. Shell, you have changed to sh. Earlier it was bash, right? All of the information remains the same. Primary group has now changed to this thing. Correct? Primary group has changed to this particular stuff. Now, one important thing you have to you see here is that the supplementary group, all other groups have moved. So here, when you do the supplementary groups HR, so you can see that the other information has basically moved on. So if you look at user mode minus help, and you can give supplementary group, right? New list of supplementary groups. List of supplementary groups, I think you can try it with comma. So let's, if you want to see, add up supplementary groups, so you can see admin, admin, managers, right? Sysadmin, yes, sorry. Managers, comma, sysadmin. So now we will see. So if you are, if you can look at this information, now you can see. So if you want to be a member of multiple groups, you have to separate it by commas. But primary group you cannot do, because primary group only user can be member of only one primary group. Okay, which is super user. Secondary groups, you can be member of multiple groups. So if you look at groups and Parker, so you can see here, you can see the super admin. So the first field which basically denotes is most probably your primary group. Okay, and then supplementary groups ID and then password value and all those things. Right? Mainly these are not much needed information. So this is the value that you want to understand or that you want to learn about, basically about the user commands. Clear on this? Okay. So now I'm going to show you how you are going to delete the user. We have created the users. How you are now, and we are also modified the user. Correct. Now we want to see that how you want to delete the user. So user deletion is simple. User del, simple stuff. Normally, when a user, see, when do you want to delete a user? Normally, when a user's account is not needed in the system, or a user leaves an organization, like he resigns a company, he goes to some other account, right? Then he may not need that account in the system. Then, so normally you can delete the user just by simply deleting user del user1. Okay, you can delete that. The user will be deleted. It says that user one is currently used by process this thing. Let me see what is this process. Okay, so when the user one is logged in, so that is the reason. So user one is logged in. I'm just logged out of the user. And now I can basically go ahead and delete the user. Okay, so when you want to delete the user, you need to ensure that user is not logged in. So user one del is gone. So if I do use ID user one, is that no such user. Okay, if you look for etc password, yep, for user one, it is gone. etc shadow. It is gone. Okay. etc group. It is gone. So user entry have gone. Slash home. User one is still there. Now you can see there are some parameter, all the users have name, but this user ID is still there. So for that, when a user, and there is some other called ls-l slash wars pool. Okay, here you can see the wars pool mail is there. You can see that user one will be present here. So when you delete a user just by using the user del command, all other etc password shadow and all the information will be gone, but the entry is in slash home, that is his home directory, and the wars pool mail is where basically the user's mail is being stored. When a mail is being configured, then user's mail is being stored by default there. So these two things will not be deleted. Why it is not deleted by default? Because there may be something like user's information, or user has stored something, his data might be logged, but for immediate action, the user account may be deleted. In many of the cases, you can disable the user ID also. You can log the user so that the user will not be able to log in. We will see that. Okay. But for immediately, you want to delete the user, right? So you can basically go ahead and delete the user, but you may want to keep the home directory and his mail for later references, right? Which a root user can go ahead and check, right? But if you do not want the user's home directory to be present there, then you, while deleting the user, what you want to do is that you have to basically delete the, you have to use the user del -r command. R means it will delete his home directory as well. Correct. So if you go in wars pool mail, user 2 is not present there. ll/home, user 2 is not there. Correct. And then cat etc ID, of course, ID user 2 is not there. So obviously user etc password shadow and all those things, it will not be there. Clear on this? So if you want to delete a user with user's home directory and everything, you can use -r command. Otherwise, not. So in normal cases, you do not delete home directories and all those things unless under specific required, depending upon company policy and all those things, how they want to make these changes. Okay. Now, one other important thing which I want to show you is basically the aging information. CHH home man. Change user password expiry information. When the user's password expiry information, that means it is related to user's password expiry. That means when a user's password is expired. Okay, that is something which is given here. So here mainly two things. One thing you have to keep in mind is that basically expiry date -e. Set the date or number of days since January 1, 1971 on which the user's account no longer will be accessible. So you have to either set the date, right, on to whatever date you want to do. Okay, or basically there is something that set the number of days of inactivity after a password is expired before the account is locked. This also you can set up basically for the inactivity. And then there are a lot of other information, basically like minimum, set the minimum number of days between password change, between, like if you are setting the minimum days for one. So after a user has changed their password, after only 1 day, he can change the password again. Okay. So those are many information, but this normally do not fall under the jurisdiction of a normal user configuration. These are normally done by users who are specifically dealing with user ID and all those things. But it is good to know. Okay, and always you can refer the password file also. And going with each of the commands is basically beyond the scope because it takes a lot of time, as well as you can always practice at home using this man page. It is a non-destructive command. You can create a user. You can change password for that user. Please do not set any password relation information to the root user, because if you set the root user will not be able to log in if you wrongly set the password information. Okay, so please, again I'm telling you, If you want to play with any password related information, you can set it for a normal user. Do not set it for root. You can set it, but what will happen is that if you don't have a correct knowledge on what you're doing, you set it wrongly, you will not be able to log it. Then there is no method. You have to reinstall the information. There are methods to troubleshoot, but it is a tedious process. So please, when you specifically do any group or other informations and all those things, do not use root to set up. You can use root to set the password or the other things for other user, but do not set it for root user. Okay, very important. Otherwise, you will land in trouble. You will not have to make these changes. Okay. So please keep in mind in your working environment also, do not ever set any information for root unless or until you get a guidance from upper management or the other thing to set up this thing. Okay. Otherwise, you do not have to do. So let's look at something like initially like information like chh minus l Parker. So these are some of the information like last password change. The password change was on this particular day. Like for example, it was set on September 20th. So September 20th, we set the password, right? We change it. Password expiry is set to never, right? So that means password never expires. So password inactivity. Password inactivity means password inactivity. That means password is not inactive. Means it is active. So account expiry, account is not expired, right? Maximum number of days between password, these are all set to 0, means you can change your password any point of time. Maximum number of days between password change, that means this is the max password time. I mean, within this time you can change the password. This is the arbitrary number just given there, but no one is going to use this, right? So just an arbitrary number which is given. Number of days before password expiry date, as I told that earlier, 7 days. That means just before the password expiry, you will get this warning messages. Okay, so these are the information which basically is being shown over here, right? So here, let's change the CHH information for Parker. Okay, so here you can set up this password change, minimum password age. Minimum password age, for example, you can say, for example, 10. So maximum password age, for example, I'm going to say, let it be there because maximum password age is no one is bothered about. Last password change, you don't have to do it because system automatically sets it up. Password expiration warning, you can say 3 days. So just before 3 days, password expiration, it is say password inactive. -1 means it is inactive. If you say 1, so it is means in 1 day it is going to expire. Password expiration date. Expiration date, you can say -1 means by default is -1. That means password is not expired. So here you can say that password expiration date can be given in YYY. So you can say that 2021. You have to give a future date. Okay, and it is September. I will say put something like maybe say by end of this year, right? 31st. I want this account to be disabled. That means for the next year, the user should not be active, right? So it is good. So now what I'm going to do is that CHH minus L Parker. So it's a lot of other information are changed. Account expiry. See, I set the account expiry. Account expiry you can set up this way, right? So you can also set up the account thing CHH minus C, and you can set up for minus C 2021. I'll put up like 21, 30th. Let's see if it works. It should work. So account expiry. If you want to only change the account, you can just use CHH minus E, and the date. The date should be YYYY minus MM minus DD. Okay, and the username. So the user expand will be set up, right? In this way, minimum number of days password change 10 days. I mean, it will take, once you have set up your password, you can change the password only after 10 days. Okay, that is what it means. The number of days changed to 3, earlier it was 7, now it changed to 7. This is applicable only for this Parker user. Okay, it is not applicable for other users. Other users by default settings will be there. So whichever user you are going to change the password for, only for that users these settings will be applicable. Okay, so this is the information what you normally can see over here, right? So we've seen that how you can create a user, how you can delete a user, how you can modify a user, how you can add a user to an account. Okay, one more thing I have to show you is that ls logins minus u part. Okay, I want to maybe delete a user from an account. For that, you have to tell that g password home minus home administered etc group and g shadow. Okay, g shadow I forgot about. Minus a is to add a user to the named group. Minus d is to delete. This is what I want to show this minus d. So we have seen that how to use g password command to add a user to a group. If I want to delete a group from that, say delete a user from a group or remove a user, not delete, remove a user from a group, what you do is that g password minus d, and then for example I want to remove this managers group from Parker. Okay, sorry, Parker and then managers. That means removing user Parker. First you have to do username and then the group name. So now if you look at groups Parker, you can see Parker is member of admin, sysadmin, HR. No, he is not a member of managers. Again, if I want to remove Parker from HR, just remove it. HR groups. Right? See, removed. So it is a good practice that whenever you remove a user, please ensure that you have removed that user from all the other groups. It is a good practice. There are good practices, there are bad practices, right? So it's a good practice that whenever you are removing that user, first you have to mention that user is removed from all the other groups, right? And then you can basically go ahead and delete the user finally. For example, I want to delete the user, I can do user del minus r Parker. Parker is not. Okay. Not because it is not a primary group of the user. So that means Parker is not given because Parker is group Parker not removed because it's not a member of the primary group of the this thing. So I will do ID Parker, no such user. But it's saying that super user is not removed because super user may be a member of some other group because we have created that super user using the group add command, correct? So that is the reason it's giving a message that group Parker not removed because group Parker not removed. Why? Because we have changed that Parker group was initially created, correct? But we have changed the primary group of the Parker to super user. So that means the group Parker is already removed. So whenever it tries to remove a group, it will try to remove the group of the same username. So if you look at cat, or if you look for grep Parker n/etc group, okay, you'll see that group Parker is mentioned there because we have initially created a Parker group, but later we changed it to super user. So it is complaining that group Parker not removed, right? Normally, if as I told that a group user, a normal user will be having a group with the same name, but here it is different. We have changed it, so that's why it is complaining. So it is not a problem. System is complaining that the group Parker will not be removed. So we are okay. So what we can do is that we can go ahead, we can say that group del. There's a command called group del. And we can go and safely remove the Parker group because first you have to ensure that if you are going to delete the group, ensure that that group is not used by any other user. Here I can see that that group is not used by any other user. So we can safely remove it. So this is the clean method of doing a cleaning activity in your system. That means you are safely removed the user, you are safely deleted the user. Okay, so what all command we have learned today? User add command, right? User add command to create a user. User add command, a username, right? You can, after that the user is created, what you have to do is that you can use the password PSSWD command and username to set the password. Okay, you can use the -d command to, what do you say that? User add -d command to see the shell, the scale directory, and the home where it is set being set. These are default settings. Okay, this is for the information. You can use the user add command to manually set the changes, like for example, caps letter G for primary group. But if you're setting a primary group and secondary group, one thing you have to keep in mind that the primary group and secondary group should already be present. That group name should already be present in the system, right? Otherwise, it will show you error, because you can only add a user to a group which is existing, right? So that means if you are using -G and minus caps letter G, minus small letter G and minus caps letter G to give the username, for example, admin or sys admin, then you have to ensure that first you have to use the group add command to create these two groups. Otherwise, you cannot, right? So whenever by default, when a user is created with the same name, the username, the group name will be created. Okay, so this is something which you have to keep in mind. So if you are adding a user to a group while the user is created, or later when the user is created, you should ensure that the group name to which you are adding the user should be present. So you have to ensure that you have used the group add command to create that group earlier. So this is where you can use the -C, small letter C, GCOS value to change the GCOS value of the comment, or it is also called comment. Okay, GCOS or comment value. You can use the -S to change the shell, whatever shell you want, right? These are the information. And then finally the username. So this is the normal information which you want to give. Okay, the same thing you can use the user mode command to change the value of the system. Okay, change the value of the user. Just replace user add with user mode. User mode means user modification, right? Then finally, you have something called group. Okay, group add. Group add means add a group, right? So you can always have the leverage to give the UID and GID also. Like for example, with your user mode or user add, you can use the -U to give the user ID value of the system. Okay, but as I explained that normally let the system choose the UID and GID. Okay, because when you choose the UID and GID at a later value, then system will use the later value after that, which becomes a difficult task at a later point of time. So please always have the system use it, the UID and GID. Yes, of course, you are preparing for exam or something like that, then there's no problem. Then depending upon the value they have asked, you can always set it up. Okay. And then you got something called as CHH -L with the username. You can set the, you can view the information of the user. Okay. Normally CHH and -E can be used to give the password info, set the expiry date. Expiry date is set by using the YYYY -MM -DD command. This is a format: year, month, day. When you have to, so this day of course will be your future date to expiry. So once that set is that, after that the account is expired. That means user will not be able to log in. That doesn't mean the user is deleted. User is still in the system. Then what the user needs to do, the administrator need to log in, and he have to enable this user. How to enable? He have to put -E caps. He can use CHH -E -1, and he can give the username. So that means that even if expiry is set, it will be disabled. Okay. And you can use ls logins commands. Ls logins is a very important command. You can use information man page to display information about non-users in the system. Okay, it gives you lot of information. Okay, so that's the reason why it is a important command. -U you can give, and you can give the username. Okay, if a user is present, then it will give you information about the user. Lot of information like home directory, the shell, password if it is logged, or the expiry date, and the primary group of the user, which is very important, GID, last login, when the user last login, the terminal which he used, right? Terminal means this is the terminal which we log in. Last host, when it has logged, and failed logins. I mean, depending upon if the user has logged in, see, this information was not present earlier. Now it has logged because failed login, when the user failed login first attempted, correct? failed login terminal, from where the user logged failed, and SSH, someone tried to log into this user as SSH, because we saw that, right? 5 or 6 times we logged in, and then it didn't allow us to log in. So password expiration, all those information are basically set up using this ls login information. So very, very useful command. Okay. Now, after that, finally, we have some files called etc password file, which we have seen, that which has got 7 values. Okay. Username, password set, UID, GID, GCOS value, right? GCOS value, and finally the user home directory and shell. Every user will have a home directory. Clear? That is something which you have to understand. And then basically you have got something called as etc shadow. So etc shadow is where your user information is their username, and your other information like password, expiry, and all those things, whether the password is set or whether the password is not set. If the password is not set, then double exclamation mark will be displayed over there. Okay. And then you have something called a /etc group. In /etc group, you will have something called as 3 values basically will be there. The first value will be the group name. Second value is saying that the password is set or not. Third value is basically the GID. Okay. By looking at the group file, you cannot tell whether it is primary group or secondary group. But yes, by looking at the group file, you can say that who all are members of the group. How you find? Go to etc group file, go for, if you want to say that who all are members of the admin group, just grep admin. You can see admin group, who all are members. Okay. This admin group, Natasha is member of this admin group. So if there are multiple users, it will be separated by commas, like Natasha, comma, Parker, comma, user 1, comma, user 2, all those users who are member of admin group. Clear? So this is a very important piece of information. This is very important. So do you have any questions on this before we go for a break? Any information, any question? Hello, you there?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
So now we have seen that we have just one more review. We will see that what all we have covered today. Login information depths we normally not required. That's okay. So we have seen that the user add command, we have seen user del command, how to delete it, user mod command, how to modify user. Then we have seen that how to create a user, how to create a group, how to delete a group, correct? How to add a user to the group, correct? These are the information we've seen. You can also use user add command with switches to modify the user according to your need, correct? But normally not required. But in case you need, you can use these steps. Then a group add command you can do to add group, g password -a to add a group to a user. To add a user to a group. So group add command is g password -a username group name. Similarly, if you want to remove that user, you can use g password -d username and then group name. Okay. So if you have any doubts, what you have to do is that simply you can do man g password. You can say group add, administer a group app, g password options group. That means the group comes last. So gpass add -a and username, and then you give the group name last. So always use the man page or g password -- help. This will also give you information. Simple, quick information. Use a g password options group. So then group comes last. Options are -a add user, -d delete user. All other information are not normally required, not normally needed in our information. Okay. So this two is more than enough to be known. Yes, I'm not saying that these are not needed. You can, but normally these two is more than enough for our day-to-day administration purposes. Okay, then always you can use the ls login commands, and then basically the user mode command we have seen, and then basically the chh command to view the group related informations. Okay. Okay, good. So it's like almost 11:30, and we will meet up at sharp 11:45 with next piece of information where we will be looking mainly into the the permissions Okay. So guys, we will meet up at 11:45 sharp. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Print lines matching a pattern. Okay. Okay, sorry, I think I haven't started the recording. Fine, thank you. Whoever started it. So prints line matching a pattern. So grep, E grep, F grep. So grep is enough to get that. Grep, you can extend the functionality by using switches like E for extended grep for some specific patterns that you want to analyze. Normally grep may not give you. So grep minus E means equivalent to E grep. Okay, but in my life, I have only used a grep and E grep. F grep normally not required in normal states. Okay, so it says that grep searches the named input files or standard input if no files are named or if a single hyphen minus given as a file for lines containing a match to the pattern. By default, grep prints the matching lines. Okay, so in addition to variant programs, E grep, F grep are available. E grep is the same as grep minus E, F grep is the same as grep minus F. Direct innovation in the E grep is deprecated. So anyway, grep is the command which you have to use along with switches to enhance this functionality. That is what I want to tell you. So let's look on how we can use it. As a simple stuff, like for example, I've got a file here and I've got to display something called as error. Okay, from where? From a file called temp messages. So wherever you have something called error, you pay attention here that error, lowercase error is displayed. Then the other line, then lowercase error is displayed. See, these two errors are displayed. But there is another file string called E error, starting with caps letter E. That is not displayed, right? Why? Because error by grep by default looks into the is basically case sensitive. So that means if you're looking for error, caps letter lowercase error, it will only look for lowercase. If you see look for caps error starting with caps letter or uppercase E, then only that line which contains the error string starting with uppercase E will be displayed. In order to remove that, you can use grep minus I. Okay, I means case sensitive. Either you post lowercase or uppercase, whatever it is, it will display all the string named error. Right now you can see all the string. You can put it like you can put it like this: E R R. Okay, O R, anything like this, right? E R R O R. So whatever it is, it doesn't matter, right? And it just searches for the letter E R R O R, whether it is lowercase, uppercase. But you have to precede it with the minus I. I means case insensitive. It will not look for whether it is uppercase or lowercase. It will just look for the string. There are situations where you want the exact string to be displayed. There, of course, you can use grep directly to match the exact string value that you're looking for. Okay, so this is one thing. Now you can combine. Okay, you can combine basically multiple strings. Like for example, if you want to combine multiple strings, then what you have to do, you can use a pipe. Like I want to see error and kernel, right? Or you can combine more. You can give more pipe, like for example, ZSH. So when you're doing this, you have to basically enclose this within a single quotes. That is the best thing that you have to do. Okay. For that, what you have to do is that well, let's see that where it displays error is there, kernel is there. Why it is not displaying? Okay. Okay, so wherever you are going to use the multiple string values, okay, multiple string values, like for example, you are displaying multiple strings. You want to display error, kernel, ZSH, right? Normally single string should be enough. Double string also can work. There's no issues, but you have to use the what you have to use the minus caps letter E, okay, hyphen caps letter E, extended graph, where it will display you all the parameters which you have displayed in this particular enclosure. Multiple strings like error, right? Error displayed, kernel. We have specifically used the K, right? Caps letter K, and we have used lowercase e for error and ZSH. So wherever you will see lowercase error and caps letter kernel, K in caps letter, ZSH, it will be displayed. If you want to have case sensitivity, you can either use minus I or you can just combine it with I, right? Both will work. So you can see now, you can see error in lowercase, error in uppercase, E in caps case, then you have got other error, kernel in lowercase, kernel K in caps letter, and ZSH. So different values are being displayed. So this is how you combine with the different switches to basically capture some values out of a messages or out of whichever file you want. Here I have just copied for some for your demonstration purpose. In real time, it could be warlog messages or warlog secure or some file, okay, configuration file, anything could be there. Now I want to display, so let's display this file first, temp messages. I want to display a line which starts with kernel. Okay, so what I do is that I may be using grep, like for example, okay, grep. I want to say maybe kernel, okay, and I'm using warlog, temp messages. So it displays me the kernel over here, okay, but I'm not interested in that. Maybe I can use this, okay, I can use caps letter K to display it, okay. So let's modify this particular file to make some changes, something like this. Okay, and old kernel is latest, something like this. So what I want to display is that basically I want to display line only which starts with kernel. I don't want the kernel anything in between, okay, or last or end anywhere. I want to display line only where the kernel starts with A. So here the string is kernel. Yours case it could be something different, right? So what I do is that basically I use the grep command. Along with that, I can use a what to say caret. This is called caret symbol. So anyway, if you want to use the symbols, you have to basically use the quotes, which is good. You use the caret symbol, the one which is above the numeric 6. In my keyboard, I'm using an IBM ThinkPad keyboard. I mean laptop. So in which the upper character is there on top of numeric 6. That is called caret symbol. Okay, and followed by the string closure. This is whenever you are adding up some other things. So basically, string closure is good. So now you can see that the line which starts with kernel, it will display. So here also the lowercase uppercase varies. So if you're specifically looking for this, nothing will be displayed because I don't have anything. You can of course use minus I to display anything, any line named kernel. Either it is lowercase, uppercase. In case you can use minus I. Otherwise, if you are very specific that it is uppercase, then definitely you can use this one. Okay. So now this is how you basically extract data from a file. Okay. So if you have got multiple lines, for example, temp messages. Okay. So maybe you want to display all the lines. Let's use this line. That is enough. So any line which starts with caps letter K and kernel, the word string, all those lines will be displayed. If you want to just display only the single string, you can just replace this kernel. Starting with caret, it should be there. Replace the kernel with the entire line. So only this line will be displayed. Okay. So depending upon how you want to display it. Now, I want to show something like a temp message. So I want to display a line which ends with error. Okay, any line that ends with error. For that, what you have to do is that you can use the grep command and of course quotes, error, and anything. Since we have started with caret, anything which you're looking for end, you have to display it with the $sign. Okay, display it with the $sign, single quotes, and then obviously you give the file name, and then it will display any line which starts with end. So here you can say there's a starting as well as this ending. Okay, so that's why you will get both lines, because this is the only line which has got only one character error which we're looking for. It is the starting as well as ending. So both lines you mentioned, this displays this error file. This file has got error and this error. So this is how you display or use this lines. Now I want to display something which has only got numeric string, which has got some numeric string. Okay, this means number strings present over there. For that, you have to do something like grep. So you have to grep. There are two ways. Okay, you can do either you can use a cat on this particular file, and then you can use pipe simple. Then you can use grep, and then maybe use this thing. Okay, both will work. But instead of using two commands, I can simply use single command, right? Because if single command works, then why do I want to use two things, right? So it's a choice and how people practice it. So grep. I want to display what my objective is. I want to display what to say any string. Okay, any string which basically has got 0 and 9. I mean 0 and 9 means 0 to 1. 0 to 9 means numeric characters. Okay. Of course, ending with quotes, and then I am going to give the messages finally. So it doesn't give me any output value because probably it don't have that particular value starting with. Now let's me look with the just star value, and it says that there's a star value. Okay, now let's me modify this particular file and what temp messages file. Okay. So I want to display a string which starts with, okay, which starts with numeric value. Possibly say numeric value, 0 to 9, right? Anything between 0 to 9 starts with decimal, anything it wants, it says that. So it will display me a line. So there are other lines, so there are other lines also in this particular file which starts with maybe, which has got numeric value, like here is there, but it displays only the first line because I'm looking for the start value. Okay, now I'm looking for something like this. I want to say display all the strings present in the file. So any string, any line which has got numeric in it, like here this numeric is there, here the numeric is there, here the numeric is there, all those lines will be printed. Okay, so this is basically your string comparison and using the grep value to basically compare the strings and get these outputs. Okay, so this is normally more than enough for your day-to-day operations. Obviously, you can always use man grep to get more information regarding. There are a lot of other switches and all those things, but basically I haven't find many of the things useful in my day-to-day life. Obviously, many of the things which I have been using is basically -i, which is good, and -e, of course, at some point of time. Otherwise, normally these information should be more than enough. Unless and until you are into some data mining and all those things where you would extensively need regular expressions. So in that case, you might want to not only look into SED, there are a lot of other streamlined programmings as well as many other regular expressions, extractions which you want to use, like grep. Then you want to use maybe SED, awk. These are different programs basically, which itself takes some time to learn and understand. Okay, so please feel to go through this grep which I have taught you. This should be more than enough for your day-to-day life. Okay. Now let's look on to another topic basically, which is basically your compression and uncompression. Okay, give me a minute and let me open that file. So there are situations where you want to basically compress and uncompress files. Okay, and you might want to you might want to extract, just like maybe you have used on like zip files, right, in Windows. Obviously you would have zipped files, a couple of files together, and then you basically send it to someone else. Why do you want to do this? Because zip and all those things will allow you to compress the thing. Okay, so in Linux also there are a lot of commands which you can use for these purposes, which allows you to compress, which allows you to archive. Archive means to take a backup type of thing. Okay, and along with that, it will also allow you to compress also. So that is something which we are going to look in now. So for that, I'm going to copy some files into my folder. For example, okay, I've got a folder here. Okay, nothing is there. So what I'm going to do is that let me just cp -rp. I mean, I have to copy everything with permissions. Do /var log. Okay, everything I'm copying. cp var log star. Okay, everything I'm copying in from var log to test directory in here. Okay, in this test directory. So I've copied everything. So now I'm looking for test here. So I've got see lot of files in this. I've copied all these files from there. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is that I do du -sh. So du -sh is basically the disk usage command. Okay, disk usage commands. So how much size the disk is being utilized. So du -sh. So I'm using test directory. So it says me that it is close to 4.5 MB, the test directory. Okay. Similarly, you can use for any. If you look for var log directory, I want to see the size of var log directory. You can see var log directory. You can see it is 4.0 MB. So that is what I've copied, right? So almost everything what is var log, it is copied. If I look for the size of var, it says that it is 99 MB. So if I look for the size of slash, it says that a lot of other information will get, because these are, I told Dharan, these are non-existing files, sometimes descriptive, so it may not be. It shows us error, but it's like 2 GB slash. Okay, so similarly, I've got slash home. What is the size? And you got slash user. What is the size? Slash boot size. Okay. Anyway, so du -sh is basically used to get the size of the directory or the file. A single file also you can file. You can use, for example, du -sh on messages file here. Right? Single file, 4 KB, small file. If you want to look for like var log messages, maybe it could be a long file, depending upon it could be 528K. Okay, so depending upon which file you want to look for, du -sh will give you the size of the file. Disk usage, that is du, man du. estimate file space usage. Okay. So there are many utilities, like utilities are basically tar is there, utility, then utility called gzip is there, utility called bzip is there. Okay, bzip is the latest command, and then basically you got gzip command is there. So gzip, bzip, and tar. So these are the three commands that we are going to look here. So this is very useful, keep in mind, because it could be it will be useful to you in your day-to-day life. Many of the time some of your administrators, senior administrator or a manager or someone would ask you to basically collect logs and compress it and maybe give it to me, or basically you might be working with Red Hat or the vendor directly, so they might ask you to basically collect these details and attach it to a file or upload it to a location and so and so. Okay, so in that case you will need to know this command, which is very important. First thing is you have to understand what is, let's look on to the gzip. Okay, so look at gzip. What is gzip? So gzip cat is a compress or expands file. Gzip reduces the size of the named files using this is a coding mechanism. Whenever possible, each file is being replaced by the extension .gzip. Okay. So anyway, you can read the documentations using man gzip. Of course, gzip help is also there. Gzip minus help. A lot of helps are there. A lot of switches are there, but many of the switches we may not need it at this moment of time. So basically, we might need to use the file. So let's focus on maybe single thing, and let me go to remove all the other things so that I don't. Okay, what I'm going to do is that R minus R star. I am going to delete everything from here. mkdir test cp minus rp slash var log star to test. I have tested it, and then what I'm going to do is that, okay, let it be there for later use. Right now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a zip file. Okay, so you can use a -l command, C, -l, C, -c, write and standard output, keep original file unchanged. That means original file, you are not going to change anything. You are going to standard on, we have to create. Okay, you want to create it, right? So that is what I'm going to do. So gzip -c, gzip -c, that means to create a zip file. So which file? What is source, and second is destination. So I'm going to say var log messages file. There is a file called var log messages, right? I want to basically zip it, compress it, and compress it, and to what I'm going to compress it. Okay, so compress it, and I'm going to say that compress it to file called 1 minute. Say this stuff. So what you have to do is that you have to use gzip -c, that is create an archive, var log messages file, this sort of message file, and to compress, and I have to, where I have to put, I'm saying that put it in a file called messages.gz. gz is the extension only. This system doesn't recognize this. This is just for our purpose. Okay, to do it out. Messages.gz. So once I create it, has been compressed. We have compressed it. I just compressed one original file. So here I have compressed this file and I have put it in messages.gz file. Okay, now the file you see here is messages.gz. Now let's look at du minus sh and this messages file. This is basically 116 KB. And look at du minus sh file, var log messages file, which is basically 512 K. So you can see that the size has been reduced, right? I have compressed this file to messages.gz. I have basically compressed it. And you can see that the size has been reduced to 116K. Here you can see, like it's almost a 5-time reduction, close to, right? So there's a command in Linux called file. With file command, you can identify that what type of file it is. Here, if you look at varlog message, it can say that it is a normal, very long text file, Unicode text file. Okay. If you look at messages.gz file in this location, you can say that okay, there's a gzipped compressed file, was messages from Unix last this thing. Okay, that means there's the system identifier. You can see it is red in color. There's only for identification. But system basically looks into its metadata, identifies that this is a gzip compressed data. Okay, that means it is a compressed file. So we will see it how to uncompress and all those things. But before that, we will look for another utility called bzip2. Okay, so that we can find the differences of these files. So I am using bzip2. Earlier it was called as bzip, but the latest version it is called as bzip2. Okay, older version was bzip. So similarly, just like your gzip, I am using -c. I am using var log messages file, and here I am using messages dot bzip2. Okay, bz2. Right, just for my identification purpose. So I saved it. What happened? And bzip2. Okay, I missed the arrow. So you can see there is another file which got created called messages.bzip2. Okay, so we will look at the size of the file du minus sh and messages.bzip2. You can see it is 40K, right? Compared to du minus h on varlog messages, right? So you can see compared to bzip2, compared to the original file, the file has been reduced to 40K. So it's almost like close to how much? More than 10 times it has reduced, right? So with this, you identify that bzip2 is more useful when you basically compress, right? When your basically prime objective is basically compression, basically on the text files. When you want to compress it, bzip2 gives the maximum or the highest amount of compression ratio, right, compared to gz. So obviously, when you want to compress large text files or files over there, you can use bzip2 to compress it, correct? So this is what which I want to show you. Now, let's see that key how you want to basically decompress it. Okay, so when you decompress it, you can always use the okay, here also we will use the file command to messages star I will use. So first message is bzip2. I can use bzip2 compressed data, which is okay. And second, we have already seen that earlier, bzip message.gz, which is basically a gz compressed data. So with file command, you can view that. Okay. So now let's uncompress it. So uncompression, you use the gunzip utility for these. Any utility which is compressed with gz, because with just extension you can know. Otherwise, you can use the file utility to know what type of file it is. So with the gunzip, you give the messages file name. I have uncompressed it here. So where it uncompresses, uncompresses here itself. Okay. So you can see there's a file. So if you look for du minus sh bz messages file, you can see the original file has been decompressed. We can view this file messages. See what all contents here are there, all same contents, var log messages, same contents you will see here, right? Those original file, same file. du minus sh messages file and messages, right? And du minus sh var log messages, both 528K, 528K, no change in size. So I'm going to delete this file again, and I'm going to uncompress the other file. Which file? So when you see that key, when you uncompress, the original file is gone. Okay. So if you're uncompress, you can use bunzip2 and messages file. So bunzip2 also, when you message, uncompress, the original file is gone. The contents is there, du minus sh messages file. Catch messages. Same contents. Correct. So that means you can uncompress and compress these file utilities. Clear on this? Now, which location is these files are located? You can use the which command to find that gzip command where it is located. It is located user bin gzip, and you can use bzip2 to find out where it is located, because all these are user level programs. That's why it is located in user bin directory. Okay, root user can also use it. Okay, now we can use some. This is normally these are the only two commands which you want to use for compression and uncompression. But people normally use gzip or many of the utility depending upon what. See, it's all people's choice how to use, and depending upon the file size. If you have more compression, all those things needed, depending upon you more of a text files and all those things, basically it is gzip or bzip2 you can use, but bzip2 uses more level of compression. We have seen almost 10 times, right? So if you have a directory which has got huge text and all those things, and you have to give maximum compression, you can use bzip2. So now there is another utility called tar, which allows you to archive as well as which allows you to basically compress. Archive means you can add more and more files into it. You can compress the entire directory. And then basically you can create an archive of it, and then you can compress it also. Okay, so that utility is called tar. So you can combine tar and bz and combine tar and gz also. With tar, you do not get compression. With tar, you only get archiving. So you compress it, you add a compression technology. Either you can use bz if you want lesser compression. If you want more compression, you can use bzip2. So we will see that. So we will see man tar. Manual page for tar, this thing. Tar saves many files together into a single tape or disk archive. Okay, and can restore individual files from the archive. So this is what. So tar has got many utilities. You can, if you look at the man page also, you can see that a lot of information are there. Here also I see that many of the information may not be useful for our day-to-day life. One thing you have to need is that basically these information should be more than enough, right? Tar to create a file, T to basically list all the files in the archive, and then basically X. These are the three things which you normally want to see. Okay, here example also they have given. One good part about man page is that in many of the tar manual pages, not every, but many of the tar, they will already give you examples also to show you that how this can be achieved. Okay, so tar can be combined with like for example, tar can be combined with options to say that what type of utility you can use. For example, say. See, they can also use XZ, like XZ utility to basically archive. You can use -J utility to basically filter the archive through bz2. That means you can, once it is archived, you can filter it. You can also use, I think it is -G, -Z. Yeah, -Z for gzip. If you want to use -J, you can use for bzip2, -Z for gzip2, minus capital letter J for XZ, basically for XZ compression, because they say XZ user, because sometimes you might see in some other files which is composed like xyz.xz, right? Or abc.xz. Xz is a compression utility. So in Windows, you might have like many of these decompression utility which will support all those things. In Linux, you have got these, as I told, bzip2, gzip2. Tar is archive utility. It is not a compression utility, but you can combine it with gzip and bzip2, archive and compress. Okay. So now let's look into this, how we can do this. So you can look at which tar where it is. Again, you will find it in user bin because it's a normal user command which you can do. And let's move into our messages file. Okay, I'm going to delete this message file. There's a directory called test, du-sh test. Okay, 4.3 MB. So now let's create this tar archive. So tar -c, c is enough for creating. You can use verbose to give you more output. And you should mention the file name. Okay, v is not mandatory, but you can use to see what is happening in the background. Okay, verbose. F is the file name, and that is the file that you are going to basically create. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that cvf. So I'm going to say test.tar. Test.tar is the file name, and I'm going to create a test directory. Okay, so you can see that this outputs have been shown because I have given -v. If I have not given -v, it will not display. So if you look for this thing, see you get an output. I've deleted the test file, test.tar. Nothing is there. I have created the cf, output is created. So this just to create an output to see that key what is happening in the background. So you can say that when you create tar cvf test.tar.test, it goes to this directory and it goes to under the anaconda directory. It goes through all these files. Basically, it is creating an archive out of it. So you can see that if you see du-sh test and or if you can see test star, you can see the new file is more than the size of the original file. Why? Because here it is only directories there. Here it is creating something more, like it is creating archive. So it has got its own some content source. So as I told, tar is not a compression utility. Okay, tar is just an archive utility. It is archiving. You have archived a complete folder. Okay. So it is not mandatory that you copy it here. You can directly take an archive directly from the var.dot directory. You don't need to copy it. Just for simplicity, I've copied it so that you don't make mistakes. Like for example, I can directly do it. Like for example, from here, I can. So only thing is that you need to be careful with what you're doing. If you know, like for example, var_log.tar. Okay, and I'm saying that go ahead and archive the var like log directory. Like. So C. So it is fine. So you can get that this particular directory you are getting it, like var log directory. Right. So you can see that var tar and var log tar, so both are the same content because I have copied the same thing. Okay. So I'm going to delete this var log tar. You don't need it, and let's work on this particular stuff. Right. So I'm going to delete this directory now, rm-rf test. Now why I'm going to remove it? Because now I'm going to extract it. How I'm extracting? I am going to say tar C for create, right? C, you are going to create this directory. So now you want to extract it. You want to go for an extract. Normally you use the extract command. So with extract command, you can use the, you can look the look at the help file to understand that key. What is the command that you can use to basically extract the contents? So I just want to show you so that you can understand that key if you forget or if you are stuck somewhere, how you want to use the man page, right? So if you look at the man page, you can see that key extract, right? Or get also you can use, or extract. So minus S, better to use the shortcuts, right? Extract files from an archive, right? So I'm going to use tar minus x. Again, v you can use for verbose, right? And file you have to mention basically which file. Which file means which file you are basically mentioned, tar xvf, and you are extracted. So everything has been extracted to a directory called test here. So if we look at test, all the files are here. You can view the files. You can say cat test, it is from log, like var log. So you can see messages file here. I've extracted here. So this is how you basically extract it. Cool. So now I have seen that the du-sh test.tar is of more than size than the archive. Now we will be using some basically the compressing utility. Okay, compression utility. What compression utility? I'm now going to use the gzip2 compression utility first. So what you are going to do is tar minus c for create. Then we are going to use v, of course, if you want to verbose. I just want to see it, what is happening around. And I'm going to say test.tar, right? And I'm going to mention that .gz file. And I'm going to say which directory. Okay, so this is my directory which I'm going to mention. But is this enough? No, because CVF will only create a tar archive. Okay, so we have to give this as Z here, CZVF. That means I'm telling that create an archive and you compress it using the GZ mechanism. So that's why I've given two things. Even if you don't give .gz also, it will work. Okay. But in order to identify it is a different file and say that it is a tar.gz file, you can give this .gz file. Without that also it will identify. I will show you. So you get a file here. So simply what you do is file star, right? So test, it says that it is a directory. Test.tar, it says that keep POSIX tar archive. Test.tar.gz says that gzip compressed tar data, right? For example, instead of this tar, this I can use something like this. See, there's a file called Liju. I can use file star. See, Liju also is that. What is this? Gzip compressed data. Same thing, right? Right. So this is not necessary. This tar extension is not necessary. This is only for us human beings to understand, to differentiate that, okay, there is this type of file. Otherwise, Linux do not need any extension or any type of name to verify it. Just see, here it is just by looking at this file, you can't recognize, okay, this is a tar file or what type of file it is. So just to identify it, you create a name as log.tar.gz, then you know, okay. So system, when it sees that .tar or .gz, it identifies that there is a compressed file because you are given an extension and it basically changes the color. Okay. Otherwise, these things are not needed. So they should be. So we have compressed it. So now we are going to do u-sh star. So if you look at this thing, look at the size, right? Look at the size of these things. From 5 MB, it has compressed to 512K. See how much compression it has put up, right? Okay. So similarly, we are going to do a compression of bzip2 using bzip2 file. So with the bzip2 also, you can compress it. With bzip2, what you're going to do, use that lowercase j. Okay, we have to use lowercase j and it is compressed. And again, we use du-sh. And you can see that the bzip2 compression is still reduced to 312K. Okay. Now I can use man tar, and let's see that I can show you maybe one more thing as minus caps letter j. Yeah, minus caps letter j or xz. You can use xz or caps letter j to basically compress it to xz data. Okay, minus caps letter j to give xz compression. Okay, so it is again compressed. So let's look at the data. So xz, you can see xz compression is still a good compression. So that means xz is using more compression than bzip2. So look at the size. Look at the size of each file. Directory 5 MB almost. maybe I think we have added something more. So the directory, the tar, it's almost the same size. Normal case, it could be something little more kb. Then we have seen that key gz2, which is 512k. Then we have seen for the bz2, which is 312k, which is still compressed. And then we have seen xz, which is far more compressed, right? So we have seen each utility has its own compression ratio. So it has got different algorithm, which it on basis of which it works. And we can see that how the compression ratio varies from one utility to another utility. Okay. Now I'm going to show you that here you can also see the file to see that. See, xz compressed, gz compressed, bz compressed, POSIX star compressed, star archive, not compressed, star archive, and directory. Clear? So now let's see how we can extract these data. So I'm going to delete this directory here. Now first I'm going to extract tar, as I have already shown. Again, I'm going to show you one more thing, that is tar minus x vf. I'm going to say that extract test.tar. Okay, let me create a directory called dir1. Okay, dir2, dir3. Directory I've created. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that tar minus x vf, I'm going to extract this thing bz2, or directly I'm going to extract tar directly. Okay, what it does, it extracts a directory into the test directory directly into this folder. Now here I'm going to say xvf tar dot gz, where I'm going to extract minus caps letter C directory 1. I'm saying extract it in directory 1. So you can see whether directory 1 has got anything or not. So it has got the test there. See, every file is there. You can view the file, messages file. Messages file is there. So that means I have extracted it successfully. Where I have extracted to directory 1. So similarly, you can extract this thing, what to say, bz2. Okay, extract bz2 to directory 2. So I've extracted directly to directory 2, dir2. See, redundancy is there. We are good. So then finally I'm going to extract the xz. Finally zx. Okay. Directory 3. zx. Okay. Again, this also I've extracted. Where I'm going to directory 3. All right. So you have extracted all the things. So you have learned how to archive how to compress a file using gzip, how to uncompress it using gunzip, how to compress a file using bzip, how to uncompress a file using bunzip2, right? And how you can archive multiple files, right? Multiple files using tar, right? Whatever directory you want to archive, just archive using tar minus C command, small letter C command, and VF command, give the file name and the directory which you want to archive. So that will be archived in dot under dot tar. Archive doesn't mean that you can provide a compression. Archive is only to, like, it's just like taking backup, no compression. So if you want to, you can add different type of compression mechanism to it. Tar supports like gzip, gzip2 compression, bzip2 compression, then xz compression, right? And tar. Manta xz compression, it will allow filtering through xz, right? That will support it will support gzip, it will support this thing bzip2. So all these compression it supports. Okay, so you can just compress it to that using that particular algorithm. You can use minus caps letter Z if you want to uncompress it to a different directory. Okay, you can uncompress it to the same location. By default, the behavior is that. But if you want to uncompress it to a different location, but the directory should be present there. You have to already have the directory there, only then you will be able to uncompress it. So create a directory. There are locations where you don't want to compress it to a current location. Instead, you want to uncompress it to some different location. So that is also possible. Okay. So that is where you can use these things to extract these directories for this. Okay, so normally tar will recognize the archive when you are uncompressing it, right? Otherwise, what you can do is that you can also use, for example, if you are using bzip2, you can use xjvf, okay, to extract it. Both will work. Tar is intelligent enough to basically recognize the compression, and according to that, it will uncompress it, right? So even if you are not providing a J for bzip2 file, still it will uncompress it. Okay. Then looking at the man page of the tar, you can look for tar tar list all files in the archive, right? T. So I want to see, before I want to see that key, what things are there. So I can use minus star T VF, and I can use test dot tar dot right? So I can see what all files are there. I can use this thing, or I can use bzip2, or I can use whatever extension. Even if you give a wrong extension also, it doesn't matter, because I've shown you that it doesn't recognizes the based on extension. It knows what type of file it is by reading that particular file. Okay, so even if you give a wrong extension also, it doesn't bother. Okay, so I think here we have given a wrong extension. It should be basically X is it. Yeah, so X is it. That is why the color was of a different color. So for us human being, this color maybe definitely matters, because just quickly looking at it, I know that okay, because this is actually XZ, not ZX. So I have given a wrong extension earlier. That's why this file name was different. Okay, but now you understand. Right? Du minus sh. Yeah. Looking at this thing, right? See, looking at this thing, you know that what is the size of this file. Easily you can articulate this. Okay, so this is all about compression and archiving, and we also look for these stuffs. There are a few small topics which I can cover, and so that I can stress out most of the topics of permissions and all those things later, because that's a little bit complex topic. I want you to get stressed on that. Okay, let's focus on two things. I think let's focus on the networking part. Okay, so how many of you are aware of networking, IP address? How many of you are not going to cover very deeply into networking, because that's beyond the scope of the topic, but we are going to look at that, how we are going to use different tools. I just want to have a quick answer from you that how many of you are aware of networking topics like IP address, all those things, net mask. How many of you know? Yes or no? Please, quick. We don't have time. Please put in the chat. I get reply only from few people. Please, everyone should be attentive in the class. Out of 23 people, only 4 or 5 people have responded. Okay. Okay. So IP addressing is something which you need to know. Okay. If you don't know, please Google around and learn about what is IP addressing. Okay. I'll give a short introduction of what IP addressing. See, as I told that every system in the first class, we know we know that we have assigned a host name. It's just a name, like your parents have assigned a name to you. Similarly, the system has got a name, but it's for human beings to basically identify that. But system basically identifies it basically using the IP address, and beyond that, it basically communicates from the locally using the MAC address. Okay, so IP address is something which is very important. One thing you have to understand is basically two range of IP address. One is private IP and one is public IP. Okay, private IP is basically for internal communication. It is not a routable IP. You cannot basically use it for communication to the external world. Okay, in the internet, private IP is not used. Public IP is something which is used to communicate between external worlds. Like for example, you want to SSH to a server lying somewhere in different part of the country. You want to have a public IP to communicate to that server. You want to communicate to Google, right? You want to have a public IP for that. Okay, so those are the information which is basically necessary to basically have a communication with this. So I'm not sure that how much you can do lab on this, because depending upon your firewall and all those things in your setup, maybe you may not be allowed to connect to the external world. But the objective of this particular session is basically to show you how to identify the IP address in your system. Okay, so the first command you need to identify the IP address of the system is using the ifconfig command. Okay, in modern systems like in RHEL 8, which is a latest system, or RHEL 7, sometimes you might not find the ifconfig command, but for that you can use the IP command. Okay, you can use the IPA command to list the output. So both this ifconfig and IP command list the output in a different way. So ifconfig, when you list it, you will see on the left hand side, you will see something like this thing. In a system, maybe you will see more than 1 or 2 or maybe 3, or depending upon. Okay, this is basically the name assigned to your network card. So when your IP address is assigned to a network card. Okay, your IP address is not assigned to your system basically. Right, your IP address is basically assigned to a network card. I call as NIC, network interface card. Right, your system can have more than one network card. Like if it is a virtual machine, you can have like 3 or 4. I think 4 it allows you to create. In a physical system, you can have multiple network cards. Each network card has got something called as ports. Maybe let me show it to you. In the Google ports, right? If you can look at this images, you can see this is a network card basically. Typically, see on the first image you can see this, you have only Ethernet port. On the left hand side you can see gigabit Ethernet port. The gigabit means a 1 gigabit. The network has got a speed. Older network card was 10 Mbps, then it came 100 Mbps. Now you got much more speeder network card, 1 gigabits, 10 gigabits, like 100 gigabits, 45 gigabits. These all type of different high speed NIC cards are available. So those NIC cards are very costly also. There are also fiber channel NIC cards, which works on basically fiber channel, optical. Okay, so here you can see on the left hand side, you can see the port is there. Okay, there could be one NIC card with one port. There could be one NIC card with 2 ports. Here you can see on the second and the third diagram, there's only one NIC card, one network interface card, but there are 2 ports basically. But we are not bothered about network card. We are bothered only about the ports, because this is a port is where we basically assign the IP address. It is not basically network card. See, basically why I told network card, because in normal case, one NIC card will have only one port. Okay, but modern NIC cards will have multiple ports. So we basically assign an IP address to a port in the network card. So if there are 2 ports, that means we can assign 2 different IP address to this NIC card. Okay, so there could be quad port also. Like for example, here you can see this is Amazon, whatever is this, I don't know what is this. Yeah, here how many, this you can see 4 ports are there, 1 2 3 4, right? So here you can see this is the back of the system of a server, in which you can see 1 2 3 4 4 ports are there, right? If you look at this diagram, see, this is the 4-port NIC card. So this is how your cabling. I don't know if you have seen this. This is how the cabling also works. See, this is how a cable, network interface card. There's a physical cable which basically is connected to this ports. It just gets inserted into this ports, right? See, this is how. So, and this ports basically then connects to a network switch. Let me show you that if I can show you. See, this is how I can maybe show a diagrammatic representation of let me see which I can show you. Okay, this is a good example with there are a lot of things out here. Okay, this could be a good example to show you. So here I can see that key. Don't look at the server names and all those, whatever it is given. This is a simple example of like phone connector. Like phone has got different type of connector, that is called RJ11. Okay, the switch which gets the cable which gets connected to the port. But the network interfaces, our computer has got, it is called RJ45 jack, right? The 4 is called RJ11, phone one. So whatever it is from the computer phone, if it is from phone, it will connect to RJ11 jack. But if it is to a computer, it will connect to a switch. Normally it is connected to a switch or a router. Okay, so from the computer interface, a jack is plugged into the port, and from that port, it is connected to a switch, right? Network switch, computer switch. So it is connected to the switch, and from that switch, it is basically maybe connected to a router. And from that router, it basically connected to the external world using internet. Okay, that is how this connection basically happens. Okay, so just a quick thing. So here, okay, this can also be a good representation to view it. So you can see there are 2 virtual machines. Okay, these virtual machines are connected to switch basically. This is a NIC card, and this NIC card, this is connected to your switch. So the virtual switch, this switch is basically where you have got different sockets where you can plug the cable. In VM, you don't have to do because all thing is virtualized. But in physical server, you have to do this. So you have to physically connect, and from there, it is basically connected to a physical interface. Okay, so that's how basically your NIC cards basically gets connected to. Okay, so when you assign an IP address to a NIC card, then if it is assigned properly, then that IP address will be displayed here when you use the ifconfig command. Who gives the IP address? This IP address is given to you by your network administrator. You cannot randomly give an IP address. When a system is provision means when a system is installed. So whoever installs that system, that person will have a lot of details to it. What details? He will have what host name to be given. He will have what IP address to be given, what configuration need to be done. All this is given to him by the project manager or by the person or by the manager or whoever wants to have that system installed, right? For network information, who will give? The network information people will give. So normally these type of information, they will have some form of documentation sheets, or some people have it with different names. Okay, so some form of documentation sheets, system sheet or something they call it out. So they will have all these details. So person who provisions or install this VM or physical server, they enter these values in the system. Okay, so IP address can be configured once you install the system or later also. But without IP address configuring, you cannot SSH to the system. Okay, you should have a valid IP address configured. And 2 things is required. One is a valid IP address, and second is route. Okay, how you identify the route? The route is basically the gateway address to which the server is connected. Okay, so this route information here, the gateway information is 192.168.1.254. This is the gateway. I will show you how this gateway information basically works. Okay, gateway. So gateway is something like this. Just this is a simple example. Okay, so in this example, you will see something called as web server workstation is there and is connected to some box here. Okay, see this is some boxes there. So this box is basically called as a switch. Okay, and that switch is basically connected to a gateway. You see this brown color, red color big something is there. This is basically called as gateway. And from this gateway is nothing. It's just basically a server. Okay, which has got some IP address, and there are some rules and regulations set here. Rules and regulations are there, whether you are allowed to go out or not, right? What all IP address is allowed to go out or not, what all IP address is allowed to come in, so and so rules are there. That is basically called as a firewall. Okay, so sometimes the gateway will be a combination of firewall and gateway, or sometimes it will only be a gateway. Okay, there will be another firewall later after this gateway. It all depends how your company has configured the setup. So your web server or your workstation or your laptop, wherever you're working, it is called as a workstation. So this workstation will have an IP address, and that IP address will be there, and this system should also have the gateway address. Otherwise, it will not know where to go for, right? For example, you are, I am right now sitting in Bangalore, right? And many people are from Delhi, Coimbatore, Chennai, many areas are there. You want to come to Bangalore, correct? Maybe Bangalore is the IT hub, or maybe this is where your enter is located. First thing what you have to do is that you have to come to Bangalore. You have to know the address, correct? How you want to reach here, correct? So once you have the address, then you have maybe your head office or your office is situated somewhere in the location in the Bangalore, right? Location. So that could be a gateway for you to get into that, right? So similarly, you should have an IP address of your own in order to communicate. This is the first condition. Second condition is that you should have a what? Gateway address, because you should know where you are to reach for. Correct? Without that, how you can go? Because see, for example, you want to reach Bangalore, you want to have some media, train, flight, bus, walking, whatever is there, right? Once you reach here, in order to go out to, for example, in order to have access to your office, head office, you need to go through a security check or some form of gate where you can enter the office. Correct? That is called a gateway. If you don't know the address of that gateway, how will you know? Correct? You may come to Bangalore, but you don't know where is your office. How you can get there? Correct? So you need to know the address of the gateway. Who gets the address of this gateway? Your network administrator will give you the address of the gateway, because he is the person who knows that what gateway you should configure so that you can go out or you can reach your office. For in the case of my example, which I given you. Correct? So two things are very important. One is IP address, which your network administrator will give you. Second is your gateway. So if you have these two things configured, you are all set for communication. Your host name is not that important. If you have, that is good, but that is there for some different reasons, right? Even without host name also, you can communicate to the different machines. That is what I have to tell you. Okay, host name is good because not all the people can remember IP address, right? So people can remember it with the name of host name. Like for example, google.com, you remember easily. But if I ask you what is IP address of the google.com, you may not be able to remember it, right? So that's why IP address name is important, but name is not that important for communication. IP address is there somewhere, which is important. Okay. So here also I have given as an example. Here, what your system laptop has got an IP address. It has got the address of gateway also. Otherwise, he cannot know where he can. If you want to reach the other system or you want to reach the internet, he cannot know where should I go. Right? The gateway tells him that okay, take this route, go there. That is all the role of gateways. Okay, you call it as a router also. Okay, because it's normally the gateway will be configured with different rules. With routes, basically telling that okay, you're coming from this IP address, take this route. You're coming from this IP address, take this route. So that is how the router is configured. You also have firewall. So sometimes in gateway or there are different locations called firewall, which says that okay, the internet traffic is coming from xyz.com, which is not a trusted domain, which is not a trusted site, block it. That is also available. That is called firewall. Okay, so this is what you need to know about this IP address. So basically, IP address, if config and route -n. With route -n, you should check for this thing, gateway. So if you have a gateway over here, the first thing that you need to go is that and check that whether you can ping the gateway. So ping is a command to basically understand that whether you can reach the server or not. Okay, so if you can reach the server, you will get something reply like this, right? 64 bytes from destination. This is the destination which I'm trying to reach, right? And ICMP secret. ICMP is the means this is the packet which is being sent and communication that happens. And this is the time, how much time it took to basically reach there and return back. So it will keep on going like this. So after this, you can do Control C, quick. So it will say that 23 packets transmitted. Each one is one packet basically. If you count, this is 23 packets. Okay, 23 packets transmitted, 23 received, 0 packet loss. This is very, very important for you. Okay, when you are doing a ping test on a server, you are to identify that how much packets has been sent and how much has been received, right? So it's just like you are watching a YouTube video, right? Your net is very slow. Sometimes what happens is that you miss a couple of instructions, like, or maybe I am talking to you, your network is very slow, or the network on my stream is slow. You don't hear everything what I say, right? Some information is missing. So that means there is a packet loss. That every data which I am sending you or which you are asking me is not reaching me or it's not reaching you. So that means there is a packet loss. So here I can see there is 0 packet loss. That means 100% whatever I am sending, I am receiving it back. This is something which you want to understand. So if you see that there is a packet loss here, then you need to contact your network administrator and tell that. So what happens if there is a packet loss? See, occasionally there could be a packet loss. But if you are continuously seeing a packet loss, you can see 50%, 100% loss, that means you cannot reach the server. Then you have to configure an administrator and ask them, hey, what is the problem, right? Sometimes that you have configured the IP address wrongly. It's like, for example, I'm trying to reach some server like this. Some server like this, right? I don't get a reply, right? I'm going to say that host destination was unreachable. I get a reply there. Control C, and you can see NAND packets transmitted, 0 received, 6 errors, 100% packet loss. That means I am not able to reach the server. Two things: either your IP address is not configured properly, gateway is wrong, or the destination IP address is wrong. I know that there is no server in my network having a 153 IP address. That's the reason I'm not able to reach. Correct? So the first thing that you have to do is that basically you ping your gateway. Before that, the first thing you have to do is that basically ping your IP itself. Whatever is your IP, you ping here. So if you're pinging your IP address, you can be more or less certain that your internal communication is working fine within your system. Okay. Second is basically you have to communicate to your gateway. How do you identify the gateway? Route minus n command. Route minus n. With the route minus n command, you will get the gateway here. This is the gateway. Okay. In a busy server, you will find a lot of lines here, right? But there you have to see the gateway address, and the gateway address will be exactly the matching to the IP address. The first 2 or 3 lines, 192.168.1, that will be matching 192.168.1. That will be your gateway. So here 192.168.1.254 is my gateway. So I ping this and I get a reply, and I know that Control C, I know that your packet is good. So it should be right. How much packets you transmitted, that much packets you have to receive. And it should be 0 packet percent loss. 0 packet loss, you're good. Your networking is fine. Okay. So other command to see this IP is basically IP minus IPA. IPA, here you can see one is basically an Ethernet interface, and secondly your loopback. Okay, loopback is for that because now loopback will be having 192.168.0.1 IP. Your IP address is basically this 192.168.1.14 is my IP address. /24 is basically in CIDR format, classless inter-domain routing format. It is 24-bit. Otherwise, if you look for if config, you will see this is the net mask, which is 255.255.255.0. Okay, this is the net mask, and there is a broadcast. Anyway, this broadcast is not important at this moment for us. 2 things is basically important. One is IP address and one is net mask. Okay, so IP address, net mask will be given by your network administrator to configure that. Right here also you can see how many packets are transmitted. RX is received packets, TX is transmitted packets. So if you see that transmitted packets are there, received errors is there, dropped is there, that means there is some problem. Okay, So IPA will give you IPA is a newest command. If config, maybe it will go out after some time, but normally it is not used. If IPA is normally used now. So it also give you IPv6 addressing. IPv6 addressing is a new form of addressing. Now we are this 192.168. This form of addressing is called as IPv4 addressing. Okay. So this is something which is very important. Another thing you have to understand is that basically the network status. This is a network interface card which I told you, ENP0S3. This is the network name or the network card name which your operating system has given to your system. Not system, operating system has given to your network port. My system, I have only one NIC card and one port. If there are two ports, then there will be another name which the system will be assigned to me. Okay, loopback by default, even if you have a network card also, not also the loopback address will be there. It is for the system internal communication. So this is the network interface card name. Okay, the thing what you have to look for, there could be multiple network cards, but depending upon which network card is up and running. Okay, up and running means you have to start the network service, you have to have the network card enabled. So network card status should be, the state should be up. If the state is down, that means the network card is not active. There is another tool called ETH tool. ETH tool and give the network card name. This is how you identify that whether the NIC card is up or not. So this gives you another information regarding to network cards, right? What is the speed it supports? It supports 10 gig, it supports 100 gig, it supports 1000 gig also it supports. Sorry, 1 gig, that's 1000 base T. 1000 base T means 1 gig network card. So it supports these three speeds, right? There are full duplex, half duplex. Full duplex means both way communication. Half duplex means one sends and then it waits and then it sends a communication. You might have learned this about half duplex, full duplex and all those things in your engineering. Okay, the speed actually, what is the speed of the NIC card? The speed of the NIC card is 1000 Mbps. That means 1 gigabit. This is the speed. Okay, this is a full duplex. That means it can communicate both way. You don't have to wait and then send the communication. These are the two things which is important for you to understand from the ETH tool. The third important thing that you want to understand is link status. If the link status is yes, that means this cable is connected, this network port is connected to a switch and everything is okay between this port and the switch port. Switch also will have port, like both these ports are connected. If the switch is turned off, then the link will be 0. That means link will not blink. Then your link detects the status will be no. It is not important that your link is connected, but it is important that your network card is working. Your switch which you are connected to, that is also powered on. If the switch is powered on or powered off, or your network card is not working, or your cable is cut in between, then you will have the link status as no. So always you should ensure that first thing before you ping or whatever it is, the first thing what you have to do is that go and check the network link status for the network port for which the IP address is assigned. If you have assigned IP address to this port, sorry, this particular interface, like see this interface which you have assigned, 192.168.1.14, here also. See, both way you can determine, right? 192.168.1.14. This is assigned to this interface. So you have to check the Ethernet status, that is ETH tool status on this interface. And that interface should show the link detected as yes. If it is no, whatever you ping, you will get a 0 answer. So this is most important thing. Link detected is equal to yes should be there. Second thing, the IP address should be configured properly. Third thing, the gateway address should be configured. This is something which you want to configure, right? Any questions on this?
No, sir.
Okay. So how you are going to configure this? See, in GUI, there are many different tools and all those things, and then there are different command line tools and all those things. But as a system administrator, normally people will be editing the files. So network configuration files are located in /etc sysconfig network-scripts. Okay, this is the directory where you want to go. You can make a copy of this directory name. That is /etc sysconfig /network-scripts. So in this, when you do LR, there are many files will be there. But we are interested in a file which starts with if cfg hyphen and the network port name or the network port name. Basically, it will be a IP address. This will be the port. This will be name assigned to the port. So this is the file which we are interested in, because we know that enp0s3. How we know? We know this using the ifconfig command, right? With the ifconfig command, this is the interface. So we want to search for this. Where this file is located? This file is located in /etc sysconfig network-scripts directory. There it will, the file will, the name will start with if cfg hyphen enp0s3. This is a file which you want to edit. Open, edit it. So there are a lot of information in this file. Okay, many of this information you do not need, right? Most of the time, the information will be boot proto is equal to DHCP. DHCP means your system will automatically assign an IP address to you. Your system here, what happens that your system is automatically assigning an IP address to you. If you give, you can assign the IP address manually also to the system. Okay, but for that you need to understand what you're doing. If you're doing it wrong, you are giving a wrong IP address, you are giving an IP address for whatever what you want to give, it will not work. Okay, now here I am going to show you that instead of DHCP, I am going to show you that what is the minimum thing that you want to give. Okay, DHCP means your system is automatically giving an IP address. For that, a DHCP server needs to be there. So here your DHCP server is acted by the Oracle Virtualbox. It is giving you IP address. Okay, so here I am going to say that instead of DHCP, I am going to say that static. That means I am going to say static IP address. Okay, so I am going to see what thing I am doing. IPADDR is equal to, this is a keyword. Okay, 192.168.1. Maybe I'm going to give 20 because I'm not. I know that this IP address, this Oracle Virtualbox has got the IP address in this range. Okay, that is the reason why I'm giving this IP address. Okay, then I'm going to give net mask. This is the keyword. You can't use any other keyword. 255.255.255.0. Okay, then I'm going to give gateway. Gateway is equal to 255.255. What is the gateway? This is a gateway. Okay, this is the gateway. Okay, and then all the other information, these are all not needed. You can just IPv6 we are not using, we can remove it. Name is okay, UID is not even this. On-boot is very important. Okay, it should be yes. Okay, browse only, this is not needed. Boot proxy, this is not this, because by default installation it will give a lot of information. This is more than enough. Type Ethernet, boot proto static, or you can put none also. That is also fine. Okay, you can put like something like none, NONE. This is also fine. Either it should be DHCP or none or static. Static means you can't give DHCP here and IP address. Both you can't give. Either boot protocol should be static or none, or DHCP. If you are giving DHCP, then this value will not come into effect. So you have to give none or static if you are giving this IP address. So IPADDR. This is important. Net mask, then gateway. See, why you have given 192.168.1 because my existing IP address is in this range. 192.168.1. So that's why reason I am giving this, because I know that from my system that this is not being used by someone else. Okay, so this is IP address what I'm going to give 120, and net mask because this is IP address which I know this is a net mask. See, 255, 255, 255. This is not going to change. And then gateway I know, of course, because I know that this is a gateway, and default route yes and so on. So this is fine. So after this, what I need to do is that I can either restart the network, but since I am in a SSH session, if I restart the network, it is going to cause problem. So I cannot. So just reboot the server. Okay, just reboot the server. So the server will reboot. So if I go and check this Oracle Virtualbox, you can say the server is rebooting. So first I will, before SSH, I will log into this console because console doesn't requires the network connection, and I will do ifconfig command. I can see 1. 20 is assigned. I can do route minus n. Gateway is there. I can ping from here 192.168.1.254. Okay. I can see it is pinging. So that means I can reach the gateway. Gateway is an external server. So right now I am okay. That means I know that the gateway is reachable. So what I can do is that I can use a SSH session. I can say that change from 14 to 20. Okay. And now I hit enter. So it asks me for a accepting a connection because I'm logging into a new, even though I'm logging into the same server, but I'm logging into a new IP address. So it is asking for me for security settings. I'm accepting it and I'm logging it with root and this thing, my password. And I can say that my IP address has been changed, right? My IP address changed and you can see 192.168.1.20. This is my IP address right now. Okay. So second thing what I have to do is that go to /etc host and I can change the setting as I told earlier. I can make this IP address. I can say server.example.com and server. This I have shown you last time also. Okay. Because each and every time you change it, because every time you're not going to change the server IP address. Server IP address, once it is there, it will be static. This is only done during a configuration or during any change. Sometimes when there is very, very, very less chance that you're going to change the IP address. This only time you are to configure an IP address is basically when a server is installed. Or there are chances that you can configure more than one IP address in the server. At that time also you can do. Okay, so this is how you configure. So what you do, /etc sysconfig network-scripts if cfg hyphen this file name. Okay, so this is the output. This is the only minimum. See, even UUID is also not required. What is required is type boot proto, none or static, IPADDR, net mask. If you change the spelling, your configuration will not work. You have to be very clear about it. Gateway, default route, yes, because you are saying that this is the default route we are using. Otherwise, this is also not required. Name, this name which you want to identify, that is what it is being displayed here, right? UUID is not required. This is system generated with while installing. Device name you can give. Onboard is equal to yes, very important, because if you say onboard is equal to no, by default onboard is equal to yes only, but it's the best way to give yes. If you say no, then your network card will not be up. You cannot log into the server using SSH. Your system will not be up and running. Your system will be up, but your network will not be up. So without network, you cannot SSH to the server. Okay. So now you learn how to configure an IP address and how to configure a gateway. You have also learned how to configure a host name to the system in our last session. Okay. I've told you what all type of things are there. One is either the boot proto can be DHCP. If it is DHCP, you don't need this information. But these all information it will need. These three information you don't need. DHCP means your server will automatically assign an IP address to you. Then you have to log in from the console and then see what is your IP address. But if you are statically assigning an IP address, then you know what is IP address assigned to you. In big environments where a lot of servers are there, many of the time the DHCP server assigns IP address because it becomes easy. But big organizations where your server communicates to internet and all those things, then the network administrator keeps a record of all the IP address and they give you IP address statically, which a network administrator gives to the administrator during installation of the server and he installs it. Okay, but you should know how to configure it, how to change it. Right, the best way to do is that when you change an IP address, either you change the IP address and you can restart the service. I will tell you how to start the service and all those things at a later date state. Otherwise, you can reboot the server. So in a production environment, when you are making changes, you should never make changes to the IP address or route unless and until you have a change. There are something called change requests where you get an approval for that. Okay, for this 2 hours or 3 hours, your server is down and the people will not access it. You can do whatever changes you want to do in the system as per the guidance of your senior administrator or whoever it is, right? At that time, you can shut down the system or reboot the server, whatever you want to do, but within that time. But say your time allocated for the change is 2 hours. So within the time, you have to bring back the server, you have to bring the server up. After that, your server is not yours. Server belongs to the owner because his application he want to start, he want to bring all the things. So that is the time given to you. right? So it is very important that you should never make any production changes in the server. Okay, even if you want to make like IP address change, route information, these are critical information, because if you are changing it, your service may be down. Like as I told, someone is watching a movie, he changed the IP address, you are not able to watch a movie. You cannot pay the bill. You might lose your money, right? Many things can happen, right? Application down. If it could be as critical as like some surgery is being performed using this computer, robotic surgeries are being, you change the IP address, the person in the hospital dies. Correct? Simple thing, you change your IP address, but it can cause many catastrophic damages. So you have to understand the importance of this. Okay, so whenever a change is being scheduled, it is being communicated with all the stakeholders that the server is going for a change. Approvals on all those things will be taken. Maybe sometimes you will make, sometimes the project manager, everything will be taken. There will be a date allocated to the server. Okay, this server, normally these type of changes are done off hours when the business is not there, or Saturday, Sundays, right? Where you bring down the server, you make changes, you ensure that you bring the server up, ensure that everything is working as per expected, and then you bring the server back to production. Got it? Any questions? Any question? Okay. Okay, so we have learned about file archiving, file compression, and tar archiving we learned, extracting we learned about. This is not important for us. It's not basically out of topic. Okay, so we have learned these things. Okay, now we have to learn some information like your DNS and all those things. Let me see, I want to show you because this needs internet connection. I'm not sure how I'm going to show you. Anyway, but I will show you how this works basically. So after our lunch break, so we have got another 6 more minutes. So after that, we'll head for a lunch break and we'll be back at 2:30 sharp. So at that time, after 2:30, we will be basically looking into the permissions, file permissions, because this is a topic which is related to user ad, but without user management knowledge, you will not be able to understand. So I don't want to club all those things and make it complex. So that's why I put another topic in between, so that your mind gets a little bit refreshed. Okay. So after lunch, we will go for your user management and all those stuffs, which is pretty easy, basically. But just if you have an understanding of the user and all those things, then it becomes pretty cool. So then we will also learn about a pseudo access. That means a super user access. How a normal user can access a what to say, file or command which a super user can do. Like normally I told that a normal user cannot execute or cannot do other stuff, right? For example, if a user is there, right? Like for example, there is a user called for example, the user, I've got a user named Liju, is a normal user. Who am I? Right? I'm trying to add a user add test. Is it permission denied? User password try later again. There's another given, but he cannot do that. Why he cannot do that? Because he is not a super user. Right? He can change his password if he want. There's no problem. But he cannot change others' password. Like for example, right? For example, he's trying to change PASSWD Natasha. Right? Only root can specify user. That means normal user cannot change the password for others. Right? He can change the password for him, but without mentioning the username. But by default, he will change PSSWD. He will change his password. He will ask for your current password. Say current password I have given. Then I can give maybe some small password I will give. And it says that bad password. Password is shorter than 8 characters. Then I will give password which is more than 8 characters. Then it says that fails a directory check. It is based on directory words. So that means I need to give some password which basically accepts it. Like for example, I have given new password which meets the condition. Correct. Only then the password will be able to change. When it says that new password, retype new password, all authentication updates. So that means whichever I have given, it's more than 8 characters. It's a combination of characters, so that it's not based on dictionary and all those things. These are normal password rules, right? So a normal user will not be able to change the password or other things. He will not be able to execute root user privileges, commands. So that's what a normal user cannot do. But these things we can make a normal user do super user like programs by making some configuration changes, by giving him privileges. That is what we will be learning after the post lunch session. Okay. So post lunch section, it is 1:28, 1:30 you can say, and we will meet at like 2:30 sharp. You're all okay with that? Okay. So have a lunch, good lunch, and then we'll be back at 2:30 sharp to meet again. Okay, guys. Thank you. Okay. Now, let's look on the file and directory permission. Okay, I've got something to show up before we go ahead with the. Let me look with types of files. Okay, so that's what something we have to understand. So when we look into this, what to say? Yes, I've shown you that ls-l or ll command. If you issue, you will get a long listing of files, right? Files or directories like mkd or test. Okay, so -l file. Okay, so you will see that ls-l will give you a long listing of files. Okay, so now you should be able to, I should be able to basically explain you what these contents are. So basically you will see that the first column, second column, third column, fourth column, fifth column, then sixth column, seventh. 1 minute. Okay, so basically, if you look on each column wise, you will see that key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There will be 9 columns out here. So the first column basically denotes the permission of the file. Okay, permission of the file or directory. As told that key, everything in the Linux is basically considered as file. So it could be permission of the file or directory. Okay. So the second is basically the number of basically links to that particular file or basically directory. We will look into that. Third is basically third and fourth basically denotes the user and a group. Okay, so every file or directory has got a user associated. That means owner associated with that file or directory. So owner means who have created that file directory. In a simplest example, I can say it's not necessary, because once a file is or directory is created, you can change the ownership also. You can change the ownership to someone else. So basically, in general sense, you can say that the third and the fourth field denotes the owner and the group owner. Owner means the user who is owning that file. Okay, owner means he can delete that file, he can change the permission, he can set the permission to someone else. So those things he can do. That is what the owner means. Group owner means who is the group owner of that file. Okay, whatever is the group name, he will be the group owner of that particular file or the directory. So whoever belongs to that group, he can access or delete or whatever he want to do with the file or directory, he can do, right? Third is basically the size of the file, the contents, normally the contents, the size of the file. Then sorry, 1 2 3 4 5 fifth is basically the contents. Sixth is basically the what to say, month in which this particular file or directory was created. And seventh is basically your date in which the file was created. Now, eighth is basically the time, right? So 6, 7, 8 basically denotes the time and date, we can say, right? And the ninth field is basically your the file name or the directory name. Okay. I'm audible to all, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, Manoj, you are back.
Yes, sir. I'm back before 2
Okay,
3
no problem.
minutes.
We will look into the
But I don't
problem.
disturb you because of this topic.
No worries, no worries. We will look into the problem once few things are there. I will give some assignments so people can do, and that time we can look into it.
Okay.
I got your problem. What your problem is basically.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so this is what we have to understand. So here, for you to make to make you understand this thing, let's look on what username I had. Okay, I got a username, Natasha. Okay, let's put a username password to Natasha. Okay, I have assigned a password to Natasha. We will use that. Okay. So right now, the first thing you have to understand is generally basic, the common sense. Okay. So first thing is that in a simple example, like everyone, you all are employees, you will get your salary in your bank, right? Will you give the username and password of your account to anyone, even if it is your friend? No, you will not, right? Because you don't want others to look at or peep in your account and see that how much salary you're getting or how much money you have in your account. This is your personal property, correct? You don't want others to look into it. So similarly is your home directory. Consider your home directory as your personal property. Like your home directory is there, your home is there, correct? Where you live. You will not welcome unauthorized or what to say, other people whom you do not know in your home, right? You will not welcome. Maybe some friends of your, they might come and they might sit and have a tea or chat with you and they might go home, right? Some people who are more intimate, your relatives, your best friends, or maybe they might come and they might stay with you overnight and maybe have dinner, right? You will have more freedom towards them. They have more access or more freedom in your home, correct? Some people you might not even invite to your home. You just sit, allow them in the balcony, talk to them in the balcony, and then they are gone, correct? So depending upon the level of trust you give to people, you might grant access to the people in your home. So, but unless and until it's, until it is refined to your or your relate, your father, mother, the close relatives, what we say, you don't basically give full access to your home, correct? So here we are speaking about your individual. So your home is your property, right? Your home directory. So like, for example, Natasha's home directory /home Natasha. So Natasha don't want anyone else to be welcomed in her home directory. So no one else will have access to a home directory. So Unix is designed in such a way that the normal user, whoever user are there, as I told, there are 3 types of users: super user, normal user, and system users. System users normally cannot log into their home directory, cannot log into the system. Even though they have their home directory and everything, they will not have access to the system. By default, they will have no login shell or false shell. They will not be able to log into the system. Okay, they cannot log in. Normal users, when the password is set, they can log into the system. Okay, so a normal user do not want others to access his directory. That's how the Unix system is designed, right? So Natasha logs in, Natasha can access her home folder, but Natasha cannot access anyone else's home folder, cannot even see. Okay, and same is true with other users. Other users, they can log in, they can do whatever in their home directory they can do, but they cannot go into Natasha's or anyone else's home directory, or they cannot even view the contents there. They don't have permission, because your home is your safe place. You don't want others to share with you. So that's the reason by default, when a user is created, the group by his name will be created, correct? So no one will be a member of that group except that user. That is called the primary group. But literally, since it is Unix, you can do whatever you want. So you are the person who can give permission to others if you want. So if you deliberately welcome an intruder to your home and he causes harm to your home, then it's your problem, correct? So we don't want that. So you should not give permission to anyone else in your home directory. Home directory is your property. So that's how Unix is designed to protect you from others. Okay. But there are some locations, there are there are situations when you want some files to be accessible. You want to share something with people, right? In the same. So in your like in our in the system, you could see that there are a lot of users maybe in a system. You might need to share the information with others users. So it is not a good idea to give access to your file or directory in your home folder. So what you can do is that you can probably give these copy these files or contents to war temp or temp directory where others can view it. Anything is in war temp or temp, anyone can view it. Okay, but only users who have created it, they will be able to delete it. Okay, so this is a security. Now, apart from this, you can deliberately access or give permission to some folder or some users. For example, they could be, apart from the system folder, you could create a directory. Okay, for example, I've created a directory called mkdir/data. Like this is a root user. I've created a directory here. So I've created a directory called /data. So in this, I can create maybe a couple of directories or something I can create. Okay, later I can give permissions to users to who can access or who don't want to access. But other directories like boot, dev, etc., these are all system directories, right? For system directory, we do not want to give permission to others on all those things. To write to that, it is a very bad idea. And like directories called media or MNT, we do not write anything to it because they are specifically mount points. So what is left is basically temp or /war temp. These are directories where we give access to others, right? You don't have to give access. Basically, users can write to it because everyone has access to those directories. Okay, as well as root. Root user is the root user's home directory. Apart from root, no one will have access to root user. So giving permission to root giving permission to his home directory is a stupidity, right? He don't have to give this. That's a wrong administration. You don't have to give permissions to root as well as to your home directory. Okay. So now let's look on the permissions. Basically, first let's go into data. Okay, so I've created a directory called data. So here is somewhere where root is going to create some directories and set permissions on ownership so that others can directly do anything. Okay, let's create a file here. Touch say file1. Okay, and mkdir directory 1, right? Mkdir directory 1. So these are one directory and one file. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to edit this file and say that hi. Okay, cat file1. So we are good. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to log in as Natasha. I'm logged in as Natasha, And then what I do is that I go to /data directory. I can access directory. Good. I can see the files. Okay. But now let me try to edit this file. So it says a read only. See, I'm trying to edit. Am I going to make changes? Right? I'm going to write and quit, but it says the read only option. Exclamation to overwrite. So I will try write only, quit exclamation. But even though after doing that also it said can't open file for writing. That means I will not be able to write to this file. Why? Because I don't have permission to write to this file. Similarly, if I'm trying to create a directory here, like Natasha, it says directory, cannot create directory name Natasha, permission denied. Okay, let me use some other name, test. Is that cannot create directory test, permission denied. So that means Natasha don't have permission. Who am I? Natasha don't have permission to create file or directory in /data directory. So this is how the Unix permission is being set. Okay. Now Natasha goes to /home. He can view, he can see the other users directories are there, but he cannot get into, or she cannot get into that user. Let me look into Lijo. He cannot see, she cannot see, cannot open directory, right? Because Natasha's directory, Natasha do not have permission to view the directory of others, like user one. She don't have permission. Right? She don't have permission. She cannot get. She can only view the permission of or the directory or file or directory inside her home directory, which she owns, which is basically /home Natasha. All other users, she can see what all directories are there. Depending upon, he could recognize that, okay, these users could be there. She can also view the file, password file, but she cannot edit it. Okay, so she cannot edit it. She can view it. She can go to, like, she can go to war. She can go to /war log, right? Maybe some she can look into messages, but she can't because she don't have permission to view that file. Okay, she might go into like cronny directory. She can get into the directory, but she cannot create anything. She cannot. She cannot create. Okay, so bottom line is that if you do not have permission to write anywhere, you will not be able to write. By default, user will have permission to write, for example, in temp directory. So mkdir Natasha. Okay, Natasha can create a directory in temp, right? And Natasha can create a file also in this. So if you have noticed that key, when I root user created a directory or file, that is owned by root and that is owned by that user, right? And when Natasha creates a directory or a file, that directory or file is owned by user Natasha. Okay, so this is something which I want to show to you. Whoever creates a directory or file, that file or directory will be owned by that user. Okay, this Natasha is the user and will be owned by that primary group of that user. So who is that primary group of Natasha? Natasha. How do you identify that? By looking at ID. So you can see, she can see that key Natasha 2007 is the ID of GID of Natasha, and which is this primary group. And again, what we can do is that basically we can grep for Natasha in /etc password file. Okay, 2007. It's primary group. So primary group, I can see it is Natasha, right? So that is a group name. So Natasha, that is why Natasha is here. If primary group had been different, then that name would be coming here. Okay. So the first thing what you see is basically the permission. We will look on what the permission is. Second, basically the link. We will see what is later on. Third is basically the group. Third is basically the owner of the file or directory. Fourth is basically the group owner of the file or directory. Okay. Basically the primary group, I can say, not mandatorily. Then basically the size of the file or directory, and then basically the month when it was created, the date when it was created, and time when it was created. and then basically the file name or directory name. Okay. Now coming back to our original this thing. Okay. Now Natasha, let's see, Natasha can go into war temp. Okay. cd/war. cd/war, you can see there's a directory called temp. Okay. Here also, if she look for, if we goes for mkdir Natasha, she can create a directory. Good. And touch file1, file1 also she can create, right? So again, you can see it is owned by Natasha, so and so. Good. So what I can do is that I can switch as a different user. If I switch as a different user, I can create SU Liju. It will ask me for a password. I can provide, okay, password is something different. Okay, I don't know. Let me set the password of Liju. And now I'm logging to user Liju. I can do SU minus and username. Only just what I need to is that I can give his password. I given the password correctly. And now I am back. So I am into war temp. Now I want to create a directory mkdir. Of course, I cannot create a directory named Natasha because it's already there. So I'm going to create a directory called mkdir Liju and touch file called Liju1. Right. So you can see the file or directory is owned by Liju, and the file Liju1 is being owned by the user Liju and group Liju. Got it? So this is how this setup. So I will show you some other thing. Maybe what I want to do is that cat/etc password user3. Okay, password user3. Okay. /etc group admin. So what I'm going to do is that g user mode minus caps minus g admin and user3. Okay, admin is there, ID user3. So you can see now the primary group of user3 is basically admin. Okay, cat etc password. Okay, even here you can see that user3, even though the ID showing as 2003, can be grep for 2003 in /etc group. Okay, even though yeah, ID showing, yeah, that is correct. So I have changed the user ID GID basically to what? To that of 2001. 2001 is basically what? Admin. Okay. So the primary group of user3 is not user3 but admin. Now let's see that key if user3 is already there. User3 one group should be there. User3. /etc. User3 is already there, but we have changed that. Correct. Now, instead of primary group as user3, I have changed it to 2001, which is admin. Okay. Now let me log into the system as like I've logged out. Logged out means control D, or you can put log out. Okay. So that will allow. So now I'm going to log in as user3. Okay. I've logged in. I given the password. Now I'm going to /war log. No, not sorry, log /war temp. Now I can create a directory mkdir user3, right? And touch file3. So now you see how it changes. User is user3, but is group owner is admin. Why? Because I have changed the group ownership of, or changed the primary group of that user to admin. So when he created a file, it's owned by the user and it's owned by its primary group. And what is this primary group? Admin is his primary group. Okay. So here also user 3 is owned because he's the user, but his group is admin, which is okay because admin is his primary group. Okay, that's what I want to show you that not always the UID and the GID will be the same, and the username and the group name will be same. It can be different. Clear? Okay, so now we will see that key what all are the permissions. So here you can see that okay, now let's come back to the slide. I just want to show you that how you want to identify different directories or files. Okay, if it is a regular file means a common file. It could be a compressed file, it could be a normal text file, anything. So there you will see the first line as the hyphen. So this is the hyphen. So this you can see hyphen is the first line, right? So that means if the first line denotes that what type of file it is. If it is a directory, if it is a different type of file, it could be link file, it could be means character file, block file, many types of files are there. Okay, depending upon that. So hyphen means it's a regular file. It could be a compressed file also. Okay, that is also considered as a regular file. If it is D, it is called as directory. If it is a D, then it is a directory. Okay, so let's look at the directory. See, this is a I know that this is a directory. Why? Because it's a blue in color. I know. Second is basically the D in color. Okay, caps letter D in color. So D means directory. Directory means if whenever you see D, that means you can identify that there is a directory. So if you look for ll on/temp, right? So you can see whichever directory, whichever files are in blue color, that means these are directories. You can see D. Here you can see. Here you can see all the compressed files, whether it's tar, vz, 2gz, or the regular file, all will have hyphen in the first. So if it's a hyphen in the first, it will be what? Regular file. Okay, or compressed file is also considered as a regular file. So the next option is basically the character file, and then your block file, then your socket file, then named pipe, and then symbolic. Symbolic file we will talk, then we'll come to others. Okay, so if I'm creating a symbolic link file, we learned about symbolic, soft link and hard link. Like symbolic link is called soft link also. So if it is a symbolic link, the first line will be, the first character will be L. If it is a hard link, it will be normal regular file. If it is a soft link or symbolic link, then it will be called as one. Symbolic soft link is also called a symbolic link. The symbolic link means L. And one other method to identify symbolic link is basically the light blue color, and then the other method is basically the arrow which points to find. Then the other method is basically all will be this RWX will be there. Okay, so the first character or the first line, this what you see here is basically what you will see is that this basically consists of basically 10 particular fields. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 fields will be there. Okay. Basically, actually, it will be 11 field, but I will explain you that. So the first field will be basically shows that what type of file or directory it is. Okay, link file, regular file, directory, character file, block device file, all those things. The rest 9 symbols. Okay, rest 9 fields, you can say rest 9 fields. Rest 9 fields will be divided into 3 each, like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 will be there, and next 1, 2, 3, and next last 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this will be denoted as basically the symbols that you can see over here. Okay, this is how it is basically denoted. The first line which be basically shown as file type. Okay, like if you do ls-l file, you can see the first hyphen shows us file type. It could be normal file, regular file, we saw that. Then basically the three parameters will be owner. The first, looking at the first three parameter, apart from this hyphen first, the next three lines hyphen shows that it is owner. We will see how it comes out. After that, the next three parameter is next three lines is basically denoting to not lines. The hyphen will be denoting to the group, and others will be the last three lines. Okay, there will be another parameter. What you can note is that one dot will be here. That is basically on systems which you have SC Linux enabled. So normally, if you look on SC status command, you will see that there will be something called as SC Linux. By default, it will be enabled in your system. There is a security enhanced Linux. Okay, normally you will see in production environments and all. See, you might see that this security enhanced Linux to be in a disabled mode, because enabled mode it causes any problem, but it requires a lot of other things that you want to take care of, right? So as a normal Linux administrator or learners, you either in your production environment, wherever you're going to support it, you will see that if you issue the SC status command, you will see that SC status could be either in disabled mode or permissive mode. It will not be in enabled mode. Okay, so sorry, it will be in enabled mode or disabled mode. And then its mode could be enforcing mode or basically permissive mode. So I'm sure that or 90% and above, the chances are there wherever system you log in, unless and until you are installing in your environment, in a production environment or test environment, in wherever you are going to work in, there you would see that SC Linux would be in a disabled state. Okay, if it is enabled state, no worries. Then you need to take some extra precautions which your organization will tell you. Okay. So good. So before going further, we will. I just want to show you the other type of files, because those type of files we cannot create. Those are special type of files. So character files are basically like the terminal. Like for example, I am doing LL here, right? I am doing PWD. This is a terminal on which I am doing, right? Though these are basically the terminals. You can see that TTY terminals are there. Like so, these are the terminals. So that's why you can see the C over here. Character files. Character files are the files which are terminal files. All right. Then you have got something called as block files. So block files are like this. See, you can see these are block files. SDA, SDB. So these are SD, anything under Dave, like /DV SDA. So SD basically denotes the hard disk. SDA means your first hard disk in your system. SDA1 means your first partition. SDA2 means second partition. So these are block devices. Block devices are the devices in which you can write to. Like you're basically writing to a file, but where it is actually writing to, you are writing to a block device. You are writing to a file. Sorry, you are writing to a block device, which is basically your hard disk. Okay, so that is block device. A hard disk, it could be USB drive, it could be a CD drive, whatever it is. Block device where you can write to. So that is basically block. And then few other files are there which maybe that are mainly programming files, like socket files or something like that, which I don't have access to right now. But normally if it is a socket file, then basically it will be shown as S in the beginning. If it is a pipe file or something like that, then it will be shown as P. Okay, basically needed when programmers use it for some purpose. Otherwise, as a normal even the character file also maybe you don't need. Directory, regular file, block device to see if it is a block device or not, and then obviously symbolic links. That's what you want to identify. But you should know these characters. Right? Apart from this, there are no other characters that normally you can see in Linux. So now let's look at these files. Okay, now Linux has got 4 basically permissions. One is read, second is write, and second is executable. Okay, and 4th permission is hyphen. Just it is hyphen, that means denied. That means that permission is not there. Okay, so if you see just hyphen, that means that particular field is not set. So that means each of these field, that means the NaN fields over here, right? We will talk about these. We'll talk about these NaN fields, right? Out of these 10, 11 fields, the first field will be your type of file or directory. The second, then the NaN parameters are divided into 3 each, 3 plus 3 plus 3 NaN. And then last, where you see the dot, that means that is SC Linux enabled. If SC Linux is disabled in your system, then and after SELinux disabled, your system should be rebooted. Okay, and when you reboot your system, you will not see a dot here. So if you see dot here, then you need to understand that this system has got SELinux enabled. Simple thing. Even without SE status command itself, you can see that your system, if you have a dot here, then you have to understand in your system the SELinux is enabled. Okay. So anyway, that is beyond the scope. We are interested in the first. That's why I told you that total will be 11 fields basically in the first field itself. So first field, we have seen that the last second NaN fields, that is what we are going to look into. Okay, so second NaN fields, I told you it is divided into 3 parts each, like this thing. Okay, the first 3 part is basically denoting to the permission of the user. Which user? This user, who is owning this file. Second field denotes the group, this group, which is highlighted here, which is root. For if I'm talking about anaconda.-case.cfg, the first 3 field basically denotes the permission for the root user or the who is owner. So here the owner is root. And second 3 fields basically denotes the permission for the root user, which is basically not user, which is root group. Okay. And the other 3 is basically for the users which do not fall under these 2 categories. See, there are basically, as I told, that owner, group, and others. Owner means who is the owner. You can have only one owner for a file, for a directory. Group, you can have only one group, but you can have many users in that group. Okay, so others means all the other. There may be hundreds or thousands of users in the system. So all the other users fall under others category. Okay, now for each of these fields, you can have only what? 3 permissions: read, write, and execute. These are the maximum permission that you can see in this, that you can give to this condition. So you can give read, write permission to this first category, read, write, execute for the second category, read, write, execute for the third category. So read, write, execute for the owner if it is RWX. If the second field is RWX, then means read, write, execute permission for the group. If for the third category, if it is RWX, then that means read, write, execute permits for the third category. RWX means complete permission. That is a maximum permission that you can give in a system. Okay, you can have like this also, read --. That means this user or the first user, right? If you give like this, basically there won't be any space. Okay, so just for your understanding, I'm just putting up a space here. So if it is like this, that means only the owner has got the read permission. Group and others have no permission. Okay, but if I give read, write, execute, so this would mean that owner has got read, write, execute, but group and others have no permission. I can put it like this: read, execute, and hyphen. That means the owner has read, write, execute, group has read, execute, but no write permission. Okay, it is not necessary that you have to give like this, or it is not necessary that you have to give this. Anyway, you when during writing when given anyway, but this is the condition. Okay, now let's look at that pictorial diagram, which will give you more explanation. So here you can see the file, FILE file here, ls-l. You can see the owner is root, the group is the root owner, and it has 0 content because nothing is there. It was created in November 19, 23:49 time hours. Okay, so it is a normal file, and this has got read, write permission for the owner. See, RW hyphen. That means the owner do not have execute permission. Then group has only read permission. Read, write is write and execute is not there. Others also has got only read permission. That read and write and execute is not there. So read, you have all understand what is read. Read means you can open the file, you can cat. Okay. Write means you will be able to write to that directory. Okay, that write to that file or directory. Okay. Execute means 2 different things are there. For a file, execute means you can run that file. Normally in Windows, you have like .exe, which you can run, right? Which you can run to install a program, or .msi file, which you can double click to start a program, right? But in Linux, there is nothing. I told you that there is no extension in Linux, right? So if you want to run a program, like for example, you want to run a file, correct? You can write a simple bash script or any small program which you can run. So if you want to run it, you can just give execute permission to it and just run it, and that program will run. I will show you how to do that. So that is what execute permission means for a file, right? So unnecessary, we do not want to give execute permission for a file. You want to give execute permission for only a program which has got some executable contents. For a normal text file or other file, tar.gz file, these you do not want to give execute permission because it is of no use, right? Execute permission for a directory means if you have got execute permission for a directory, that would mean that you can get into that directory, you can cd to that directory. If you do not have execute permission, you cannot cd to that directory. So that is the execute permission for directory and for file. The rest, read and write, remains the same. So let's look into some of the examples, and then you will be able to understand it. So now I'm back to this data directory. Here you can see that. Okay, let's show me. Let's try to. Permission. Okay, normally what happens that I see you can set the permission in Unix in two ways, either using the numeric format or using the RWX format. Okay, I normally am much comfortable with numeric format, but I will show you both, right? It depends upon you that key how you want to do it, right? So zero permission means hyphen hyphen hyphen. If there is zero permission, there is hyphen hyphen hyphen. If it is only read permission, that means, sorry, if it is only execute permission, that means 1. 1 is for X. 2 is for write, that only write, W. Okay. Write and execute means 2 plus 1. So write and execute. 2 plus 1, 3. So 3 means write and execute. 4 means read. You have only read permission. Okay. Then read and execute means 5. 5 means 4 and 1. 4 plus 1, 5. Okay. So read and execute. Read and write means what? 4 plus 2. Read and write. Read is 4 and write is 2. So 4 plus 2, 6. 6 means read and write. And 7 means read, write, execute, full permission. So that means read is 4, write is 2, and execute is 1. So 4 plus 2, 6 plus 1, 7. So 7 means full permission. Okay. So now let's look on how this permission can be granted. So if I'm saying that ch command to give permission is basically ch mode, change mode. Okay. You can always look for the man page of change mode, right? Change the file mode bits. This is basically the permission. You might see some example. Let me see. No, there is no example here. But of course, you can look for the switches and all those things. But there is no much need for the switches because only -R may be needed. Otherwise, rest all the things is not needed at all. Okay. But yes, obviously, you can go through and read this description. This is very important. You will understand much more about what is being told about. Okay. So ch mode. I'm going to give the, so here in the directory, you can see the directory, the permission is basically read, write, execute. That means the owner can do anything, read, write, execute, full permission he has got. The group, root. By default, the root do not have any other member in his group owner because it's his primary group. And I can see that the root owner has only read and execute permission, no write. That means anyone who is under, who, even if he is a member of root user, he can only read and execute. He can get into the directory. He can view it, nothing more than that. He cannot delete it. He cannot create, nothing. Same is true with others also. Others also can get into. That's why Natasha, if Natasha logs into this directory, like for example, Natasha is logged into the directory, he can go into data. Like Natasha can get into the directory one. Why? Because she has got execute permission here, right? Others, because where she has got, Natasha falls under others category, right? Because Rx, owner is root, group is root. So then whoever is falling under others category, it could be Natasha, it could be Liju, it could be user 3, whoever it is, they all come into others category. So others category means they have only read and execute permission. So now let's change the permission. I am giving full permission to everyone, like 777. 7 means the first permission for user. If I want to give others 00, then what I want to give? Directory 1. Okay. Then what will happen? See, 7. Read, write, execute. Others will have 000 permission. So now if I log into this directory, sorry. Natasha, now if I am going to log into the data, that is good. Now if I am going to see directory 1, it will not allow to get into the directory itself. Say that permission denied. Earlier, I could basically go and do, but now I cannot. Why? Because now others don't have any permission. See, now if I come back and I change the permission to basically say 700, still I cannot, because I have given permission to root group, but the nominee is member of root group. So still I cannot log in, right? I am trying to log into change to CD, I cannot. Now, if I give the permission like 777, I'm giving the full permission to directory 1. Although it is not a good idea, but still, if you want for some purpose, you can give. Giving full permission to a directory is not a good idea. Okay. Security point of view, if I'm speaking, specifically in production server and all those things. In a test and all those things, maybe you can give depending upon where you are giving this permission. But specifically not in home directory for sure. So now let me log into this and see that if I can get to this directory, I can. See, I can get into this directory. Now let me see, I can write something to this. Yes, I can write to it, right? Where I am, I'm located in data directory 1. And Natasha can write into it. Why? Because we have given permission for everyone, right? Everyone has got read, write, execute permission. You can see that color of this directory also has changed now. Right? So when you give full permission to it, the color of this thing changes. And you can read, anyone can write it. Anyone can write it. So for example, now it is Liju, right? So I'm logged in Liju, I go to data directory 1, right? I can go into that. So it is owned by Natasha. I can do mkdir Liju. Liju can also create because he also has got write permission. rm-f Natasha. He can also delete that. Even if the directory was owned by others, he could delete that. Why? Because this is what he could do. Because that user could basically delete it. Because that user had got the right permission to on that particular directory. Okay. So that is what we are able to do that. So now for this file, right? File, let's log into this as Natasha. Okay. And where is it? File. Okay. Let me open that file. I can view it because I have got read permission. Others have got read permission. If I remove this read permission, chmod, maybe I can say I want only 440. Okay, file 1. So 440 means read. 0 means others have got 0 permission. So now if I am trying to read that permission as Natasha user, is a permission denied because I don't have read permission to that. Right? If I want to give, then I want to give either the read permission for that user. So read permission for that user means I can go ahead and I can go ahead and read that particular file. Correct? That's how you do it. Now, let's put some executable contents into it. So now I'm saying that executable command. So I'm going to say executable. I'm going to write a so why I'm getting a read-only example, because it is a read-only file, because I don't have write permission. But root can overwrite anything. That is one thing I told you initially also. So even if whatever permission you set for root, the root can overwrite it, specifically the permissions and all those things. For safety persons, I'm just giving the read permissions for other, or maybe for root, I can say that I can say 644. Okay, now we are good. Root has got read write, others has got read and read permission. Now I'm going to write something to this. Maybe I'm going to write a small script file. I'm saying that script file, normally what you do is that you write in this format, bin bash. Okay, and I'm saying that echo $hostname. Okay, I'm saying that or I will say that welcome to this thing. Okay, this is good. So now what I'm going to do, I can directly execute it using the bash command, bash file1. Okay, is that welcome command not found? So that means that welcome is something which is not, it is not recognizing. So for that you have to do something like this. Okay, welcome to, because welcome will not be recognized, right? Even though hostname can be recognized, but welcome cannot be recognized. Welcome to cannot be recognized as a command. So I put echo. So now what I have to do is that bash file. So this you can see that hostname has been converted to this thing. Okay, I can put something more. I can say that's I can put something like this thing. Echo. You are logged in as log name. You are logged in as this thing. Okay, so you can write it. You are logged in as root. Cool. Or maybe you can write it as that something like this. Hello. Log name. Right. Welcome to this thing. You can put something like this. Then you can execute it. See, hello root. Welcome to server.example.com. So this is good. So I'm putting it as a bash because I'm specifically telling to use bash to execute. So bash is a command basically, as I told, that it's a shell script. You can write small, big programs for automation, all those things. That again, it's a different course and a lot of things. Okay, bash itself is a basically there are a lot of things to learn. It's a programming type of language. Okay, so now I can do that, but basically I want to execute. I want to make this file executable, right? Executable file means when you change the executable file, it will change to green in color. So because if you look at anything in user bin, you can see all files are basically green in color, most of the files. So you can see that. Why? You can see read, write, execute, read, execute, read, execute. It has got execute permission. Execute permission means you can directly read it. Okay, how you can do that? How you can directly execute it. So let's see that. Chmod execute permission. I can give execute permission for whomever I want. So maybe I'm not going to give it to others. Just for a normal user. This just for myself. I am going to change the permission to 744. So now you can see that file has changed. I got read, write, execute permission here, right? So if I want to execute here, I just want to type file1, right? /file1. File1 will not work. Why? Because file1 is not working. Can anyone tell me why file1 cannot work? I have told this in yesterday's class. Can anyone tell me that file1 will not work and how can I make it work? On the chat, or you can speak. Can you hear me? Yeah, tell me why file1, when I execute file1, it says that command not found, and how can I make it work? Anyone here? I've explained to you yesterday. In yesterday's session, I have explained this. No one? So you're not paying attention to the class. Okay, let me explain you once more. So file1 we are not doing, it clearly says that command not found. Why it command not found? Because it is looking into its path, right? if you look at $path, it doesn't finds data in its path, right? So where I am currently, I am in data, right? It doesn't finds me in its path. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add data to its path. How you are going to add? Path is equal to, I'm going to add $path full column, because I want to add another path, right? I'm going to add data. Right now, if I do echo $path, data is in its path. Now, if I do file1, what will happen? It will execute and show me the output, right? Because now this is a command. Now this has become a command, or because it is an executable, right? Now you don't have to put /. So this is normally what we do when we want to execute some program regularly, and you don't want to put // or something like that, and you want to put that in your path. And of course, if you want, you can edit this ls-la, and you can edit this .bash_profile, right? And so that every time you log in, you can put data under its path like this, full colon. You can put like this, full colon /data. So every time you log in, you can just execute command directly. Okay, so I'm just removing it because we don't want that. Clear? So this is how you execute the path command, or you make something as an executable. Now let's log into let's move into /Natasha. It's an executable file. Let's Natasha try to execute it, but it says that permission denied because Natasha do not have execute permission, right? So now let's give execute permission to others. What I'm going to chmod, I'm going to say, I'm not going to give write permission. I'm only going to give execute permission for root and others, and file1. And I can see others have got read and execute. They cannot write to it, right? Natasha can log in and Natasha can open the file, but she cannot write anything. See, changing a write only permission. Even if she forcefully write, she cannot write, right? She can execute, but now she can execute because we have given execute permission to Natasha for file1. Clear? So this is how the read write execute permission works. Okay. So you can also give this permission in another way, like chmod, and you can do something like I'm not much used to that because I normally have use this. You can use this operator cause you can use the plus sign to do this, and you can use read write execute permission, and you can use chmod plus read write execute for file1. Okay, so read write execute permission is there, and but this, for this you have to specifically mention not this. You have to say, like, for example, I have to remove read write execute permission for file. I can remove it. See, every permission read write execute for everything has been removed. So I can give like plus honor no. Combination of you to the user access to the user who owns it's you. Permission. chmod user group others plus read write execute file 1. User plus read write anyway, we will look into it later. Maybe I'm more probably used to this chmod permission, but there are other ways also. I told you that there are multiple ways. I'm basically more used to this numeric terminal, and because that is more easy to operate. Okay, and you can give this permission to this file, and very easy to do this. So you can give this permission, for example, for directory. If you want to look on chmod, you want to delete, remove the permission, write permission for others. Just want you to do is that read, write, execute for all, and maybe say read and execute permission. Read and execute means 4 and 1 5 5 5, and read and execute permission for others for directory. So I'm just using this directory one, and I'm good. So you see, read, write, execute, read, execute, read, execute. So this is how you basically set the permission. Okay. So let's see that if I have got some other things set up, many people use that, but normally this is something which we normally use, which is pretty easy. Okay, I think, yeah, I think it is, we can use it in this particular format. Let me see, let me show you. User mode, not user mode, chmod, user plus user minus execute file 1. Okay, so we can say in user mode execute permission is removed. Okay, so in user mode execute, read, write, all these three removed, and you can see all these permission for this is being removed. And for group, you can remove all these three, right? And then you can see group also removed. For others, I think it is O. Yeah, others also it is removed. So if you want to deliberately add something, maybe you can add, like for example, user. You can add, like for example, add RWX in any format it will take, XWR or whatever it is. Then group, group add, read, execute. It will only take, I think, one at a time. Okay, user I've added up, and this permission is set. And you have to set the permission for group. You can group, you can add up, read, and execute. So that is enough. So that permission is also set. For others, I don't want any permission. So you can deliberately set up what permission you want to set up for a particular file. But I feel the numeric to be more comfortable because I've been using for a very long time. And anyway, it's your choice. Whatever you want to wish to learn, you can do that. Okay. So that's how you basically set it up for giving the permissions and all those things. Now I want to show you some more things basically for the ownership. So here you can say that it's in directory, and I want to change the ownership of this one. Ownership means I want to change the owner of this file to some other user. Okay. So say chown. Chown is basically change the ownership. Change the ownership to Natasha. Change chown Natasha to file 1. So I'm changing the ownership of this file to Natasha, only the file. Okay, I want to change both, then I have to say, I can say Natasha : Natasha. Okay, now I'm changing the ownership of the user as well as Natasha. Now Natasha has full control of this file. Right now you can see, even if I have not specifically mentioned the permission, already the permission of this root owner was who? Read, write, execute was the permission. Now when I change the permission to Natasha, the read, write, execute for the file automatically Natasha gets, right? So Natasha is now owner of this particular file. So even if I log into this system as Natasha, and I can directly execute what? File 1, right? Because even others don't have access to this, but Natasha has got read, write, execute, right? Read, write, because Natasha is the owner. So Natasha can execute it. Okay. Now there are something like I'm just copying the file to cp file1 to directory 1. Okay. Now if I want to recursively change, the recursive means whatever is in the directory, that you can directly change the permission of a directory. Okay. But if you want to change the permission of a directory recursively, means whatever is inside that also you want to change. So you can do for both chmod also, not chmod, chmod -r means whatever is inside that. Okay, so now I'm going to change the permission to Liju, and I'm going to change the permission to admin. Admin as a group I want. Okay, only owner is Liju, but the group owner is admin. So I'm going to say directory, and recursive means whatever is inside that. So if you look at directory 1 has got Liju as the owner. So now Liju can change the permission or change the ownership and all those things for directory 1. But this group owner is admin. So group owner admin means admin can only read and execute, nothing more. Means whoever falls under admin group. Natasha, if is an admin group, Natasha can only read and execute. Now, others can only read execute. So if I look at directory 1, inside directory 1, you can see same permission is inherited. What are permission is there? The permission is inherited. Liju is the owner, Liju is the admin, is the group owner. Okay, and others are zero permission, depending upon the what permission you have given. Okay, same permission you can use ch mode also. Ch mode if you can put, if you want directly, I want to give say only read permission. So I want to say read execute read permission, but recursive permission on a directory is not that good. Why I will say why it is not good. For example, if I'm going to say read execute, for example, I have created a file directory 1. I am going to touch file 2. Okay, touch ABC. Okay, these two files are there. I'm under this directory and I want with ch mode. Ch mode and recursive. And recursive, I'm saying that give the permission as 744. Okay, to directory. Okay. Now what will happen is that I have changed the permission from that 744. That means only owner can get into and execute this, get into this directory. Others can only read. But this doesn't make any sense, because at least minimum the user should be able to either you give 0 permission, because if you don't want others to get into that directory. Okay, but yes, if you want others to get in that directory, then of course you need to give 5 permission. Only then the user will be able to get into the directory. Maybe they want to view something, but they cannot delete it. So we are good. We have given the permission. But what the problem here is that all the other files has become executable. And because this was a normal file, there is nothing in that. Why should I give execute permission for a normal file? It's a security risk. So recursive permission, specifically when you are doing, you should be very careful. You should not give recursive permission unless and until you know what you are doing, right? Because you will give unnecessary permission. See, one golden rule you have to remember is that whenever you are giving a permission, right, or ownership, you want to give only the minimum permission. That is what is required, only that permission. Don't give all the permission. And then you realize he didn't want this permission. He just has give. For example, the earlier access, right? Example which I gave you. You trusted a friend. Maybe you give full access to your home, and once you are not in home, you gets into the system and he robs everything from your home and goes away, right? What the problem is? You giving unnecessary permission or freedom to the user. Got it? So it is very important that you give only the permission which is necessary. If a user wants to get into the, you give permission only for the user to get access to your sit out, or basically for your in your presence, right? So that is what you have to give limited access. So in the system also, you have to give, a user wants to write to a directory, you give permission only to the directory, not entirely in whatever in that directory he wants to write. If a user says, I want to access /data XYZ directory, give permission only to XYZ directory. Giving full permission to /data is a foolishness. Correct? So you have to be very careful when you give permission. It is very, very important. Okay. Giving wrong permission can cause you many problems. So please understand that. Okay. Now, okay, I think I've got the other one also. If you want to say, ch mode, right? Ch mode, and if you want to set multiple permissions at the same time, for example, I've got to set permission for file one. So what I'm going to do is ch mode. I'm just showing you with the user, which I had some issues with earlier. So for example, user, I want to give permission. So user, I'm going to give read, write, execute, full permission I have to give. Okay. I have to use basically comma. I forgot that because I'm not much used to this particular mechanism. And for group, I'm saying that, okay, for group, you are giving read and execute. That is fine because I know that this file is something which it is execute. I don't want others to do anything. Okay. Group, others also you can maybe read and execute. There's no problem. Okay. So others also I'm saying read and execute, and then I give file name. Okay. So it is done. So you can say file one, read, write, execute, read, execute, read, execute. There is no write permission. If you want to revoke any permissions, for example, others, I don't want the permission, so I can use ch mode. Others minus read and execute. I am revoking. I mean, I'm deleting the permission. So you can say others. See, others read, write, read, execute permission is gone. So both methods you can use, whichever method you are more comfortable with, which you feel more easy. You can use both of these files to look on. Okay, so good. With that, so okay, now I have to show you something which is which you may not need it every now and then, but for example, which password. You can see bin password. Let's look at the file. Okay, you can see that bin file is there, but you can see that this file has got some specific permission, right? Some green, red in the background, and this thing, and you can see something called S here, right? So this is called basically called set UID permission. So why it is called like that? See, ls-l/etc shadow. Okay, when you look at the shadow file, you can see that key no user or your root user also will have read write here. But the root user, even if you don't give permission also, he will have overwrite. Okay, he will have full permission. So even though no user have got read write execute permission in this, but still when I change the password, right? See, when I change the password, where it is written, it is normally written to shadow file, correct? But normal user don't have write permission to the shadow file. How come he write this thing over here? That is where set UID comes into picture. That is called as set UID. Set UID means when you are running this password command, right, you are basically running it on behalf of the root user. Okay, That will only happen if a set UID is set on this particular file. Okay, otherwise not. So set UID can be easily set on this. For example, if I want to set this file 1, so what you have to do is that you can simply use chmod command, right? Chmod command, and normally you only give like this permission, like file 1, right? So what happens is that all read, write, execute for user, others read, execute, and read, execute. Okay, so giving like this or giving like this, both are same, right? Both are same. It does not have any other thing. But when you set SEOID, so the first there, instead of 3 characters, the 4th character which comes into the picture is basically this thing. So if you have to give here the number 4, so when you set up 4 here, then what it will become is that this file will become similar to this, right? It has become set UID permission. That means even if a normal user, whenever if a normal user runs this file, but this file will be, or this particular file will be executed on behalf of the owner. Who is the owner? Liju is the owner, right? Here, who is the owner? Root owner. So whoever is executing this file, he will execute this file on behalf of the owner. So that means if a owner, if there is something, this file has to do something. So maybe this file can write something to particular some directory or something where normal user don't have access to, right? So if he does this, then it will run on behalf of that Liju user, which will have permission to write to a particular directory or file. So the bottom line is that if you set SUID, how do you set SUID? You will need to add 4 in the beginning. Okay, if it is a numeric thing, then you give the permission whatever you want to give. Basically, it should be executed. Set UID is only set for files or set for files. Okay, not for directory. Set UID is set only for files, and that too when execute permission is involved. Otherwise, not. Okay. So if you set a SUID, then that means any user running that file, of course, running that file because it is an executable file. Any user running that file will be run on behalf of the owner. Who is the owner here? Here it is Liju. If it is someone is running the password command, it will be running on behalf of root because it's obviously a system command. Got it? So if you want to remove it, what you have to do, just put 0. So that file is gone. So similarly, what you can do is that set chmod, and you can use u, means user, you set the SUID plus s. Okay, and file 1. So you might feel it is easy for this thing, so that you have to only set up set UID. If you want to just remove, what you have to do, you have to just minus s. It is gone. Okay, so this is set UID. Now there is something called set GID. Set GID means, okay, let me put, let me give chmod 775 directory 1. So anyone under admin can now write to this directory because I have given read, write, execute permission. Okay. Now I am saying like Natasha. ID Natasha. Okay. Natasha is part of admin group. Okay. Now, so that Natasha can write to this directory. Okay, because Natasha is part of admin group. That's fine. Because if I remove Natasha from admin group, then Natasha will not be able to write to this. But I know that because Natasha is part of admin group, Natasha can write to it. We can verify this. I've logged in on Natasha. I've gone to directory 1. I can create mkdir Natasha. Okay. Mkdir Natasha. Okay, not sure, whatever it is. She has created. So you can look at that username, ownership, and the group ownership. Okay. Now I'm going to make some changes to this. What I'm going to do is that chmod, I'm going to set the GID. Okay. I'm going to set the GID. So GID, I'm going to set it using the 2 command, 2 and 755. I'm going to set because read execute permissions are there. Sorry, 77 permission. I'm going to give that directory 1 also. Okay. Excuse me, guys. I've got a call. 1 minute. Sorry for that. So I have made some changes to this particular directory. Okay, now you can see that there is something called S mentioned over here, right? You can see this S over here, right? I will explain you what we are going to do. Okay, now let's try to log in as Natasha. Duplicate Natasha. Natasha. Okay, I've logged in as Natasha. I've gone to data directory. I'm going to mkdir SAR. Okay. Now do you see any difference here? Earlier, when Natasha logged in, Natasha, when she created a directory, ownership was Natasha and a group ownership was Natasha. Like she created earlier Natasha directory. But now she has created a directory again. Who am I? Right? And now what she does, when she created a directory, the ownership is Natasha itself, but the group ownership has been changed to admin. How come? Okay, so that is what something which is here. So what happens is that when you set a set GID, when you set a set GID bit to a directory, it is basically set to a directory, not set GID set to directory, not a file. Okay, like set UID is set to file, not directory. Set GID is set to directory, not a file. So when you set a set GID to directory, whoever creates a directory under this dir1, because I have set GID to dir1. Okay, whoever creates a directory in this, irrespective of what group he is in on, but definitely he needs to be in admin group, because without that he cannot write, because from this permission you know that only the admin group has got, either he should be owner or should be group owner. Okay, so whoever is in this admin group can write to this directory, because of course it is there, correct? Or if it is others also, they can write, not a problem. Others, if permission is given, they can write to this directory. But whatever it is, whoever writes to this directory dir1, depending upon the permission what we have given, they will have that directory, whatever is directory or file, whatever is being created over there, right? Like for example, touch gg. Right? Whatever directory or file, whatever is being created, the owner remains the same, who is writing that file, but that group ownership will be inherited by the permission of the directory. What is the permission of this directory? That permission, what is the permission of group owner of this directory? Admin. So that group ownership will be inherited to the directory or the file. Right here, GG, you can see admin. Here, test directory, admin. Right? So that is what this particular thing is meant for. Clear? Group ID, set GID, set GID. So what I want you to keep in mind is that set GID for directory, set UID for file. Set UID you will not need. Basically, I have never used a set UID in my life entirely. Okay, because normally you will not need, but you will need to understand it, what it is. Because when you write when you want to run permission, because namely if you are attending interviews and all those things, then of course they are going to ask what is set UID, how it works, right? Otherwise, set UID in a practical life, I haven't seen much of it, because it's not needed. Okay. Yes, obviously, if you're doing into some hardcore programming and some form of development and all those things, yes, you of course sometimes would need SUID, but otherwise for a normal administrative purpose, you would never need set UID to be executed on anything, because set UID will already be executed, set up in a files which is there. Set GID, yes. Set GID you might need several times. Many of the times when you are specifically you are working in development environment, many users might need things. Like for example, say you might want to give access to a directory for X number of users. You have given added to the group. But what will happen is that every user creates a directory and only that user has got the permission, right? Then no one will be able to access it, right? Every time you administrator will have to give permission. But instead of that, if I'm saying that, okay, I am setting a set GID of dir1, I'm saying the admin group, and I'm giving admin group all access, read, write, execute, right? So what will happen is that anyone can write into the directory dir1, right? So anyone, whoever access to dir1, they can log into the system and they can access this directory. They can view the directory also. That is where this set GID comes into picture. Okay, you have access. You do not have to deliberately give access to every user if he wants to write to it or read to it. Okay, so this is some important concept. And one more important concept is basically the sticky bit. Okay, that also we will see. So see mkr dir2. I have got a. You don't have permission because you don't have permission to write into data. That is the reason you don't get this permission. So I'm back to this mkdir dir2. Okay, as a root user, I have created it. So now what happens that there is a directory called directory2. I am going to give sticky bit permission. Sticky bit permission means anyone can write into it and anyone can, but only the owner who has written to it, they can only delete it. So for that simple thing is that what you have to give is that sticky bit, either if it's a command mode, you have to give, numeric mode, you have to give 1777. Full permission you have to give, and then directory 2. So you can see that sticky bit permission changes. So this is the permission which you can see in slash. If you want to see permission of a directory, then it is ls-ld. Okay, temp. Okay, or var temp. See both these permission you can see it is sticky bit set. Read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, write, t. Right? Read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, write, t. So temp and slash temp is the directory where sticky bit is set. So whoever writes to it, anyone can write to it. Like for example, Natasha, if she logs into the Natasha, she can go into the directory 2. Okay, mkdir Natasha. Touch file 1. See, Natasha can write to it. Anyone can write into it, right? And as a normal user, Liju, I can log into directory 2. Right, I can view file 1. I can view it, right? But if I'm trying to delete it, file 1, operation not permitted, because who has created, only they can delete it. That is what sticky bit. No, sorry, that is basically the sticky bit operation. So that is what anyone can. It's just like a common place where anyone want to take is a rough table or something like that. They want to put whatever data you want to put in, right? And they don't bother if anyone sees it because it is not of that secret item, right? Anyone can see if you want something in a system to be read by every user, you can put it in a directory, either temp or temp, or you can create a directory and create sticky bit out of it. So that's why I told you that giving read, write, execute for a directory is not recommended. But if you want to deliberately give read, write, execute full permission to a directory, then you should ensure that a sticky bit is present there. So if sticky bit is present there, that's not a problem, because if you are given read, write, execute for entirely, then what will happen? Any user can delete and any user can. You write something and I go and delete it, right? That's a problem. So if sticky bit is set up there, only the user who has created it, he will be able to, or he or she will be able to delete it. That is the reason I have told you can give full permission. But if you are giving full permission to a directory, normally it is not recommended. But if in case you want to give, right? Then ensure that the sticky bit is set for that particular directory. Okay. If you want to say, if you want to set the permission in the normal alphabetic mode, so you can switch ch mode. You can set it up, and if you want to set the permission for in alphabetic mode, so what you can do is that you can use -t. Sorry, not -t, +2, because you are setting it up, right? So you are setting it up to directory permission. See, you have changed to t. So if you want to delete it permission, just use -t. Clear? So this is how the sticky bit permission is being set. Okay. So what we have learned? We have learned how to change the ownership of a file, how to change the ownership of a directory, how to change the group ownership of a file and directory, how to change it recursively, how to use a chmod command using chmod command using the numeric format like 777 for full permission, right? If it is 5, that means what? 4 plus 1, and that is read plus execute permission. If it is 6, then it is 4, 5, 6. That means read and write permission. If it is only 1, that means execute permission. If it is only 2, that means read permission. If it is only 4, that means, sorry, if it is only 2, that is write permission. If it is only 4, read permission. If it is 7, that means read write permission. So these combination can be applied to the 3 categories, the 3 categories of permission, and then basically the file or directory, whatever you want to give. Okay. Apart from this, we have also seen that we can use the normal user specific thing. If you want to give read write execute permission, you can put like this. Then if you want to give multiple, like for group also, you can give group for read execute permission, and for others, for O, you can read execute permission, right? Read execute permission, and finally give the file or the directory name, whatever it is. File or the directory name. Okay. And if you want to specifically remove it, then you can use u minus, like if you want to remove read permission from a file, you can do that, correct? This way. And apart from this, we have also learned about the other permissions like set UID, set GID, and the sticky bit. Set UID is only for what? Set UID is only for the executable files, only for files. Set UID is put only for the executable files and only for files. ls-l/user bin password. Okay, set UID file. So because as I told that key /etc shadow, ls-l/etc shadow. No one have got right access to this. How come a user, when he changes password, it's set up over here, right? You don't know how it sets up, right? So what happens is that when you set a permission for this particular user, what will happen is that that user, okay, whoever is trying to execute this permission over here, it will be written on behalf of the root user. Okay, on behalf of the root user. So root user has permission to write to any file, even if it is you are giving a restrictions to that. Okay. So set GID also, we saw that set GID is basically for GIDs. GIDs in the sense like set GID is basically set for directories, not for files. Okay, only for directories. And set GID means if you have set a GID, set GID for a directory, then whoever is the group owner of that directory, right, those or that name or that ownership will be inherited to the file or directory which is being created in the directory by whichever user who has got permission to create in the directory. So any user, for example, set GID is set to a directory called /data dir1, and that permission of that directory is basically say admin, right? Ownership of that directory, group ownership, not the ownership. Group ownership is admin. Whoever creates a directory in dir1, right? What will happen is that the permission will be, that group owner permission will be inherited to that directory. It is basically a mechanism to ease the administration task. For example, you don't have to give deliberate permission to each user, right? For that case, it is useful. Then the third set of categories is basically sticky bits. Sticky bit is basically a good example of sticky bit is basically /temp and /war temp, in which you have got full permission to the directory. Anyone can write into it. There is no restriction. But only thing is that whoever has written to it, only that user can delete it. Okay, that is the permission of, that is the concept of sticky bit. Okay, so we have covered this sticky bit. Okay, one more thing, important thing we have to cover here is that basically the umask value. When you log into the system, the first thing you see is basically umask value. Umask value is basically 0022. Okay, for a normal user, for a root user, umask value is 022, and for a normal user, if she logs in and if you type a umask value, it will be 0002. Okay, then what does that mean? For example, as a normal user, I am logged in. I'm in my current home directory. Okay, no restrictions, nothing. Full. I'm going to create a file record, touch file 1, mkdir dir1. Okay, so now you see the permission. What this user for a file, this has got read write, and read. Like, so that means what? Read write means what permission? Read write means 4 and 2. That means 6. 664. 664 is the permission by default when a user creates a file. Okay, when a normal user creates a file. When a normal user creates a directory, what will happen is that read write execute, and read execute. That means 775. 775 is the permission that gets created here. Now let's look back to the root user. Now when a root user say a root user create the same thing like touch file 1 mkdir directory 1. Okay, now look at this. When a root user creates a file, what will happen is that it is read write read. In the normal user, it was what? Read write read. That means 6644 was the permission, but in root users it is 644. That means in root user the permission is more restricted, right? When a file is created, owner also will have restricted permission. Which owner? Group owner will have restricted. He has only read permission. In the case of directory also, what will happen? The group owner will have read execute, not directory, not write permission. That means 755 is a permission. That means more restricted. But in the case of normal user, because normal user, you know that the normal user cannot create files in anywhere, correct? So that's why in his home directory, they have given more deliberate permission. And that means 775. So if you subtract like this, if you subtract 777 minus for file, let's take say 664, right? So how much you get? Sorry, we will look for file. We are not going to give execute permission for all, so it will be 666 basically. Okay, because execute permission is not given to all files. So by default, assuming that the file will be a normal file, so we are going to give this permission. So what permission you will get? The permission that you will get is basically 002. Okay, and initially, as I told that for the sticky bits and other purpose, one other 0 will be there. So what you get is basically 0002. Okay, this is something what you get. So if you look for the umask value, you will get 0002, right? So this is how this umask value is derived. So now coming back to your this thing, coming back to your directory. For directory permission, you have got something like 664 minus, right? So directory permission, what you get is that basically the permission is what you see here. Directory, what is the permission? You got 775. So what is 7 read and execute. 7 7 5. Sorry, 7 7 5. Okay. So what do you get? 0 0 and 5 6 7 2. Okay. And of course, the first thing that 0 goes in. So this is what you get. So what you get from here is that here also you get 0 0 0 2. Okay. And that is what you get the umask value as 0 0 0 2. Clear? In the case of root user, if you look on, full permission is for what? Full permission is for file. Okay. Because not every file will be executed. So we assume that it is 666. So here, what is the permission that it is given? Read write. Read write means 4 plus 2. That means 6. Right. So minus 6 and then what? 4 4. So what you will get? You get what? 0 2 2. Correct. So obviously the first thing point will go to the other things and basically the sticky bit and all those stuff. So that with that, what you get? You get a umask value of 0022. So 0022, right? So similarly for directory, you will get 777 minus directory. What is the directory permission? Read write execute. Read write execute means 7, right? And then execute other permission are 4 plus 5, 4 plus 1 5, 5 5. So that means what? 0 5 6 7 2 2. And again the 0 permission goes in the beginning because 0 character goes in the beginning for the sticky bits and other stuff. So you get a umask value of 0022. So 0022. So this is how a umask value is being set. So based on this umask value, whenever you create a directory or file, this default permission might change. Okay. So how it is set up, like for example, this if you look at vm.bash rc, you will not find anything. And if you look at .bash underscore profile, there also you will not find anything specifically, but you will find a directory called here you may not have access to. If you look at .bash rc, you will see that key this etc bash rc is being called up. Okay. So if you look at etc bash rc as a normal root user, because it's a common file, right? And you can find umask value. So you can see that in the system, because etc umask value is a system file. Okay. Because it is under etc, you can say that you can say $UID. See, if $UID is greater than 199, and there are some other conditions also. So that's set the umask value to 002. That means for a what? For a normal user. Okay. Else basically you set it to 022. That's for a root user. Okay. This can be customized depending upon, and you can, if you want a umask value to set up for a normal user, you can set it in .bash rc or .bash underscore profile. You can just set up here like umask is equal to like umask value and set up like 0002. More restrictive you want, you can set it up. There is no problem. Okay. So this can be done according to UNA, but this umask value, whatever is the default, that is more than enough, and that is more restricted. Okay. So this is what I want to explain to you basically for the user permission. So we have covered user permission, umask value, and all those things. So now it is close to the break time. And now we will do is that it is like 4:15. We will touch base at 4:30. Okay, sharp. And then we have 1 more hour in which we'll be covering a couple of other topics for today, and then we'll wind up. Okay, so guys, we'll meet up at 4:30 today. Let me see that what is pending for the day. Okay. Okay, let's look for something called pseudo permission. Okay, and that means elevated permission. I mean, see, we have seen that when a normal user logs in, okay, let me share the content. So when a normal user logs in, oh my, so I try to use user add test. It says that permission denied. I cannot do it out, right? So if it tries to create a directory called data1, so permission denied. Of course, there's permission denied because slash data in under slash he can't have write permissions. Okay. So, but using elevated privilege files, like for example, files in user SB, right? There are many files like creating a partition or formatting a file system. There are a lot of things are there which a normal user cannot do. Okay, so let's see that key how we can elevate his permission so that he can perform such activity for a simple task like user ID. Okay, so there's a file called normally. Okay, so let me make it this thing one very clear that normally the elevated permissions and all those things are centrally managed in an environment, specifically if it is a production environment, like for example you may be working on. Okay, so you might not need this permission at all when you are working out, specifically because as a normal user your permission and all those things will be controlled by the company's account. Okay, as I told earlier that there are two types of accounts. One is local account, one is remote account. Okay, local account is something which we saw right now, like it is a password and all those things. You can create user ID, but your user authentication normally happens through a remote system. So either the remote system could be a Linux system or could be a Windows based Active Directory or anything like that, where your all users are centrally located. It could be a LDAP server in Linux running. Okay, anything. It could be a directory server like eDirectory, Nova's eDirectory, or anything. Okay, it depends upon what your organization uses. So normally in a Linux server where you're logging in, this will be configured as a client of that particular service. If it is Active Directory, a client will be configured here so that it will be configured directly to that particular server, right? It could be a LDAP directory, LDAP client would be configured. So whenever you SSH to that particular directory, what will happen is that you basically log into that particular, you are basically logging into the server, but your authentication, right, whether you are authorized to log into the server or not, that will be decided by the directory service running in the target. Okay, for that the servers are configured. So anyway, that is beyond the scope, but I just want to tell you that normally the user accounts are configured in that way. So anyway, if it is a local account, there is a file called basically /etc sudoers. Okay, so this is applicable only for the local account. Okay, so sudoers, what happens that if you open this file, normally we should not edit this file using Vim or VI editor, even though we can, but chances of people making mistakes are high. I normally edit with Vim because I'm used to it, but it is suggested that we use the VA sudo command. So VA sudo, you don't have to give any file name or anything like that. You just have to edit the VA sudo, edit the command VA sudo. Okay, so if you come down in this file, what you will get is that there is a file called there is a place called wheel. Okay, this wheel directory, wheel group is there. Okay, this is a group basically, percentage which starts with, there's a called wheel group, in which there is a line called all is equal to all and all. Okay, so what happens is that you don't have to basically do anything. There are many configuration what you can do in this, but I'm showing you the simplest and the easiest method to configure it. Okay, so what you need to do is that there is a group called wheel in which all is mentioned. So I'll tell you what all was this. All says that means you are supposed to run all the commands. Okay, you can run all the commands whoever it belongs to. Okay, so what you need to do is that basically first thing, for which user you want to configure. Maybe for example, I want to configure it for user Liju. Okay, and user Natasha also. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to edit this I'm going to open this file /etc group. Okay. And I'm going to grep for wheel. So you can see that there's no group. There's a group called wheel, but there is no user associated with it. So what you can do is that g password -a. Okay. You can add Liju to wheel group. Okay. And you can add Natasha. Okay, we will add Natasha later. Okay, just have to show you. Now you want to group. I can see Liju is the part of the group. So vi sudo, I just opened this file to show you. Okay, even though advanced users can edit this file, but for now, for your case, you don't have to edit anything. Okay, because with security and all those things, I'm just going to show you how a normal user can be elevated to use this particular command. So when you have to use user add command, user add test. Okay, it says that it cannot do. So before that, what you have to do is that you have to add the command called sudo user add. Then it will ask for a password. Like say password for Liju. So I'm giving a password for Liju, and it says that sudo is not in the file. There is some issue. Okay, let me try to log out, and then I try to log in again, and then I try to log in. And then I am using the sudo test command, password sudo, and now I'm good, right? So it has created, let's say sudo user add test, because what happens that I have added this user to the wheel group, so it need to be enabled, activated. So you just need to log out and log in again. Okay, so that's what I've done. So now I can see that user ID has been created. Let's see, it has been created, right? Let me test. See, test, it's created. Right now I can create password for test. It says the only root can specify a name. So what I do is that I have to use sudo command in above before that. So I add sudo command. It will ask me to change the password of test now, right? So I'm saying that I'm going to create a new password. I've typed a password. All authentication tokens applied successfully. That means password has been completed. So what I can do right now is that I can log in as test, right? I can use it as test. I can log in as test. I've logged in. So that means a normal user can create a can execute a privileged command, right? But based on user configuration, right? So now I've logged in as say Natasha. Okay, Natasha. Will she be able to create a user? Let's see. User add. Okay, of course I'm going to add sudo user add test one. Okay, it says that okay, give me the password for Natasha. I given the password, but says Natasha is not in sudo's file. This incident will be reported. Okay, so that means even if I because this I recently logged in, I don't need to log out and log in, but it's not allowing because Natasha is not in the wheel group. Correct. So now let me try to log out. I can log out. I can use log out or exit, both I can do. So still I'm trying. Let me try to log in again with Natasha to show you that if it works or not. Now Natasha. I'm creating a username test1. It's asking me for a password. It says that Natasha is not in the sudo file. So that means Natasha is not has been configured. Okay. Now let's log out and then come back to your this thing, and I'm going to add Natasha also in this wheel group now. Okay, now Natasha is also part of the wheel group. Now if you can look at Natasha, say Liju and Natasha are part of wheel group. So I know that wheel group is somewhere where I can open up this when etc sudo's file, okay, and I can see that this wheel group. This is something which is important. Allow people in group wheel to run all commands. Right? This is what we wanted. Right? So that is what we are going to. We have not made any changes to the sudo file. Let me make it very clear. Right? We have not done any change. We have just viewed it to show why I'm adding the users to wheel group. Right? So because by default wheel group is all enabled. That means every user can log in. So now what I did is that I go to group file and I add this Natasha to this group, and then what I do is it is done. Now Natasha should be able to log in, but Natasha has to give her password. Now Natasha I have logged in with a username, and now Natasha is creating a user, right? Sudo user at Natasha user at test1. Ask for a password, give the password, and the user is created because test1 is created, right? She can also use password test1, but you have to give sudo because without that it will not work out, right? Now it is all good. Natasha has updated its token successfully. Right. So we are good now. So that means Natasha and user Liju both are able to execute super user commands. So this is how you configure sudo, or you basically make a sudo sentence, the simplest and the easiest method to do this, right? There are many methods, like for example, if you edit the sudo file, you can also add user specifically. If a user wants to execute some particular stuff, you can add the username just like root. Like say like root here. You can add the username here like Natasha. Natasha, right? Natasha, and then basically you can add these commands like this, right? Natasha, and then maybe I can add these lines. Here there is another parameter called this line where you can basically add up this one. So Natasha can run any commands and anything without even being asked for a password. So here this is right and good. So here what I am to do, I can even delete the I can delete that user Natasha from that group itself because I don't need group now, right? Because I've added directly Natasha to this group. So what I can do is that I can log out, I can log in back. I can use Natasha and password 1. I can use sudo test3. See, directly test. It doesn't even ask me password, right? ID test3. Create it, right? See, ID test3 created. Password test3. Of course, I need to give the sudo in front because they have to tell that key use the sudo, right? So it can create a password and it works. So these are the two things how we can give. You can even restrict the commands, what all commands to be given to this sudos. That also you can restrict. Like for example, there is a command like you can give, instead of giving all commands, you can mention what all commands to be given. You can give a commands list here by a set of commas, like here, like see, you can see which all commands to be executed, like all, right? These all commands you can give more in a more restricted way. This is like any command, anything you can use just like root, but only thing is you need to give sudo in front of it, right? Like allow root to run any commands anywhere. So similarly, allow run Natasha to run any commands anywhere without password. Right? They will not even ask for a password. So, but this is not a good idea. It's not a good thing to keep it like this. Unless and until it is required, otherwise you just remove it, okay? Because you don't need to keep this as a restricted way, because that is the reason why we have administrators in the account, because their purpose is only to do this activity. So sudos, you will ask me then why sudos? So everyone do not want to log in as root, because root's password is shared password. Because if see everyone logs in as root, so there are multiple administrators in the system, everyone can log in as root password. Then if someone makes something wrong, no one will agree that I have done it, right? So that is the reason why in sudo are being used. So sudo root command is basically restricted to only one other user who knows his password and who can retrieve his password somewhere and use it. So that user, if he or she makes a mistake, it can be tracked back later on, right? At the state at the like when something happens, when something wrong goes away. Like for example, a user has accidentally deleted a user, right? And now he denies that no, I have not done it, right? So there should be somewhere where the people can track it. So that is the reason where sudos and all those things are kept out. So everything will be logged in the system. They can know that which user has done what activity in the system, right? So that is where the sudos comes into picture. Okay, so apart from this, we have we have got few more informations like we have yesterday seen like the information like DMI decode and all this we have already seen, and along with that there are some more information like getting system information, like du minus sh I've shown you today. Then got some dm minus hpt. Okay, so this is like a df minus hpt is like getting the user information. Not user information. What is a system mount point information? That means what is the system mount information? What is the system usage? What is the system usage? Okay, that means disk usage of the total entirely of the system, and it will also show how much is available, how much is being used, and where it is mounted, and all those things, right? So many other things are basically temp, FS, and all those things. You can ignore that. That is not normally needed. Basically, what you have to check is that check for the type. You can check for XFS or the ext4 things, file system. So those are basically your file systems, which are basically used to, like, for example, your root file system, your slash, what the slash you call, right? So this is basically your root file system, XFS, and you can see this is mounted under slash. Here I have got only 2 partition because I have automatically partitioned it. So in your system also you might find 2 if you have automatically partitioned it. If you have added more partition, you will get more partition. So anyway, if it is slash or even if it is a different partition also, but everything is under slash. So you can see that slash is there, and this is mounted. This is the particular file system, Davy mapper. This is mounted under slash, and there is another file system called dvsda1, which is basically mounted under slash boot. This is basically a slash boot thing over here. Okay. So these are the 2 directories where it is mounted. Your slash file system is mounted under slash, and your slash boot, you're basically the boot directory, whatever is there, it is under slash boot. So if you look at slash boot, this is where your boot files and all those things, your kernel, trimFS and all those things are located here. Okay. So this is something which you can use, df minus hpt, you can use to basically identify this. Okay. Then there is something called LSCPU. LSCPU also, I think we have shown you. It is similar to just like cat proc CPU info, which basically gives you information about CPU. In PC servers, like for example, if it's a big physical server, you might find lot of CPUs. Not here you can see only one CPU because it's my VM, right? In a physical server, you might find more CPUs like 4 CPU, 8 CPU, 32 bits, 32 CPU, 64 CPUs, and all those things you can find, depending upon how critical, how big the server is, right? Sometimes the server are huge servers having huge memory, CPU, and all those things. You can find that. What you can find, you can basically look for the CPU model number, because this could be some information where you would need it. People might ask you to find how many CPU are there, right? So you can basically count it. How to count? Basically, what you can do is that you can use the cat proc CPU. You can grep for basically this processor, right? This processor. So you can see this much. If there are 2 processors, you don't know how many are there. You just need to count the line. So in order to that, what you can do is that you can do WC minus L. WC minus L means word count, right? For example, you have a file, right? File 1. So you can say processor 0. Right. So imagine that this is a file which has got multiple processors, and you need to see that key. What is a processor? Okay. So what you can do like this. You can just like you have done this cat proc CPU, right? So you can do cat file and grep for processor. Okay. And then what you can do is that you can do WC minus L, word count. WC means word count minus L. You can see 4. Okay. Now you can see there are 4 processes. So this is how you can identify the process. Okay. So apart from this, you have something known as other thing is that you have something as LSPCI. Okay, LSPCI is basically, I've shown you, I think initial days, first day itself I shown you. LSPCI is basically the physical devices that are present, basically the PCA slot. There are different type of slots available in the system. So systems that are the components which are attached to the PCA slot. What could be? It could be HPA card, host-based adapter where your SAN storage can be connected, or it could be Ethernet interface, right? So many components are there. Though what all components are there, you can basically see here. by looking at their explanation, you can see. Or if you are in doubt, what you can do is that, like for example, you see Ethernet controller, right? Intel Corporation. You can copy this and just Google around. So you will get more details about what these components are. So this is basically to collect the system information or hardware information if you have. But mainly in virtual machine, you will not find much information about it. In physical machine, this gives more information. Then var log message we have already seen. Similar to that, we have something called dmessage. Dmessage is a kernel dmessage output. This basically throws out the information when a system boots. So you can always use dmessage command to see. Dmessage command to see the output of the thing. So for example, you have attached a USB drive, right? So immediately, if you type the immediately later also, whenever you just type the dmessage command, you will see the last thing over there. If it's a USB disk attached, you will see that the disk has been given so and so name. So anything related to hardware on specifically hardware information, okay, change and all those things, hardware change or something happened, you can issue the dmessage command to see the output. So you can see that like this link is up. That means this device is up and running. Mostly you will see the information related to hardware, that this has been detected, this hardware has been detected, this information, this driver has been detected, so and so. Now, there's something called as LS mode. Okay, this is important. Mainly in normal day-to-day life, it may not be very useful, but this is a good thing to know. Like show the status of modules in Linux. In Linux, what happens is that in every component is identified as a module. Okay, so this module is very important. For example, like Ethernet interface module is like, for example, you can consider as like drivers in Windows. Okay, so modules are like which you can load and which you can unload at any point of time. You want functionality of a module, you can load it. By default, whatever module is necessary in your system, it is automatically loaded. Okay, so your system doesn't become bulky because it is only loading what is needed as per your configuration. You can, in the advanced system administrator or a seasoned system administrator can tune the system according to his need also, which will make the system more good in performing activities. So LS mode will give you all the modules which are loaded. See, these are the module and this is module used by which is there, so and so. If you want to see like this module E1000, so I can also define the information about this mode info E1000. You can see more information about this. Many other information, it will be just maybe junk characters for you, but you can identify this description. Intel, see, Intel Pro 1000 NIC card. So this means there is a 1 GBps NIC card, and there's a driver. So where this driver file is basically this located in this location, right? E1000.ko.xz. Like you see, xz is the compressed file. We have seen that, right? So like this GPL license is there, description is there, who is the order, and many other parameters which may not be important for us right now. And where is the kernel, which kernel it is being part of. So that is what you can look for mode info and LS mode to list the modules. LS mode to give more information about the modules, mode info that we can use. Okay, so other two commands which are normally important are basically lsblk. Lsblk is a command. I think I've shown you this also yesterday. lsblk is a command which is basically necessary to see the hard disks and its mount points. Hard disk means which hard disk. You can see SDA. SDA is I have only got one hard disk here. So SDA is a hard disk. I can see what is the size. 8 GB is the size. Okay, this is a disk. SDA1 and SDA2 partitions I have. How I identify two partitions? I can see best by looking at the name. SDA1 means it's a part of SDA. 2 means a part of. By this I can identify it as a partition. Or you can look at this part. That means it is partition. SDA1 is being directly loaded. It is mounted. Mounted means it is connected. That I've shown you initially, right? That what is mount point. So that means SDA1 is mounted directly to boot partition. That means it is directly mounted to boot partition. It is connected to /boot. Okay, and SDA2 it has got two other volumes basically. This is basically called LVM, and there I can see that this is LVM, like logical volume manager, and this one of the partition is basically connected as /, and the other partition is basically connected as swap, right? And this is basically your ROM drive, not needed. So this is the information that basically comes. So if someone wants to see how many disks are there in your system, you can use lsblk command. So you can use the lsblk and the disk, right? Or you can use that like this also, lsblk grep disk. Like that also you can see. So number of disks basically based on that, and you can basically count it also like wc minus l. So with that you can also count that how many disks are there. One disk only. Like that also you can find it. Then there is something called blk id, block id. Block id is nothing, it is just basically block id will give you all the file systems basically. Okay, so here you can see that sda1 is a file system which is basically XFS, and SDA1 you can see that it is a boot file system. Okay, so it will see file system, and it has system will give a unique identification number UUID. Okay, and that is enough. And the other thing is that SDA2 is basically LVM. That is also you can see SDA2 is basically LVM. Two partitions are there, and in that LVM there are two basically file system. One is root and one is swap. That is what you can say, LVM, root and swap. So this is basically type of file system and this. So basically BLK ID is used to identify, mostly it is used to identify the UUID number. Okay, in sometimes if you can see that, if you can look at /etc fs tab, you will see that most of the time this will be mounted using the UUID. So you can see 64B fs, like see this is a UID. So this root partition is being mounted with UUID, like boot partition /boot. And root partition also you can mount it this way, but here they have used a device mapper thing. That is a more advanced topic that is not being covered in our this course. Okay, so anyway, LSBLK BLK ID. LSBLK can be used to identify the disks and all those things, how many there in the system. Okay, it is sometimes useful when there is a disk failure, or you want to identify that key, what disk is there, like how many partitions are there, so and so you can use it. Or there is a command called fdisk also. Fdisk -l also you can use to identify. There's more of different thing, but ls you can identify this also as different disk, but it requires more of expertise to read through. But simplest thing is lsblk. Everything you can give it in great detail. Okay, in one command, where it is mounted, where it is mounted, all those stuff. So this is good. In older system, you not find like RHEL 5 or 4, you may not find it, but obviously I think in RHEL 6 and RHEL 7 onward. RHEL 7 onwards anyway, sure, it is there. Okay. Okay. Now what is left? I can show you mount and unmount because partitioning formatting is beyond the scope. I spoke with your initially the managers. So they have not given me approval for taking the storage and all those things. So that's the reason I'm not included the storage details and all those stuff. Okay. But I just want to show you how to mount and unmount the file system. That is important. So here you can see that df minus hpt, d minus hpt. You can see that boot is there. Anyway, boot is only needed when you basically boot the files system. After you can unmount it safely, but not needed. Why? Because boot is also needed when you upgrade a system, when you install specifically kernel and all those things. When you want to upgrade, that time boot is required. So normally boot is kept as a thing, but in a secure environment, in order to avoid any type of problems or situation, what they do is that they normally unmount the boot partition. Okay, how you can unmount? And I told you that mounting and unmount is nothing. It is just attaching a file system to a directory. So I can directly unmount using unmount, either using source or destination. I can unmount, right? A source and destination I can unmount because it is given in the etc fs step file. So I can, best thing is that I can use a source. So umount source dev sda1. Okay, please ensure that do not unmount slash, because if you unmount slash, then it's a problem. Okay, so and you will not be allowed to also. Okay, dev sda1. So you can say you are unmounted. So now if you use the df minus hpt command, you will not find boot here. See, boot is gone. Is it gone somewhere? No, you have just unmounted it. After reboot, the system will automatically come up. The system, you can see that boot is already mounted, right? Why? Because in etc fs tab, it is already mentioned there, right? /boot to be mounted up, right? So when your system automatically reboots, or if you reboot your system will automatically come up, issue that df minus hpt command, you will see boot over there. But for time being, I just unmounted it. Now, how do you mount it? Mount is simple. You can use mount. Then you have to say what to mount. Mount commands information is, you can see like this, man mount a file system. Okay. So mount commands parameter is mount, what to mount, where to mount. First, what you have to mount. Second, where you have to mount. Simple thing. Mount, what to mount. You know, you have to understand where is the thing. Okay, you know that, okay, the mount command, this is the device. So I give what to mount. Where to mount? I have to mount it in /boot, right? You have to mount in /boot. So once you mount in /boot, you can see all the directories and all those things is there. Correct? You can again unmount it. Unmount, either you can use the /boot to unmount, or you can use source. Both you can use to unmount. Now what I'm going to do is that I want to show you to mount. You can see the data directory is there. In this, couple of directories are there. Now I'm going to show you that if I mount this, if I mount this thing, okay, /dev sda to data, what happens? Now df minus hpt, what will happen? Caps lock or small both will work. Okay, so you can see dev sda1 is mounted to /data. Now let's see what is that in /data. Now see, whatever was in /data, it is gone. I don't see it there. But what I see right now, I see the contents of SDA1. I see the contents of SDA1 in /data because I have mounted SDA1 to /data. Correct? Now let's unmount and see what happens. You mount /data. I have unmounted it. Now let's see data again. Now the contents of directory is back. So now that means when you are mounting on top of any directory, already whatever contents is there, the contents will be gone. Gone means it is not deleted. You are basically, it is just like you are placed a small book on the table and you are placing another book on top of it. So what will happen is that you will see only the top book. The bottom portion you will not see unless and until you remove the first book. Same concept is here, right? You are basically, when you are mounting, that mounting means you are basically placing one thing on somewhere. So somewhere is basically the target directory. Okay, so you should always keep in mind when you are mounting, the source is basically the file system. It should always be a file system. In a file system, a normal hard disk you cannot mount. You have to be file system, because I know that SDA1 is there because SDA1 is a file system. You can see there is a file system over here. A normal hard disk you cannot mount, or a partition you cannot mount. You have to have a file system. You have to format a system with file system, and then it is mounted. So once it is mounted, you can see the data over here. So mounting means just placing a contents on top of somewhere. So here somewhere is basically a directory. Ideally the directory should be empty, but if you are placing it in somewhere on top of a directory, only that what you are placing, that contents will be accessible right now. If you want to access the old content, you have to unmount it. So it's always best that you should always mount some file system onto an empty directory. Clear? Then you can use the mount command. Mount command can be used to see the what all things are mounted. So, a couple of output will be there, but many of the things you may not find useful right now. But you can see the content specific. Like for example, I have to see that file system which are mounted. You can grab for XFS. You can see XFS to one is this XFS is there, one is still in this different thing. Just only one file system is mounted. Okay. Now I can choose for etc first tab. This is there, contents is there, right? And I can also mount my file system back. What I want to mount, I can mount this, mount it, or I can mount it directly using mount minus a. Mount minus a means I can use the mount command to grab for XFS. So I can see now the boot is back, right? So mount command a, mount minus a, what we will do is that it will go and read the FS type file. It will go and read the /etc FS type file. So whatever is there in the FS type file, if it finds that it is not mounted, it will mount. It will not remount. If it is already mounted, it will not do anything. But if it is not mounted, if any of the contents in this FS tab is not mounted, it will go and remount it. So FS tab, etc FS tab is a file which is read during a system boot, and based on this entry, these systems are mounted, and this is very important. Okay, because if you make any changes in the files in this file etc FS tab and you put wrong entry over there, your system will not be able to boot it. Okay, then based on the severity, you might have to reinstall the system, or maybe in some case, if an expert is there, they can log in the system through other ways, and then they can troubleshoot and fix it. So do not make any changes to the FS tab unless and until you know what you are doing. Okay. So we have covered up with most of the things. We have some few networking topics here and there that I will show you tomorrow. And then I've shown you some little bit logical volume. I just want to show you some theoretical portion to understand it. How it is that also we will cover up tomorrow. And today I will show you how to access basically the SSH. Okay, SSH, how you log in. Okay, let's Putty is an component I show you. It's a third-party tool which you can download and which you can use to basically SSH. This is basically used when you are connecting from a Windows system to a Linux system. Okay, because from Windows directly you cannot SSH. So you need a program called Putty to basically give the IP address and then basically goes and connect. Now here I can configure. I can basically connect to my system itself using SSH. Okay, let's see that how that can be done. So since here I don't have two systems right now, for your place also you can use only one system to practice this. Okay, if two systems you have, fair and good, there's no problem. But here I have only one system, so I'm just configuring SSH. SSH by default you do not have to configure anything. Okay, by default when your system is installed, SSH will be configured in the system by default, because that is the something which you want to be configured without even your consent. Okay, so that is the reason why SSH will always be allowed in the system, even with firewall and whatever it is, right? So what you need to right now, we are going to look in is that how you are going to connect to the system. So if you are in a Unix system, that means if you are in a like AX, HPUX or Solaris or Linux, whatever it is. So in Linux here, so I will be using SSH command, SSH space, then as which user you have to log in. For example, I am going to log in as user Liju. Okay, so user Liju at the rate, and either you can give the host name or you can give the IP address. Okay, so IP address I'm going to give here. So it will ask me that it will ask me for some authentication, says that the authenticity of host so and so can't be established. So ESD fingerprint so and so. Are you sure you want to continue? So you have to say yes. So if you say no, you cannot continue. Then it will, if you say yes, what it will ask what it will do is that it will add some keys to your it is the known_host file. I will show you, and then it will ask for a password. So you have to give the password of user Liju, which is in 20. Okay, which is this system itself. So I'm giving a password and I am able to log in. Now I can see W. You can see which all users are logged in. See, Liju is being logged in from this server. Okay, so see, Liju is being logged in as PT4 as terminal 2 seconds ago. So this is my SSH session right now. This is my SSH session from server.example.com. That means from the server itself. But 1.5, what it is not my system, it is my laptop. This is server.example.com, means I am logging from my system itself, like hostname. I'm logging from my system itself. That's what, right? I can SSH to the system again, right? How we can do? I can log out from here. How can log out? I can do just exit or log out. I'm coming back. See, connection logout. Connection to 192.168.1.20 has been closed. That means the connection is gone. Now, if I do W, you can see you don't see a Liju session, right? It is gone. I can log in as Natasha. So you can see. SSH Natasha @192.168.1.20. Okay. Then again, it doesn't ask for me this connection, because once it has made an authentication for this user, it will not ask me the problem. First time you are connecting to a particular system, then it will ask me for this authenticity. Once it is connected, once a user is connected, then it will not ask. If you are connecting to a new system, then it will ask again. So I give Natasha's password, I2W. Now you can see Natasha already has logged into the system. 2 sessions is already active. From the system 192.168.1.6. 1.6 is what? My laptop. Now Natasha has created another session using server.example.com. That is from my system itself. I have logged in here. So that's why I told you that for testing SSH and all those things, you don't need 2 systems. 1 system is enough to practice all these things. Okay. So this is my session. So this is how you configure the SSH thing. Okay. Now I can exit. Now I can, let me see that if there is a such. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to show you something like now you have to give a password, right? You have to give a password to log in as a particular user to this user. Now there is something called passwordless login. That is key-based login is there. Okay. So for key-based login, there is something called SSH-keygen. SSH-keygen is there. So with SSH-keygen, which user you are logging, as that user, you have to basically generate a key. So here I'm going to generate a key as this thing, as root user. Okay, so SSH-keygen. So I've generated key and it asks me for file and all those things. You don't have to do anything, just press enter in all the things. Okay, and a key will be generated. So what 2 key pair will be generated? Your identification has been saved in this thing. See, root SSH ID_RSA and ID_RSA.pub. Okay, so these are the 2 files. You can just open and view this file. Not view, just open that file command and see. You can see PEM RSA private key. Okay, and .pub RSA open SSH RSA public key. So private key and public key. So this is a combination of private key and public. As the name suggests, private key means it is with you. You don't have to give it to anyone. It is your property, just like your bank account and password. Right? You don't have to give. If you give, you will be compromised. So private key is secure. You have to give it yourself. That's why it is stored under root. Whoever has generated his home directory. If Natasha can generate his password key, it will be under her home directory. Okay, so that no one can view it. Public key is something which you can give to public. So when you give it to public, you can basically use this private key public key combination to log into another server without being asked for a password. Okay, now let's see how it works. Give me a minute. Just give me 2 minutes. Huh? Okay. Okay. So we have seen about these files and the public and private key. These files are present in this user's home directory, whichever user creates. Any user can create a key. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is that I am going to basically copy this key to a, normally it is copied to another system, okay, under a particular user's home directory where user can log in. Okay, now let's instead of this, I am trying to copy this into my system itself. Okay, ssh hyphen copy id. Okay, and I will do minus I. Minus I means I have to mention what is I'm trying to copy. You don't have to copy the private key. Private key is your property. You do not have to share it with anyone. You have to copy the public key. So you have to give the .pub. Okay, if you want to know what is the public key, just use file. So it will say that OpenSSH public key. Just mention the full location of this file, copy paste it from here. And then what you have to do is that you have to say from where, like for example, I have to say Natasha. Okay, Natasha at where? Natasha at maybe this server. Okay, Natasha at this server. Okay, either host name or this thing. So you just have to give this only, nothing else. So first thing when you have to give Natasha, it will ask for a password of Natasha. Now it will ask for a password and it says that the number of keys added 1. Now try logging in the system SSH Natasha. So before that, what I am going to do is that I have already logged in as Natasha here. I am going to see that what has been added. So when I do ls minus la in Natasha's home directory, because I have told that to put it in Natasha's home directory, right? See, and as Natasha user. So obviously it will go to Natasha's home directory. So when I see that there is a directory called .ssh, and when I do ll, I can see that there is a file called authorized key, which is added up. So if you open up authorized key, you will see some contents here. You can see root at server.example.com. So if you come back and open this file, which file? You open this file here. From this directory, you can see that file and this file is the same file, right? The same file. You can see over here also, the same file, right? So that means I have copied one contents, the public key of from the root user to that particular user's home directory. So now what this user can do is that he can directly use like SSH and this user as the system suggests, right? He can directly log in. So now Natasha can log in to the server directly without even being asked for a password. See, Natasha is being logged into the server without being asked for a password. Say login. But if I try to log in as okay, this codes and all those things is not needed, just for some purpose. If I try to log in as Liju, it will ask for a password. Okay, but if I try to log in as Natasha, it will not ask me for a password. Why? Because in that Natasha's home directory, this particular contents have been configured. Why? And this contents has been in this particular format, authorized _c. So that is the reason. What you can put is that you can use the ssh-copy command. It's a simple method, simple command, ssh-copy command to copy the private, sorry, this copy the public key to the Natasha's home directory. How the authentication works is basically when you try to log in as Natasha user, what it will try to do is that it will try for the username password. No, password is not there. SSH, it will try to find the SSH key first. If it finds the SSH key, what it will do is that it will compare the public key, what it has, and then it will see that key, what private key this user has. Because see, you have to keep one more thing in mind that I am initiating a connection using root. Okay, so if I connect as root user, as a normal user, and I type SSH Natasha @20, it will not allow me to log in. See, it will ask me for a password. Why? Because now the Liju user, whom I am connecting as Liju user, right? Liju user don't have the private key. They cannot log in, right? I told you this is a key combination. So only root has got the private. If Liju wants to do the same thing, like without asking password, if Natasha you want to log into another system using Natasha or somewhere else, Liju also want to create SSH key and add it up there. Correct? For example, I can create SSH-keygen. I can create a key. I have created my own key, right? So which is under home Liju. Now I do the same method. What I do, sh copy this thing, Natasha at this thing. So I copy. Sorry, not sh hyphen copy ID minus I. I'm not from root. I have to give this directory. Okay. So I'm giving this, and then I'm saying that to Natasha. So first time it will ask me for Natasha's password because I don't know Natasha. So I'm good. Now once I have added up, so now we will see. Now you can see that in this file there will be 2 entries. See this? Now there are 2 entries. One is from the root which is already present. Second is from the Liju user, right? So from Liju, if I'm trying to log in as this user as Natasha, it will allow me to log in without a password. Now see, it will allow me to log in without password. So this is what SSH passwordless entry is, passwordless login. Okay. So this also you can practice in the system, in the same system without another system. The concept is same, but only thing is that you are doing an internal networking, right? So that means you can log into another user into another system using an SSH keygen, which is basically a passwordless authentication system. So instead of password, you are doing a mutual trust. You're saying that, hey, I trust you. I have a key, and I have this private key, this with me, and you save this public key for you. So whenever I'm logging, when I'm going to initiate a connection from my side, I will use the private key to encrypt some data. Okay, and send it to you. So your public key will know that this is made by private key, which this public and private key is pair of. So it will easily understand, here, this is my partner, because this encryption is being generated by the private key, which I know. Okay, I am a partner, so I can decrypt it. So then it will allow that. Then it will confirm that you are the user whom you are claiming for. So that is the importance of SSH public private key combination. Okay. So we have learned about the public key private key combination. We have learned how to generate SSH key, and we have also learned how to basically log in into another system using SSH, and you can how to log in into another system without password. That means passwordless login by using SSH key. Okay, we are not. It's not that we are not providing a password. We are providing, but in the form of SSH key. Okay, so only authorized users can do. Now we are going to see how you can copy a file. For example, I want to copy this anaconda.ks file. So if it is SSH copy, what you can do is that I can use something called as SCP. Okay, I can use SCP command to copy this file. So if you want to see something, okay, SCP file name and where, I can say that copy to Natasha on the system. Okay, so by default, when I copy, it is copied. So where does it? I don't see any out. So let's go and verify it. I go into Natasha's home directory, and I see that where it is not gone. SCP. Let me put it 10. So okay, now it is transferred. Now it has gone, and let me see where it is. Now it is not there. We have copied it to 10, right? So you can see anaconda.cfg is there, and it is being copied in the name of to Natasha. Why? Because I have used Natasha to copy. I am not using root to copy. I am saying that I am using the SCP command as root, but I am using Natasha to put it up. So I can say, if instead of this thing, let me put something else. I don't know if it will take or not. Yeah, it will take. So tilde means home directory. Okay, so I'm going to Natasha's home directory, which is pwd. And if everything is well, I should see an anaconda.cfg file over here. So it is there. See, anaconda.cfg file, and it is being owned by and root owned by Natasha. Right. So this is what SCP is. So this is how you copy file from one location to another location in another server. I can use the same file. Instead of Natasha, I can use Liju. But what will happen is that it will ask me for a password, right? And I have to give a password for that. It will ask me password because for Liju the key is not configured. I enter the password and the key is done. And when I log into Liju, I can see that anaconda.cfg is there, and it is owned by Liju and Liju. Here the Anaconda file is being owned by root, right? But when I transfer, it is transferring on behalf of the Liju user for which I'm giving the password. If it is SSH key, no password is being asked. No password is being asked. So that is how you use the SCP command to copy a file. It could be file, it could be a directory, it could be a, like your what to say, tar files. For example, you have been asked to compress some file, right? And then you have been asked to copy this over somewhere, like in on the server. You say that key collect the data from this and copy that to a target server. So I just did a tar and then I do a SCP and I give the username and password. If everywhere SSH key might not be configured, okay. So you give the username for which you want to copy and give the password, the file will be transferred. So you go to the other system and you look over there, that test.directory will be copied. So this you can practice in your same system. This as equivalent as that your system is running. Okay. So this is what we learned for today. So this is end of today's session. We have done a lot of things, and I will be in another 1 or 2 hours. I will send up these details to Lakshmi, and Lakshmi would be sending you the details to your email or whichever source through it you are accessing it, and you can access today's what is the cheat sheets and all those things. Okay. So any questions before we wind up? And Manoj, don't go away, stay there. And
Yes.
let me know if anyone has any question.
Sir, I want to ask one thing.
Yeah, please.
Sir, by the help of BLLSK, can we change the password of the drive?
Sorry, say it again.
Sir, suppose we have set a password in the Windows to the disk partition.
No, we cannot. We cannot.
We cannot. Okay.
We cannot. Yes. Any other question? All are good? Okay. So good. Please practice this in your test labs. Once I give this, please check on your mails or something, how the Lakshmi tries to contact you, so that you can practice this. So tomorrow we will be meeting at sharp 9:30, and tomorrow will be the last day for the session. So people, please, whoever have questions or anything like that, please do ask so that I can clear that out. And tomorrow we will be looking basically on the monitoring parts. Okay, system monitoring. How are these some services? How do you configure a yum repository locally, right? And I will try to see that if I can get in the remotely, but I have some firewall configuration here because of which that may not be allowed. Then a few bit of LVM that is not needed basically, but I've just added it up just to give an idea like how it looks like. And rest all the thing we have covered. Okay. And good. So thank you so much for today. What is a Manoj, please stay on. So we will be meeting up tomorrow at the same time. Okay, thank you. Yes, Manoj, tell me, what is your problem with the system? Manoj?
Yes, sir. I am sharing my screen. Please close your screen.
Please. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. I have restarted my system.
Okay. Have you installed the new one?
No, sir.
Yeah. Okay. One thing I have to tell you is that basically I have not faced the problem in my side, because see, one thing you have to go and check in your system is that okay. Let me see. Hold on. Can you run the Windows key and
Windows key and
type the when Windows key. When you type the Windows key, right, and or maybe try to run it 1 minute. Okay, what you have to do is that I'm just typing here something in the chat. Okay, take this and try to type in the type area, right? In the below you see type search.
Yeah.
Just copy paste there whatever I have pasted in the chat, and yeah, you can turn it on. Just turn it on. Just type there. Just paste it and enter.
Okay.
Paste and enter.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Click it. Now, just wait for some time.
Okay.
Now, sir, do you see something called as Hyper-V?
What, sorry, sir?
Hyper-V. Scroll down and see Hyper-V. Click the that down arrow is done. Click the down arrow. Hyper-V is not there.
No,
Hyper-V is okay. So looks like you need to enable virtualize. Which laptop you have?
Lenovo IdeaPad 320.
Which is your processor?
i5 7th generation Intel.
Okay, so what you do is then I don't know which thing is there. You have to reboot your system. Okay, once you reboot your system, you know how to get into the BIOS?
No, sir.
Okay.
By F12 and all.
Yeah, something like F12, because each this model have some different keys. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you look into the BIOS, when you log into the BIOS, or what you can do is that whatever is your model number of your laptop, you Google that how to enable virtualization in that model number, Lenovo, whatever is that. Okay. So there you will see something how to enable virtualization. Okay. For example, what is your model number? Tell me.
Sir, IdeaPad 320.
Can you put it in the chat?
Okay.
Okay, IdeaPad Lenovo. I don't know whether this particular model has got virtualization or not, but enabling virtual Lenovo IdeaPad 320. Okay. Virtualization on.
No, there you go.
It looks like, boss, your CPU, your virtualize this laptop don't support virtualization.
Then, sir, what should I have to do now?
Sorry.
So now I will enable it or do.
Yeah, just because I just tried quick Googling around. Some says that this laptop doesn't support virtualization. So just go see. It is. Can you? Okay. Let me share my screen.
Should I have to stop?
Yeah.
Here?
So see, when you log into your BIOS, when you log into your this thing, right? Your BIOS using F12 or something like that, there may be somewhere you will see something like this: Intel virtualization technology.
Okay, sir.
Do you see this? You have to log, because see, I cannot tell it from my side because each laptop settings would be different. Okay.
Yeah.
So you would see something like enable virtualization. If it is disabled, you have to enable it.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that you go and search in your board. So sometimes what happens that if your laptop do not support virtualization, then we cannot do anything.
Okay, sir.
Okay, then you will not be able to install a virtualization, because in order to have a virtualization facility enabled, your laptop should have virtualization enabled. Okay. Without that, we cannot do that. So Intel virtualization, latest laptop all should support virtualization. Intel virtualization technology. If it is disabled,
sir,
just change.
It is also latest one. I have
Hey,
7th generation this one is.
No, I'm not saying that latest version in the sense like some models, like depending upon what features it has and all those things.
Okay.
It could be there. So go and check in the BIOS. Okay.
Okay.
Just check out that this, like for example, see, normally you will see something like this, like the
Okay.
screen if you log in. So like
Okay.
system date. So if you see Intel virtualization technology, it should by default, if it is enabled, just either you can press tab or down arrow or enter. It will change it to disabled. Sorry, enabled.
Okay.
Okay, and then once it is done, then what you do is that you have to go to the exit tab. You cannot maybe every BIOS will not allow you to use the mouse. You might have to use the up arrow, down arrow. Okay, then you have to go exit, and when in the exit screen, you have to basically go ahead and type this thing. What? In the exit screen, you have to type that save and exit.
Okay.
Okay. Once you save and exit, you boot your system back and then ensure that you can do this. If not enabled, then what you do is that the thing which I've told, right? Hyper-V. So when you select that Hyper-V, you will see something like this Hyper-V. Then you have to select all Hyper-V over here. And then you should be able to perform your activity. Clear?
Okay.
Okay, just try it out. So this is something you are getting this problem because your system is not enabled for virtualization. So once you enable this virtualization, then you should be able to do. Okay.
Sir, after checking it or enabling it, can I get your contact number? Then I can contact with you right after.
I don't have right now because okay, my contact number, you can take it up, not a problem. You can write it down. I can maybe put it in the chat.
Okay, sir. Then how I will contact with you by tomorrow or by evening or?
I don't know. Today evening I will be busy. So what you do is then right now you enable this stuff, and then we will start early by some 9:15 or something like that. You log in, and then I should be able to log in by that time, and then we can look into it.
Okay.
I'm sure that if you find this virtualization portion enabled and disabled in your BIOS, your problem will be solved.
Okay.
But if you don't see virtualization in your BIOS, then we cannot do anything.
Sir, if suppose this will not there, then can we do the practice by the 32 bits installation setups or?
No, it will not allow, right? Your virtualization cannot be enabled.
But sir, once I installed that in Virtualbox, and on that Virtualbox, I have installed the RHEL 7.8 on a 32-bit. Then that was installed, but how I have to use that one, I don't know. That's why.
In the same laptop?
Yeah, sir.
I'm not sure.
It is supporting 32-bit nicely, I think.
Possibly, but I think Red Hat is not giving 32-bit right now. I'm not sure because I see only 64-bit.
Oh.
Okay, so if you get some 32-bit operating system, maybe you can download, but I'm not sure that Red Hat is giving 64-bit now. So 32-bit now.
Okay.
Okay, so if you don't see this, then only option is possibly go ahead and
virtualization technology enabling.
Yeah, that is the only option. I see.
Okay, got it. Let me try, then we will talk about it by tomorrow then.
Yeah, we can talk there. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. No worries. Thank
you so much, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please tell me.
Sir, can you please help me to install the Virtualbox? Same problem, sir. Can I say
you have to see if you have the same problem, then you have to go and check into your box and see that the virtualization is enabled or not.
Sir, you can see once.
Sorry?
Sir, please. I can share my screen. Can you see?
Yeah. No, I got the problem. You share the screen, not a problem. You share the screen.
Yes.
Because if you're getting a 32-bit issue, then it is
can you see
more
my screen,
likely
sir?
that. Yeah, tell me, I can see you. Yeah, invalid settings detected. So it is most probably related to that virtualization only. It is related to virtualization. It is related to, I think someone else asked me at the first day. So I told them that to enable virtualization. I don't know whether they have enabled it or not. You go into the BIOS, check for if the virtualization is there or not. If the virtualization is there, then you have to enable that.
How to use I have HP laptop. Sir.
So if you have HP laptop, you boot the system, you reboot the system, and when rebooting, you check out what messages have been seen. Sometimes it will be F10, F1, F2, or F12. Something will be there.
Okay.
To get into the BIOS. Okay. You go into the BIOS and you have to check that, because I don't know which model because I'm not a hardware expert. Okay. Because I don't know which model will have this, but just it is not a very complex thing. You just can log into the BIOS and you use the up arrow, down arrow, right arrow to go through the settings. There you will find somewhere you will find virtualization.
Okay, sir.
Okay, because that you cannot share it here, because you will not be able to do that, right?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, please log in. You reboot your laptop. Once you reboot your laptop, just maybe 2 or 3 times, maybe you want to reboot to identify that which key can be used to get into the BIOS. So it could be maybe what to say, F1, F2, or maybe F12. Just view closely when the system boots, and just go through. Maybe most of the time it will be written in the bottom or maybe top. You can say F1 to get into the setup or BIOS. Something will be written like that. So well, if you have missed that, then reboot the laptop again, and when you reboot, now then you can press the this thing, what to say, F1 or F2, depending about the keyboard it says, and then you can get into the BIOS. And once you get into the BIOS, navigate to that using the up arrow, down arrow, and the right arrow, left arrow key to view that whether that virtualization setting is enabled there. Somewhere virtualization will be there.
Okay, sir.
Okay, if virtualization, you don't find the virtualization, then that means your system doesn't support virtualization. Then we cannot do anything. Then you maybe want to download this 32-bit of operating system, but I don't know how that is going to work out.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
please
Sir.
do it today, and then we will discuss it tomorrow if you find that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can I close it now, sir?
Sorry.
Can I close it now?
Yeah, you can close and you can reboot and you can test it right now itself.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, boss. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then we will meet up tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir.